All right. Hello, people. Man, I'm in the mood, I'm gonna tell you. Oh my gosh. You go into the office, you think you're gonna spend this like 3 hours, and you end up spending a full 9 to 5, and you don't expect to be on site the whole day. And yet there you are, and it's 5 o'clock, and all the traffic's on the road. And so, there you have it. So, thank you for your understanding. I mean, a lot of stuff out of my control. I was overseeing an installation. And as installations tend to do, they run long. And so, 2-hour delay. I mean, now starting at 7 o'clock Eastern would have definitely been very adventurous. So, I probably wasn't expecting that. But the starting an hour after, like starting all the way at 9 is tough. Because I have like I have 4 hours of content to show tonight. So it's a lot of pressure because I'm like, oh my god, how late is this stream gonna go? We're gonna give it our best shot. I'm really glad to see you. Rothgar Aurora, thank you for waiting it out all this time. Luna's here. It's nice to see you. And Steggy's great to see you. Shout out to Steggy, of course. And Rain's here too. Good to see you, Rain. By the way, Rain, any rain in your area? I thought at some point I would ask that. And this is the first time in 5 years of being on Twitch that I've ever actually asked that question too. And King, welcome in. Great to see you. King says, oh, hi, Davy. Hi. Menu shot. And now look at the menu shot. I couldn't help it. I did actually have a really nice dinner tonight, so that's kind of the silver lining to that. And when I was looking at the menu, undoubtedly, I was also thinking of that same song. It's good to see you. Rothgar says... Rothgar says... Did you see any of the 41 different bus companies in LA on your way home? I had to have seen at least 2. I definitely saw... I think I saw Metro. And then Big Blue Bus, I'm pretty sure I saw that. That's at least 2. Hey, Carrie's in the chat. Hey, Carrie, how you doing? Well, that lifts my spirits. It's good to see you, Carrie. You caught me on a very, in a very angry moment. Welcome in. Let's fucking go, Carrie. And Carlo, good to see you too. How you doing? And Mitty, what's going on, Mitty? Hi, Fell Sandwich. Mitty is now one of us. Oh, Mitty's been one of us from the start, but Mitty's officially one of us in name too. Great to see you. Can we give a shout out to the Carlo? Well, sometimes he's the Carlo too. But Half Pint Carrie says, hey, Carrie. It's so good to see you. You know, Carrie, I was trying to formulate a plan for my birthday, like an IRL plan. I think what I would do is I probably might do it the week after. This coming weekend, I'll be with the fam and we'll be doing stuff in my hometown. But if you have any interest in karaoke next weekend, the weekend after that, or this goes to anybody that's in the chat. This is like any of you in the chat. If you're in LA and you happen to be around, around the weekend of the 29th? I was looking into like getting a private karaoke room or something like that. Like, I don't know. Or I could just host it here, I guess. But more on that coming up another time. Half Pint Carrie says, that's okay. I'm angry too. Strangely enough, that makes me feel good. It's like, the reason I say that is because I get it, I get you. Carrie, we can be angry together. But like Chris know, I said hey. And I'll let Verhomo know you were here too for sure. Yeah, we missed you, Carrie. I hope you're doing all right. Rothgar says it was the first hot day for me today. I think the high was 29 or so. This is 29 Celsius. That's hot. That's very hot. My house is way warmer than I would like. I should get the AC winterized. Ah, yeah. Much like when it gets cold around here for like a day, we have to get the heater desummerized. Yeah, that's a true story. Because you have to like burn off some of the soot that has, or some of the dust that has accumulated over time. Cappine says, text me. Yes! I will follow up. Absolutely. There's some places I can think of that it might be pretty fun for that. So I shall definitely. Mitty says today's sandwich was a buffalo chicken sandwich with buffalo sauce. Naturally. I love that. Banana peppers, pepper jack cheese, and lettuce on toasted everything sandwich bread. So it's like an everything sandwich bread is like a bagel, an everything bagel, but it's in like bun form maybe, or toast form. That's pretty cool. Well, I'm glad you enjoyed. Carrie says, I saw her home last weekend. I love that. Were you? Was that down in the Diego? Was that down in San Diego? That's pretty cool. Glad you had a good time. It's always good to hang out with our pal or homo. 3 words: beef tallow fries. Let's go. That does sound great. That does. I have actually had them recently. I think about last year. I went to a place called Heavy Hand. It really has been since last year. I don't think I've been there this year. So there's a place that does smash burgers called Heavy Handed in the area. There's a few locations. And they do the beef tallow fries too, and they're great. I love that. Mitty says, no, like a loaf. Well, that sounds great. That sounds super great. Carrie says, we were down in his hood and went to Shout House. Oh, heck yeah. Heck yeah. You know what was interesting? What was very interesting is that our mutual friend John Massey was down there in San Diego recently. I wonder if that coincided with that when he was there, because I think he was doing dueling pianos. at the Cursed Hilton that we did our, remember when we did our karaoke, the Cursed Hilton for TwitchCon 2024? The same one. Like, he was down on the patio area. We were doing some dueling piano show. I wonder if that was the same weekend. I don't know, but I'm really glad you had a great time. That's really cool. King says, midi sandwich. Right now you're... Oh. Rothgar, I think you'd appreciate this. Oh, you do? Yeah, I saw that. Okay, Rothgar did indeed appreciate it. Midi sandwich. Right now you're reading about the midi sandwich. King is hooked. I love it. It's easy to get hooked on Miles in Transit. Now, unfortunately, we will not be doing Miles in Transit tonight, but we'll return to that channel next week. Tonight, we're going to focus on some travels, and we're going to be going through British Columbia for Adventures of A plus K. And boy, are we in for some really beautiful visuals tonight. And so we're going to try to present this as quickly as possible because I really want to get the entirety of this journey to get on stream within the same stream. I don't know if I'm going to do it. There's literally close to 4 hours of videos. So like if I don't stop it at all, it's still going to take me until 10 o'clock local time or 1 a.m. Eastern time to get that all in. We're going to give it our best shot tonight. So if it means we stream till 2 a.m. in the morning Pacific or 5 a.m. in the morning Eastern, that's probably what it's going to be. But we're going to give it the good old college try. Oh yes, Carrie, I think this is the first time you've been here since I moved one room over. I'm still in the same apartment, but my roommate is no longer here. My roommate moved out in December, so I am doing well enough financially now that I can assume the other room and make this a dedicated stream room. And that's exactly what this is. This is my office now. So I've created this new room in what used to be my roommate's bedroom. So I've moved over a total of about 10 feet. And so far it's been really nice. Like, it's been pretty cool. Like, I can't stream unlimitedly. I still have to kind of tone it down about, between after 10 o'clock local time. But otherwise, it's been a really cool setup, and I've really enjoyed being here. And I think my favorite thing is just all the color. Like, when the sun goes down, it'll look even better. Like, you're gonna see just all the different color behind. You can see like it's a different color on this side than it is on the other side. And then we've got like decorations and stuff. It's pretty cool. What is going on with my name? Oh, we made a theme song out of it, Mitty. Did he move or did he relocate? Discuss. That's funny. Carrie says, that's awesome. Congrats. Thanks so much, Carrie. Yeah. I've got so many games, too. I'm gonna eventually have the courage to invite friends over to play things. Like, it'd be fun. Like, I've got Super Mario Chess. I've got Monopoly. Actually, it's not Monopoly. It's Star Wars Monopoly, actually. It's even better. Mitty says moving or just relocating to a new place or room. The latter, but very much in the same boat, in the same vein. BC, great to see you once again. And it is time to do the thing. Hold on, I'll be right back. Okay. Rothgar says, I'm curious to see what route they take up the coast on the ferry or through the interior of the province. Let's get to the tape and find out. But thank you all so much for checking in. I really appreciate it. And I appreciate it even more than I usually do tonight because it really was not what I would not constitute today as a good day at work. Just because, like, I had so much planned in the back half of the day. And I couldn't do literally any of it. I couldn't cook. I couldn't set a stream. I couldn't start a stream earlier. And because of all of the above, I can't do these karaoke these karaoke interstitials that I was planning to do. Because the 5-minute breaks for that are now removed. But what I can do is run these videos, and I'm very excited about that tonight. So let's start. Here we go. A couple other birthday-ish streams coming your way. On Thursday, we will resume our Wheel of Fortune adventure, and you all get to play against me again. You all kicked my booty last week. I'll see if I can do a little better next time when we pick things back up on Thursday. And then Friday, at least the plan is that I'm gonna go all out with Price is Right, and we'll see if I can win $250,000 in cash and prizes playing my favorite pricing games of all time. And I counted 18 of them. And I'm going to try to play all 18 of them along with the potential showcases and showcase showdowns. And then if I can win a cumulative $250,000 across multiple decades. So the inflation is going to make that a little weird because like in some years I'll be winning like $2,000 when it's actually worth like $50,000. It don't make it. It's still, as long as it adds up to 250, I think it'll work out fine. So, Rothgar says, if you did not have time to eat, have a thank you. Fortunately, I did have time to eat. This is one of the reasons why we started so late, because I took a beat after the installation guy was done, because the installation guy was done right about 8 o'clock Eastern, 5 o'clock Pacific. But I picked up dinner because just anticipating that, yeah, I'm not going to get to make food. So I picked up something at a brand new restaurant. The brand new restaurant was like right next to the work building. So I'm like, okay, I walked over there, got it. And it was great. I had like this carne asada bowl. It was very good. So I'm very happy about that. So that was kind of a nice silver lining. At some point when I have time, I'll put a picture of that on Discord. Here's a bean. Thank you so much for your... When's the video? Yeah, if I had more time to get video of it, that would have been a great video for YouTube for sure, King. But I do have a photo, and I will put that photo on Discord shortly. But I think I'll go back. I'll go back pretty soon, and perhaps a video may surface from that. But thanks for the dessert, Rothgar. Oh, King, you might appreciate. Well, any of you might appreciate this, Blake. With that dinner, I had an agua fresca, and it was like mango, passion fruit mango. That was so fresh. That was like one of the best mango juices I've had in a long time. Really good. So I recommend. It's called the place is called Son Dogos y Tacos, which means we are hot dogs and tacos. So they serve both, in Sonoran style. It's from what I tasted so far is rather good. Yeah, good. But I'll tell you more about that as we continue through the evening. Let's begin our trip through British Columbia. I, too, am curious to see which route they take here, how they get through BC into Alaska. Let's find out together.
Where are we going today?
Going to Canada, yes!
Back when we lived in Seattle, we would go to Canada pretty often, but between moving into the van and COVID, we haven't been to Canada or even out of the United States in 3 years, and we cannot wait to be back.
We're crossing the border at Blaine, Washington, and the border is just right over there behind me, and this park has a really neat feature called...
Little fun fact, that's the same building you saw at the end of the Miles in Transit border to border video. Remember that one? The one where Miles and I think Jackson went all the way up from the Mexican border through to the Canadian border. They also crossed that exact portal. This is the exact same spot. So, oh, was it Lena? Okay, I wasn't, was it? Was it? I'm trying to think for myself now. It might have been. Maybe they were, maybe it was all of them. Like, maybe it was all three of them. King says, I was about to say that. How about that? It was just like, it instantly jogged my memory. Yeah. It's so interesting. BC says, I know this place. Yes! You know too, of course. That is the end of Miles and Jackson's trip. And that's how that video ended. It ended with a much cleaner ending than the one we showed last week. King says I want to Google it. Rothgar says it is a very popular crossing point. Oh, I can see that. It's very beautiful.
Called the Peace Arch. The arch was constructed to honor the
Yeah, BC just said it. It's the Peace Arch. BC said it first, and then Adam said it right after.
Centennial of the treaties from the result of the War of 1812. These treaties were between the U.S. and Britain that would allow a peaceful, undefended border between the U.S. and Canada.
By God, it better fucking stay that way. That's all I'm gonna say.
What's really cool about this park is that the southern half is in the United States and the northern half is in British Columbia, Canada, and I am standing in two countries right now at the same time. Hello from Canada!
Hello from the U.S.
All right, enough goofing off. Let's go officially cross that border.
Real quickly before
That is cool. BC says those are the actual markers. How about that? Isn't that cool?
we get in line to cross the border, we wanted to share what the process is, especially right now, and what you need. Most importantly, you need a passport to cross the border, and we also have Nexus cards, which is basically like a TSA pre-check for the border, which allows us to get into a special, faster lane.
We're filming this video in May 2022, and the current process with COVID protocols is that if you're vaccinated, you only need your vaccination card to cross the border, and if you're not vaccinated, you need a negative COVID test within 72 hours of crossing. And regardless of your vaccination status, everyone must fill out the ArriveCan app within 72 hours of crossing the border, which basically just makes you list your port of entry, the date, and the time.
One thing we'll have to worry about.
Yeah, this is great stuff. Like, this is very responsible video making by A plus K. It's like, I remember when I went to Toronto, I also had to fill out that same form online with Canada, and it's very important to get that ahead of time. Nexus card is a must, BC says. Makes life so much easier. I gotta look into Nexus card. That sounds pretty good. I'm kind of down with that idea. I wonder if that is still mandatory in 2026. Yeah, it was kind of an interesting jog of a memory, the vaccination card situation. No, probably, I would say no, but I think I remember marking something to that effect during my online forums. So things always change every year, so. But I'm pretty sure that specific requirement is not a thing anymore.
About as we get further north and closer to Alaska are bears. There's a bunch of things you can and can't bring into Canada. We don't know them all, but one thing that causes a lot of confusion is bear spray. We do know that you can't bring pepper spray into Canada, but you can bring bear spray because it's an animal deterrent. We have a couple of these and we're leaving them up front in case they want to check them out. We hope they give them the okay because they are not cheap.
We also shared a few rules about crossing the border with a dog in our last video, including rabies as well as food packaging, so go check that out. But with that said, are you ready to go to Canada?
Heck yeah, let's go!
I don't know why, but every time we cross the border, I just get so nervous. They're kind of intimidating and we haven't done anything wrong, but I don't know, I just feel so nervous.
I don't know why I'm nervous. My heart is racing. Hello. We are going to Alaska.
We're in Canada!
Oh, we're in. Yes, we made it. They let us in.
We're in your land,
One of the
BC!
easiest border crossings we've ever had. She asked just a few questions. I think we felt really awkward answering them. She didn't really want to know much about our plans. I don't know if Nexus made it easier, but oh, we are in Canada. I have been looking forward to this day for so long. I cannot believe, like, this is when it feels like the journey to Alaska is really ramping up because we are out of the lower 48 and we are not coming back down here for 4 months.
Couple problems right now, just minutes into Canada, is our phones. They haven't switched over to the Canadian cell service yet. We have international service, so that's something we're trying to figure out. They should switch over hopefully any minute now.
I think I'm a little lucky with that too. I think I
most
got
cars I've ever driven, the speedometer has kilometers
their
per
service
hour.
when I was up there.
This van does not, so we're gonna just
Oh,
have
shit.
to Google it for a little bit so that we
I never even noticed that. Like, because I know that a lot of cars will have like the little, well, a lot of U.S. cars specifically will have the little like kilometers per hour style underneath that. Like I used to drive. Well, when my parents used to drive the Honda Accord, they had that for sure. And I thought I remembered my Camry at the time having that. And then of course, whatever my car I have today, you can just switch it. It's fairly, it's in the menu somewhere. But this is going to be an interesting challenge for them. How are they going to be able to know what's what? It's going to be a little interesting for those guys. They're going to have to rely on their phone, I think, to make that adjustment. Let me see. Rothgar says, I think the app is still live, but it is not mandated to use it anymore. You used to have to use the app during COVID. BC says, no, I don't think you can bring bear spray. So that might be a rude awakening for those folks. Yeah, so King says, my aunt and uncle said they were rude AF when we crossed. They were not rude, just thorough. But that was back in the 90s. Yes, Rothgar has made many points about the Kinder eggs. And King says, what I do remember is don't get caught with Kinder eggs aboard. You cannot bring them into the U.S. You cannot. Because they would be considered a choking hazard. Yeah, they treat it the same way as taking guns the other way. Mm-hmm. Very, very, just fun. What? It's crazy that's the difference that you have. But seriously though, they take that shit very seriously. So you definitely make sure you don't bring those Kinder eggs across the border. Oh dear, King. Jason had to take some out. Yikes! Wow.
Get the conversion in our head, and then just a minute later, we have both problems solved. Catherine's phone is on TELUS now, which is one of the Canadian cell services. And then I, just as I was finishing that last thought, remembered like, oh, there's like an electric, or Catherine reminded me actually, that it's electronic, so we can maybe switch the units on here. So I go into the menu, switch it over kilometers, Bob's your uncle.
Right. So they were able to the little LED panel, like was that able to switch to? Let me just look at that again.
And then just a minute later, we have both problems solved. Catherine's phone is on TELUS now, which is one of the Canadian cell services. And then I, just as I was finishing that last thought, remembered like, oh, there's like an electric, or Catherine reminded me actually, that it's electronic, so we can maybe switch the units on here. So I go into the menu, switch it over kilometers, Bob's your uncle.
Damn, that was nice. So yeah, just like it was very simple. Like I was saying about my new car, same situation. You can just switch the units in there. That's pretty sweet. 100 kilometers an hour, woohoo. That's only like, I think that's only like 55.
We have filmed a handful of videos in Vancouver on previous trips, which we'll link to below. So today we're just gonna have a chill day in the area since the last couple weeks have been completely exhausting, and the next few weeks until we get to Alaska are also going to be pretty insane. And since Vancouver has a very large Asian population, we're going to an Asian mall to eat some Asian food.
Oh, hell yeah. That'll be good stuff.
The Vancouver area is said to be the most Asian city outside of Asia, and we're in Richmond, which also has a large Asian influence, with over 50% of its residents claiming Chinese heritage. We have experienced some of the Asian influence here in Richmond before at the Richmond Night Market years ago, which is actually the largest night market in North America. But today we came to Yaohan Center, which has shops, a popular Chinese supermarket, and a food court, which we thought would be a great way to try a handful of things easily.
That's a pretty sick market. Look how big it is. Oh, it's like a whole mall. Wow.
This place is amazing. Almost all of the signage is in what we think is Chinese, and it really feels like we've been transported to another country.
It's legit. I imagine the food in just the entirety of Vancouver has got to be amazing. Pieces too Chinese, but the food court is good. Yeah, that is a night market. Too Chinese, but the food court is good. Oh, I gotcha. Okay, yeah. I'm very curious about that food court, BC. Totally. BC says I rarely go to that mall. Yeah, sometimes like it's kind of like everything. It's kind of like any other city, right? Like where sometimes where it's like too touristy, and it's like yeah, but you don't need to go to that one because like that's where all the where all the tourists go. Like you can go find something just as good somewhere else, and it's a lot less of a hassle. Um, but Rothgar says I've been there a couple of times, but mostly could not be bothered to drive for an hour to get there. It's an hour to get there. Wow. Yeah. So that's kind of it, right? Like the hassle of getting in and out of there, getting there, getting back, and it's kind of like you have to weigh that as part of your evaluation as whether you want to go. So all very valid reasons.
First up, we're gonna check out Osaka Market to hopefully find some goodies to take with us on the road.
These look good. BC says Richmond is the burb south of Vancouver, and that's where our airport is.
There's so many unique and cool and tasty looking things in here.
So Rothgar used to be an hour away from that big market. But I think it's true. Rothgar says there were several malls that were much closer. I can imagine it was most of the same experience.
That was one of the coolest experiences that we've had in a very, very long time. Everyone was speaking a different language. There were so many delicious looking foods and so many things that we had never seen before. It really felt like we were in Asia, and we want to go to Asia so badly. So this is as close as we could get for now, and it just made us so happy. And we had the hardest time deciding what to get in there because everything looked different and fun and unique, but we Googled what are some of the top Chinese snacks, and one of the things that came up is this white rabbit.
Yeah, white rabbit
candy, and it's said to be very, very delicious. Then we also got this tao kei noi, which is a seaweed snack. It's kind of like a seaweed chip. We got sour cream and onion.
I think I've had seaweed snacks before, but it's been a very long time, so I don't really remember, but these look good.
Oh wow, it's really big.
Huh? Crispy, crunchy. Like we said, we got sour cream and onion flavor, so you get a little bit of that, but you also taste that seaweed flavor. Kind of like after you crunch on it, it kind of melts in your mouth a little bit.
It's super flimsy and just crackery. Oh, it's so thin. It kind of tastes like a kale chip to me. We used to make kale chips a lot back in the day. So it kind of has that more like earthy flavor. Then you get the spices of the sour cream and onion. Yeah, it's actually really good.
Oh, it's hard. Milky.
Yep, that's it. Oh, that's a white rabbit, all right. Pieces says seaweed snacks are more Japanese than Chinese. Yeah, that's a good observation. I know that seaweed's such a quintessential part of sushi, and I do see a lot of seaweed snacks in Japan too.
Yeah, it just kind of tastes like a milky sucker. I don't know.
So the outside of it is covered in rice paper, which you can eat. Yeah, it's really hard. It's kind of like a harder version of a Tootsie Roll, but with like a slightly less sweet vanilla ice cream flavor. It gets softer as you chew it, or like kind of mess with it. That's good.
So these white rabbit candies, they taste like, I don't know if you've ever seen those little candies that it's like caramel on the outside, and then in the middle there's like a milky creamy center. That's what this tastes like. My mom would have those all the time, bringing back old memories again.
All right, now for something with a little bit more substance.
That has potential right there. I know I was telling you that we were going to have some outdoor adventures, and this entire video has been inside a mall. Mitty says, love me some Tootsie Rolls. You gotta love it, gotta love it. King says, she got them hard candy rolls our grandparents had in a dish in their living room. You gotta love that too. Rothgar says, white rabbit candy is fine, but I feel like there are better options. And have a good look, Carrie. Great to see you again. Thanks so much for checking in. And I will reach out to you as far as the future IRL shenanigans. But good to see you. Thanks so much. Mitty says, Mall of A plus K. Right. Today it is. Refresh my memory. Is 4.0 a common is that a common usage of price displays in Canada, or is that just specific to this mall? Because like I don't remember that. I don't remember going to places in Toronto and like having things cost like $5.1. Like I think they were still $5.10, but don't completely know. That looks so good.
There's quite a few vendors here, and we hear one of the best one is a Jia noodle, so that's where we came to try a couple different dishes. First up, we got their special Chongqing noodle, which is a spicy noodle dish that originated from the Chongqing municipality in southwestern China. As you can see, it is a giant bowl of noodles, and there is a spicy broth base here, and you can choose your spice level, and we got a little spicy because we hear it can get really hot. And then the toppings here, there's cilantro, there's some red beans, these are Szechuan peppercorns, and then you get your choice of meat, and we got braised pork ribs. Oh yeah. Yeah, buddy. Looks hot. That was all noodle, but hold on. Little spicy is still spicy. Whoa, man, that has tons of flavor in there. I can't even describe it though. It's got a really deep flavor. I don't even know where to start on that. It's spicy, savory.
So I don't know how to use chopsticks, so to not embarrass myself for the whole world to see, I'm just gonna do some of the broth. Oh yeah.
I mean, you could just tilt the bowl and just like.
That is so flavorful.
You could also just tilt the bowl and drink it that way.
There's a good kick to it. Feel it in your throat. Yeah, I'm struggling just like Adam, but it's just loaded with flavor. I absolutely love it. It is incredible. The perfect thing for kind of a cold, rainy day. The meat's really good and tender. These red beans on top give it a nice little crunch. Oh my goodness. I don't know. It's just like, kind of reminds me of when you go and get pho and get like a really spicy broth. It's just like that. It's just a spice broth with tons of flavor.
We also got their clay pot rice, and this is a popular dish in Hong Kong. They actually cook the rice in this clay pot here so it gets nice and crispy on the bottom. And we asked what's their more popular order of this, because you can get a variety of meats on this one as well. And so we got pork chops and some chicken here, and it looks like there's jalapeno. And they gave this broth on the side as well. Not sure, I guess kind of add it in there, maybe loosen it up a little bit. Yeah, this is really crispy on the bottom. I'll spin it around.
Oh, whoa.
Yeah, it's like
so good.
Yeah.
That does look so good.
That is super tasty and savory. On the bottom there, as you can see, all that the rice has got a little bit of crunch to it. This is just very comforting.
It's so hot. And not spicy, it's just temperature hot. The meat just has a nice simple soy sauce glaze to it. It's definitely not as spicy or as flavorful as the soup is, but it's just so comforting. The meat and rice together. One thing to know though is that the pork has bones in it, so you have to be a little careful when you're eating it. They do have other meat options as well. Final stop at Yaohan Center, we went to a place called A Whole Mango, which has bubble tea as well as mango treats, and this is the Mango Lover, which has mango, coconut milk,
that's $6.42,
and sago, which is made from the pith of sago palm trees. And as the name implies, they apparently do put a whole mango in their drinks.
Look how much busier it got in like the amount of time they've been there. That's great.
That tastes like a whole mango. That is so refreshing. Just the fresh fruit taste. They don't put any like bad ingredients in it. It's very, very like natural. Oh my goodness.
No preservatives, BB.
Yeah, that is super fruity, a little creamy. And then the sago balls in here are very, let's give it a little texture to it. Yeah, that's very refreshing. Not overly sweet though.
Has a lot of mango.
We have been dying to experience other cultures, and one of our favorite ways to do so is through food, so we cannot express how much we loved coming here. It just felt very authentic, and it was mega delicious.
That's so cool. That is so cool. Let me catch up and chat during this interlude. So Rothgar says, no, $3.99, 3.99, 3.95 is more common to see than 4, but with the sign saying cash only, taxes included, it makes life easier to just have whole dollar numbers, especially with no penny.
Vancouver is one of our favorite cities in North America. It is so exciting to be back in the city, especially for the first time in our van brisket. We wish we could have done more while we were here, but we are just hitting a wall. We're getting so tired, so we are gonna head to our campsite.
Word. Video's almost over, but I do want to just mention, BC on the boba says, I am not a fan of bubble tea. If I order a drink, I want to drink it, not eat it. You just went past my place. Oh, is that right? Did I live 1.5 blocks from the other bridge. Look at that. We just went past BC's neck of the woods. That's pretty cool. That is super cool. Okay, I'm going to have to do a hardcore reset of this microphone thing. I don't know how to fix this problem. I'm going to do my best, but I'm going to just keep reading the chat, and then I'll keep the video going. And then we'll go from there. But I wonder if it's because of this whole thing happening. I think that would help. It helps a little bit. Okay. But Rocker says, I still remember going to a restaurant, a bunch of people from school, and the look of judgment when one of the guys I was with had the absolute timidity to ask for a knife and fork. Oh, that, you know, like a noodle restaurant? Yeah, like you test your hardcore abilities based on like whether you need a knife and fork for a noodle dish. That's pretty funny. Right, and then but yeah, that's pretty cool. You know, it's basically just kind of over your point on the boba too. It took me a really long time. I mean, a really long time to actually drink my first boba for pretty much the same reason you mentioned. I was very intimidated by the little bubble things. And then I finally tried it. It was roughly a year or two ago, and I was like, oh, it's pretty good. But I think I am probably not going to find an obsession with it because I do similarly find it. I mean, from my experience, it's not bad, but I also kind of feel like it's distracting too. So, I feel like it's one of those things where I feel like some people get into it and, you know, everybody's got their thing on that one too. Mitty says, this weekend I made the best grilled cheese. I call it the pig and cheesy. Is Gruyere, Munster cheddar, smoked provolone, and pepper jack with pork belly, and carved ham on the everything sandwich bread I've just made. Wow, that sounds amazing. Boba also costs way too much for what it is. You know, it's kind of become a thing, right? I think that's a fair point by Mitty as well. Rothgar says, I have never had bubble tea. I don't want hard things in my drink, thank you. So yeah, so there's another vote for in BC's corner. Understandable, everybody.
Tonight we're camping at Porto Cove Provincial Park, which is located north of Vancouver along the Sea to Sky Highway, which, if you cannot tell, is a gorgeous area. And we'll show you all more of the campground in a couple weeks when we're back here and we have a more scenic campsite. Tonight's campsite's kind of tucked in the trees, but we just needed something convenient because tomorrow we are ferrying to Vancouver Island for the next 2 weeks. How many white rabbits have you crushed?
At least 10 by now. They're so good. They're addicting.
Are you a Canada dog? Did you get your passport stamped? Oh, Canada.
Land of maple leaves.
No.
That's the right lyrics, right?
No. There you have it, folks. So that's part one of our long number of adventures tonight. Rothgar says that highway. So they're gonna be taking that highway. They're gonna be taking the ferry. Rothgar says that highway is so much better and safer since they upgraded it for the Olympics. Love to see that. Rothgar says BC says This is the Sea to Sky Highway on the way to Whistler. Yeah, and I believe that is exactly what they have titled one of these videos. They're gonna ferry to Vancouver Island, and all of my interference just went away on its own. I don't know what that means, but we're gonna ride that for a minute, and we're gonna give you the next video. Here we go. Next up, we have the ferry trip. Let's see how this goes on their adventure up towards, up through BC and up towards Alaska. Give me just a second. I'm going to cue this up. BC says, a guy I went to high school with was in an accident and didn't make it. Oh, man, I'm so sorry. Oh. They will have to backtrack to Horseshoe Bay from the campsite ferry to Vancouver Island. Yeah, I'm really sorry about your friend, BC. That's my condolences. Rothgar says, the Sea to Sky Highway used to be crazy dangerous, which I guess is kind of what BC's point too. I guess kind of highlights that too. One laid each way, no barrier, and so many blind quarters. They will have to backtrack to Horseshoe Bay to get the ferry to Vancouver Island, says BC. Okay, I think I'm all caught up. So let's roll this out. Here we go.
Woo! How cool!
What a day today has been. The ferry ride was incredible. The waterfalls have all been beautiful, and we just saw a bear. I don't know if it gets better than this.
There's a lot of like parallel actions happening here, because I think the Miles and Transit crew took a ferry too, if you remember, towards the end of that video, of their long 2-part video.
Oh man, it is a very, very early morning, but today we are finally heading back to a place that we've wanted to spend more time on for years, Vancouver Island. This island is located west of Vancouver and is full of incredible beaches, hikes, waterfalls, different cities and towns, and other beautiful scenery. And for the next 2 weeks, we're going to be road tripping all around the island.
And because it's an island, we're gonna take a ferry to get there, so it'll be Brisket's first ferry ride.
Wait, did they name? Is that the? Oh, I'm not even on the thing. Let me start that over again. Sorry.
Brisket's on a boat!
How cool!
What a day today has been. The ferry
So I'll
ride
start over.
was incredible. The waterfalls have all been beautiful, and we just saw a bear. I don't know if it gets better than this.
Yeah, no wonder you guys were so confused. I was like, there we go. So they actually did quite a detour here. They went through, they're gonna take the island, and then it's gonna get interesting. Bottom level of the ferry.
Oh
yeah.
man, it is a very, very early morning, but today we are finally heading back to a place that we've wanted to spend more time on for years, Vancouver Island. This island is located west of Vancouver and is full of incredible beaches, hikes, waterfalls, different cities and towns, and other beautiful scenery. And for the next 2 weeks, we're going to be road tripping all around the island.
And because it's an island, we're gonna take a ferry to get there, so it'll be Brisket's first ferry ride.
I had no idea they named the van Brisket. I was completely unfamiliar with that.
We're leaving from Horseshoe Bay and we'll be arriving at Departure Bay in the city of Nanaimo on the east coast of Vancouver Island. It's about an hour and 40-minute ride, and it costs us $250 round trip for an oversized van and 2 adults, but it is cheaper for a smaller car.
Brisket's on a boat!
How cool!
This ferry is incredible. The views out here are insane. It's kind of a rainy, cloudy morning, but just seeing the fog lingering over the mountains, it just has that magical Pacific Northwest vibe. It's our first time on a British Columbia ferry. Last time we went to Vancouver Island, we took the Clipper from Seattle, and this boat is really, really nice. They have tons of indoor seating. They have a whole store with tons of clothing and items you can buy. We smell bacon, so I think they have a restaurant here. They have nice flushing toilets. It really has everything you need to be comfortable on this ride.
It is windy at the front.
Wow. I found the bacon.
Nothing like bacon on a boat. Oh yeah. Not good bacon.
It's not Canadian bacon though.
No.
We are now arriving at the terminal. All drivers and vehicle passengers, please return to your vehicles.
An hour and 40 minutes was not enough time. I could have stayed on this boat forever. It was so beautiful and so much fun. Hi, Kona. Did you have a nice boat ride?
We're on the island life.
Woo! Our goal today is to drive across the island to Tofino, making a bunch of different stops along the way, but first we need to grab an iconic treat. Went in Nanaimo, which that is such a tongue twister. That is so hard to say. Try to say that 3 times fast. You must get a Nanaimo bar. And unfortunately for us, we're here on a Monday and a lot of the popular places to get one are closed, but we did find a spot that is open called Boca Cafe, and we got us 2 Nanaimo bars.
A Nanaimo bar is an iconic Canadian treat. It became popular after World War II, and in 2006, it was declared Canada's favorite confection. It has 3 layers and does not require baking. The bottom layer is a mix of wafer, nut, and shredded coconut. The middle is custard icing, and the top is chocolate ganache.
What is really cool about Boca Cafe is all of their Nanaimo bars are gluten-free. They also have a gluten-free vegan one, so it's totally safe for me to eat. And this is just the traditional style one with the ingredients that Adam mentioned, but they do have other varieties too. We have had these once before at Granville Island Market in Vancouver, but it's been many, many years. This is
Just doing a quick mic check before we continue. But I did see BC says Tofino got to go surfing. I feel like they might go surfing. You know, they have surfing gear. I think they've done some surfing videos in the past. So I feel like that's gonna go down. That, by the way, even though they kind of had a last resort, they can only pick that one because everybody else, all the others were closed. But it looks like that's a pretty good pick. Mike sounds good. Yes. So far, so good. It's a matter of if it'll stay that way. So what I think is happening with that mic preamp is that either the preamp is starting to go, and that's possible. I've had this preamp for a very long time, probably 10 years now, but either the preamp is starting to go, or we have major grounding issues in this apartment, which I'm leaning towards that because I didn't have these problems. I did not have these problems in the other room. I'm having them in this room, and I think it's because the electrical. And then who do you go to when you have a problem like that? Like in apartment management? I don't know, but I'm either gonna have to. I might have to just connect the microphone without the preamp, and that might be okay, at least for the purpose of these kind of streams. So anyway, let's get back to it. I assume they will hit goats on the roof in Cathedral Grove on the way to Tofino. Well, that's part of the excitement of these videos. We're kind of curious which way they'll go.
my new favorite word to describe food, decadent. The bottom has such a nice, like, kind of crunchy texture from the coconut and the nuts in there. And then the inside layer and the top layer both are just super, super creamy, very, very sweet. They kind of melt in your mouth. It is just delicious. I can totally get why Canadians love this. I think this should be a thing in the US too.
Catherine nailed the description. I don't have anything to add. Decadent, delicious.
What is in the middle? Is that?
And to make things
What
even
kind of cream
sweeter,
is
we just
that?
ran into two of our viewers, Kevin and Nadine, who are from Germany and are here on their honeymoon. So thank y'all so much for saying hi. It totally made our day, but now it's back on the road to head to Tofino.
You know, I'm sorry to interrupt, but I just like Miles in Transit, these two have also been to my hometown. They popped in to do some surfing in Ventura earlier in this series. We didn't stream that video here, but it was also part of the series, this journey to Alaska. And Ventura is not exactly my hometown, but it's right next to it, and so it's very much part of the area. And so it just kind of shows you what a small world it is. Like people, famous YouTube creators have been through my little part of the world, or at least where I grew up anyway. The middle layer is a custard. Okay.
We have a handful of quick stops we want to make on our drive to Tofino, and first we've driven 45 minutes to Englishman River Falls Provincial Park, which has 2 waterfalls that are just a short walk from the parking area.
Love it. Mitty says, I've lived in Camarillo, not far from Ventura. Holy smokes, that's awesome. I know that well too.
Wow.
And BC says, ooh, I've camped there. Nice. Look how beautiful. What a good spot to camp in, BC. Must have been amazing when you were there.
This waterfall
Got you,
is
Mitty,
super
got you.
impressive. I saw photos of this.
Stuff.
I didn't see the rest of it, but when it cascades down here, it gets so tight in this little channel, and there's log jam on top of it. And then on the other side, it widens up. It is a beautiful waterfall.
I'm glad Kona gets to go on this little adventure.
This stop far exceeded my expectations. We are just so happy to be here on Vancouver Island. We've been trying to come here for years, and between COVID and other reasons, it hasn't worked out. So we just have the biggest smile on our face to finally be back here.
We're continuing our waterfall explorations at Little Qualicum Falls Provincial Park, and similar to Englishman River Falls Provincial Park, this one has a quick little loop you can do just from the parking area.
Mitty says having a dog must be hard up on the road. Oh yeah. You've probably noticed they've had to leave Kona behind a lot during some of these hikes in the van.
Feel the power of this one. Raging.
What we've loved about both of these waterfall stops is that they're both just ripping through a gorge, and the water is so powerful. Also, so far both of these parks have been totally free to visit, and I believe every stop we're making today is free as well.
I can feel all the extra air coming from those trees. Can you feel that too, everybody?
We stopped off at Cameron Lake, which is this gorgeous lake behind me, and the mountains all surrounding it. We thought it would be a perfect spot to make some lunch. If you can't tell, it's so windy out here.
You can surf on this lake right now.
Yeah, there's some mega whitecaps.
It is very windy over there. Look at that.
We had hoped to do a hike that would take us above Cameron Lake, but we still have a bit of driving to go, and we're running kind of low on time, so we're heading just up the road to the other side of the lake to McMillan Provincial Park to check out Cathedral Grove, which has giant Douglas fir, grand firs, western hemlocks, and western red cedar trees that we'll get to see along a short loop trail.
Wow. Rothgar's homemade Nanaimo bars are the best. Store-bought ones are just not as fresh. They have to be fresh, bro.
Is home to some of the tallest trees in all of Canada, and some of the trees here are 800 years old. We just walked by the tallest tree in the park, the big tree, which is 72 meters tall and 9 meters wide.
Looks like the Skip Combs says Rothgar, but maybe look at it on the way back. Now Rothgar says, I've been camping there. It is very nice. That's fantastic. That's so cool.
We've been on the island for about 6.5 hours, but we really haven't made that much progress towards Tofino. All the stops that we've made so far have been pretty close together, but it's getting later in the day, so we're gonna book it to our final stop, which is about an hour 45 minutes away, all the way across the island in Ucluelet.
Try to pronounce that 3 times fast. Ucluelet.
We are driving along this lake here, and on the other side there's these giant mountains. There's snow in the back, but what the coolest part is there's just these really long, big waterfalls just coming down the mountain. Reminds me of the big waterfalls in Hawaii. Beautiful. We're stuck in traffic. There's some construction up here, so we are just dead stopped here.
No.
But perks of van life, it's snack time.
Nice.
Hanger box is already coming in handy. What to choose, what to choose. I'm gonna go with these guys. Here you go, sir.
All right. Oh, okay. What's up? Heck yeah. Well,
Those are crispy.
well.
Moving a little bit. J-Man! Nice to have you here.
Oh
Thanks
my
for
gosh,
joining
we just
us.
saw a sign that said bear in the area, and I said, oh man, I hope we see the bear. And then we were driving, and I saw something black on the side of the road. I was like, oh, I bet that's the bear. Just joking. And it was the bear!
Yeah, I thought it was like a piece of rolled up
Dumpster trash bag or something. Oh my gosh.
Especially as we're in this construction zone. I was like,
And
there's
close
no way
to
that
people
bear
and
is
stuff.
here. But he was just hanging out right
He
there.
was just chilling, and I don't think we got him on camera because I couldn't turn it on him.
Yeah.
Ah,
Oh,
dang
man.
it. Oh my gosh.
Wow.
I kept hoping we'd see a bear on Vancouver Island, and we're off to a good start.
I know the chat was like mystified at that idea. Like, you want to see a bear? Like, aren't they dangerous? I think they made it.
We finally made it to Ucluelet, which is a small town right on the Pacific Ocean, just southeast of Tofino. And a very popular thing to do here is hike the Wild Pacific Trail, which is a 9-kilometer trail network that has 2 different sections. And we're going to be hiking the Lighthouse Loop section, which is 2.6 kilometers.
All right. BC says snacks are a must on the road. Absolutely. Big part of camping, hiking, kayaking, all the things. J-Man says, hello, Davy. How's the big week treating you so far? Well, oh my goodness. Well, I mean, J-Man, we made it through today. I think that's the way I would say that. But the overall week has been solid. It's been a solid week for sure. Yesterday was a good day. Like, I had I had a great time like watching sports last night. Great games.
This trail has been beautiful so far. There are tons of different views of the coastline, and there's also a bunch of offshoots you can take. They do add on to the 2.6 kilometers, but they are well worth it.
And tonight's been great so far, so I appreciate you being here, J-Man. It's so nice to see you again. How have you been?
A popular stop on this trail is the Amphitrite Lighthouse, which was originally built in 1906 after a shipwreck of the Pass of Melfort, and then eventually replaced in 1915 to better withstand hurricane force winds.
And it is the cutest little lighthouse I've ever seen and probably the most unique.
Beautiful visuals here. Amazing. Oh, this video is almost over. I'll wait till the video's over. This is a great story.
We made it to Tofino. We are so stoked to be here.
There you go.
Good gosh, chocolate ganache.
You know, in rap songs like Cardi B and the song we were just listening to called Coming In Hot, they go, "Brr, brr." I think I could be hired for those parts. I think I'm pretty good. I'm on a boat. I'm on a boat.
They had to stop at that part. I don't think they can cuss on their videos, so that's why they're like, stop the lyrics right there. But that was great. Wasn't that great? That's super fun. Now we can catch up on chat. Let's see. Rothgar says, remember everyone, bears can and will get into your car if you leave it unlocked with food in it. J-Man says, survival sometimes is the best you can ask for. And once you get through, it's a good feeling. So thanks for that, J-Man. You're absolutely right. I think everybody's had a day like that where you just got to get through it. But then you do. And then things get better from there. King says, that lighthouse needs a little Viagra. J-Man says, actually, it is pretty nice out here today. Warm for you, I'm sure. A nice 30.5 degrees Celsius. That isn't too bad. I think you're right. That's probably all right for Arizona if it's a dry heat, right? It's actually been all right here, too. I mean, in Los Angeles proper, it was 80 today. But where I am, specifically, it was significantly cooler than that. Didn't matter. I was in a building most of the day. But yeah, I was hearing everybody talking about how hot it was and how crazy it was. I'm like, whew, thankfully, not yet over here. But I imagine, it's going to happen for us in a few days, I'm sure. But right now, it's okay, thankfully. J-Man says 87 degrees Fahrenheit. Yeah, with the dryness, it is almost pleasant. That's pretty good. Yeah. Double digits in this time of year where you're living. That does sound like, I think that's a win. I think that's a win. Absolutely. Okay, so we've done 2 of the videos. Let's keep going. They are in Tofino, and I think you're going to love what we have here next. Here we go. Part 3 of, the third video tonight from Adventures of A plus K.
This is...
Blah, 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 blah. Let's do it. Tofino.
This is one of those pinch me places.
Vinny.
Like, is this real?
I'll see you in a bit. Ooh, that looks good too. There's the surfing. There you go. Got to do some surfing at Tofino. J-Man says, rest of this month plus a couple days will be work busy, but then it should calm down a lot. Oh, good news.
If you missed our last couple of videos, we have made it into Canada, and after taking the ferry,
I hope you make it
Vancouver
through the
over
busy
to
part
Vancouver
too,
Island,
my
and
friend.
road tripping across the island with some fun stops along the way, we are officially in Tofino.
Tofino is located on the western side of Vancouver Island and is known for surfing, amazing beaches, and scenic views.
Why does the word Tofino sound familiar to me? There was Torino, but that's in Italy, and that's where they did a Winter Olympics. Tofino, I think, is different. But indeed, it looks like we're going to get some surfing.
It is somewhere that we have wanted to check out for years, and over the next 2 days, we're going to try to experience as much as we can, and we're starting at the Pacific Rim National Park Reserve.
Sounds like
Hike and
Totino.
check out some beaches.
That might be it. Rothgar says, that area is so beautiful. Much to see. I love that name of that one name. I'll show you here. Nuchanolta. I love that. I like how the the French translation is also New Channel. That's because I believe that is native tongue. That's pretty cool. It is most likely native language of some sort of in a certain form, local to that area. Feels like that's what that is. Now, let's see. Jamin says, and then we are off back to Knott's for Annie's birthday next month. Pump it up for that. Can't go wrong with Knott's. That sounds like a fun time. Sounds like Totino's. Interestingly enough, J-Man, if you wind up at Knott's during a weekend, specifically if you end up there on a Saturday, you could really double down on your entertainment that day. Because, like, I know our friend Laura is down there a lot during Saturdays. I've seen there's a dueling piano thing in the building that where Wild Bill's is. Wild Bill's like next to Medieval Times, and they use the Wild Bill's building for dueling pianos like in the nighttime. So like it's a pretty good spot for that. Yeah, where the Pirates place is. Correct. Yeah. In fact, it is the Pirates place. I believe it's maybe it used to be Wild Bill's. I'm old enough where I remember that we wouldn't be. But yeah, it's the Pirates place for sure. It's literally the same spot. So like, yeah. There is also Toledo, the home of Maxwell Klinger. Nice. No, they're 7,000 kilometers. Right. I would not be able to ascertain the specific dialect.
A couple logistical things about visiting the park. It costs $10.50 Canadian per adult to visit, but they also offer a beach pass, which costs $6.50 if you don't plan on being here all day. We have a couple of spots we want to check out around the park, and first we're starting with the 6.5 kilometer South Beach and New Cha North Trail, which is named after one of the many native tribes in the area.
So we'll be hiking to 3 different beaches on this trail, and we just went to the first one, and the next one is South Beach. And I spoke with a ranger in the parking lot a little bit ago, and he told me that there is a mama bear and 2 cubs that hang around South Beach, so just to be careful, keep your dog on a leash. We also saw signs that said carry bear spray, which we have on us, so we're keeping our eyes and our ears open to make sure we do not startle a mama bear.
Yeah, I gotta be very careful around these parts. J-Man says, sounds like Knott's is going pretty big this for their Summer's Night Series 2. Bands each night and a summer Asian food market. That sounds... Boy, Knott's has really stepped up their game these days. Like, this decade has been a big decade for them. That's very, very cool. Like, they've kept finding ways to keep themselves fresh. Magic Mountain, on the other hand, haven't done anything.
We just finished up at South Beach, which was a gorgeous beach. The water was just pounding onto the rocks, but we're now on the New Cha North Trail, which, as we mentioned earlier, is named after one of the First Nations here in the area. The one thing we love about it here in Canada is that they do a really good job of educating you about the native people in the area you're in. They'll tell you whose land you're on, and also on signage you'll notice the name of something in English, but also in the native language. And we just think it's really important to learn about the people whose land we're on, and they definitely put them more front and center.
See, that is very, very cool. Very, very cool. That visual of the coastline also is very, very cool. Beautiful.
This trail cuts through the woods, and so there hasn't been any views along the way, and we've been walking on this boardwalk that in some parts it's pretty nice, other parts you're kind of nervous to take your next step because it's just decaying and falling apart. And now the boardwalk trail has just given way to just all this mud that we've been sloshing through, but we can hear the beach. We're almost there, so hopefully all this mud and rickety boardwalk is gonna be worth it.
Oh, that beach looks pretty cool.
Oh yeah. This was worth it.
Oh, look at that.
This is Florencia Beach, and it is huge.
It is huge. It looks like they're the only ones on it too, which has gotta feel just so amazing.
And now for the muddy, juicy, and wobbly hike back to the van.
I bet you it was worth it though.
We've headed to the Radar Hill area of Pacific Rim National Park Reserve to check out a very unique spot, a plane crash. We'll tell you more about the plane crash when we get there, but first we have a 2.5 kilometer hike to get to the plane crash, and we hear that it can get extremely muddy, probably a lot worse than the last hike, so Kona's sitting this one out because she is already super filthy.
Word up. Welcome in Kagame. BC says a popular hike is the West Coast Trail, which goes from Tofino to south to Bamfield. Takes a few days, and you must book in advance.
Old building, and we have no idea what this is,
What is that?
or why it's here, or what's going to be behind this corner.
What could there possibly be in there? Oh my goodness, that's crazy. But anyway, BC was saying takes a few days, and you must book in advance as they want to limit the number of people hiking there. Rothgar says it is so wet there that wood decays so fast. It is so hard to keep a boardwalk in good repair there. Oh, man. Rothgar, it says, it is so popular there that a lottery for permission to hike... There is a lottery for permission to hike that trail that BC just mentioned, the West Coast Trail. And that West Coast Trail is one direction only. BC says, the West Coast Trail is a legendary 75-kilometer backpacking route in Pacific Rim National Park Reserve on Vancouver Island. Known for its rugged beauty, the trail features ancient rainforests, over 100 ladders, cable cars, and tidal beaches, and typically takes 6 to 8 days to complete. I've seen trails that take like 3 to 4 hours, so 6 to 8 days that's next level. What do you all think is inside of this cavernous wall with all the graffiti on it, y'all? What do you think? What are you anticipating behind there? Treasure? Maybe some artifacts, some paintings, hieroglyphs. What do you think?
Oh, I don't like this. Ugh. What is this place?
Rats in here for sure.
Adam might be right. An abandoned something.
Creepy. Don't like it.
It's like a horror film. They just got right out of there.
Oh no, I am like ankle deep in this mud right now. My foot is stuck. Oh,
Oh no.
gross.
Yuck.
So far, it's not even that muddy. There are definitely muddy spots. But you
I
can
hope
usually
they're
avoid
wearing
them, but
hiking
I just made a
shoes.
horrible decision at that one part, and oh man, ankle. No.
Yeah,
I
they
am,
are,
like,
but
ankle deep in this
That's
mud
still
right
that's
now.
still rough.
My foot is stuck. Oh, gross. So far, it's not even that muddy. There are definitely muddy spots, but you can usually avoid them. But I just made a horrible decision at that one part, and oh man, ankle deep.
Ooh. Look at the hose has got the job done though for Catherine.
I see it.
It's pretty eerie to see it from a distance, just nestled up into the trees here.
There's the plane. Wow. I still don't know what the heck that other building was. I don't think anyone figured it out. Crazy.
The story behind this plane crash was in February 1945. This Canso bomber plane took off with 12 on board and crash landed shortly after takeoff. The pilot saved everyone on board and they were all rescued 11 hours later.
It is wild how much of this plane is still here almost 80 years later. It's not fully intact, but you can still make out most of the plane. And it's just a weird mix of cool, but also really eerie and terrifying, just seeing this destroyed airplane and just thinking about what it would have been like to be on this plane, taking off, and then minutes later, just knowing you're about to crash into this hill.
Can you believe everybody survived that? Wow.
Our friend Porter, who lives on the island, said we had to do this hike while we were here. And at first I thought, no way, that just sounds kind of morbid. I'm pretty terrified of plane crashes. That just feels a little weird to go to. But after learning that no one died and it had a happy ending, it felt more comfortable going to see a plane crash. And I will say, it is such a unique stop, and I'm super glad we did it.
Oh, hell yeah. Let's say hi to some more people. Rothgar says, also there is a pay shower at the end that is the best $1 for 5 minutes you will ever spend because it is the first hot water you can be in for 6 to 8 days. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. 6 to 8 days. People gonna be stinky. Celtic, Last Creations, great to see you. How's it going? How have you been? What's good? Hope you're doing all right up there where you are. Can we give a shout to our pal Celtic? It's good to see you. How are the pups doing? Rothgar says it was probably part of the mid-Canada line of radar stations from the Cold War. Yeah, I can believe that. Pilot earned his paycheck that day. Oh my gosh, yeah, absolutely. I hope he got a medal for that. That's incredible. Celtics has been down with severe back pain, but on the mend. Okay. Sorry about the back pain, though. I'm glad you're on the mend. They are full of themselves. Oh, the pups are? I guess they got a little notoriety after that, after having some of that Pets of Twitch tournament fame, a little popularity, and suddenly they get a big head. They still think they are stars.
For lunch, we came to a spot we've been wanting to try for a very long time, Taco Fino, which is a super clever name, tacos in Tofino. They have a handful of locations. I mean,
if I were going to make a taco truck in Tofino, I would absolutely call it the same thing. Taco Fino. Absolutely. J-Man with the fantastic emote response to that stinky comment. And these tacos must, on the other hand, smell amazing.
Around British Columbia, but this is their original spot.
Tacos
right
LA.
Here in Tofino, just a food truck, and man, this place is so popular. Be prepared to spend quite some time here in line and waiting for your food, but I think it's gonna be worth it.
Oh,
I got the crispy chicken burrito, and inside this beautiful tortilla here, there's rice, beans, there's guacamole, there's lime juice, sriracha, cabbage, and then some crispy fried chicken thighs in there. Looks so good. Whoa. I got a big bite of the chicken here, and it is still super crispy. I forgot to mention there's black chili mayo in here that adds a lot of flavor. It's really hard to describe, but there's just so much going on in this burrito. It is just loaded with flavor.
And I got what is called a gringa, which is a tortilla that's stuffed with cheese and sour cream, and then your choice of meat, and then they're just griddled until they're nice and crispy.
It looks a lot like quesadilla, doesn't it? Very similar situation. Celtic says, back to Lurk I go, cooking dinner. Have a great dinner. Enjoy your dinner. Great to see you, Celtic. And yeah, go follow Celtic. It's really cool. And when Celtic is streaming, you're gonna see visuals similar to that because Celtic does do some IRL streams out in the lake, and it's pretty cool to see. So please follow our good friend Celtic. And let's enjoy these tacos.
I mean, just look at the crispy cheese on this one. That is so creamy. It's such an interesting texture experience. The outside is nice and crunchy, but the inside is just gooey from the nice stewed pork in this one, and then just like the gooey cheese and sour cream. It has that nice kind of burnt cheese flavor too. This is better than a taco. You have to get the gringo if you come here.
That looks great. I just put in that's what she said in the chat. I'm gonna get banned from my own channel for doing that. Celtic says, oh my gosh, crispy cheese for the win. That does look so good. Mitty says, just heated up some of the homemade taquitos, rice and beans and guacamole and salsa I made the other night. Mitty, you were cooking up a whole restaurant over there. That's amazing. Enjoy, my friend. That sounds fantastic.
Tofino is actually the surf capital of Canada, and if you've been following our journey up to Alaska, you'll remember that I took surf lessons in California, and I've been dying to surf ever since. So I'm gonna go rent a board from Pacific Surf Co. so I can surf tomorrow.
I got my fingers crossed for Adam. You could do it! Yeah, let's go! Let's go! Nice.
The rental comes with a board, a wetsuit, and these boots so my feet don't get cold, all for 50 bucks Canadian, so not too bad of a deal. And look, the surfboard fits in here perfectly. It's a surf van now.
We're camping at Surf Grove while here in Tofino, which is located on the beautiful
J-Man
Fox
says you
Bay,
cannot ban
which
the
is said to be
broadcaster.
the best surfing beach in all of Canada. This is a super nice campground with tent sites and RV sites, really nice restrooms and showers, including some outdoor showers, and they're going to be opening a surf shack soon. That way you can easily rent a surfboard and hit the waves.
It was
We
already
booked
open.
one of their cheapest campsites in the park, which is still 69 Canadian per night, so it's definitely not the cheapest campground we've ever stayed at, and it's definitely a lot more than we normally like to spend, but the location is pretty perfect. We have this gorgeous beach just like a minute walk from our campsite.
Yeah, I mean, it's a fair point because you're paying over $50 US to just park your car. Like, you're not even getting a bed out of that, so it's like, I can understand the trepidation, but can't beat that location. It does look really nice.
Last night we were frolicking on this beach, and this morning we are hiking somewhere up there to the Cox Bay overlook to see this beach from above. It's a 2.6 kilometer round trip hike, and the nice thing is that we can actually walk there from our campsite. However, we hear that it's an unmarked trail and it's extremely hard to follow and kind of figure out where to go, and surprise, it's really muddy.
Is that the same site that Justin and Evelyn was using when they were trying to figure out that one trail? Like, because there's this website specifically with like trail reviews, and they give you like an evaluation, like, is it safe? Is it good? You know, what should you know? Are there any gotchas, etc., etc.? And you can miss it. And then some of us will forget where the trail is. But that's not our fault though. Like, you know, it's tough. Like, the GPS kind of drifts off, and anyway, Rothgar says, park your car, but also have shower and toilet, which is no small thing at all. That's a big thing, for sure. BC says, but you get the services of bathrooms and showers. Yeah, so that's definitely significant, and it's definitely worth the investment. And I think in this area, I think what they pay is definitely worth it. Don't know. I was in the car that did not use the site and never found it. Oh man, I still feel so bad for you, man, about that, Rothgar. But again, it's tough, you know? It's tough. How does one know? How does one know? Like, it was an adventure for our group for the wrong reasons, but it's all right. I think the most important thing is that you came out of that safe, because you don't know. Like, there's a lot of unknowns when you go out into the wilderness like that. So, but hopefully we'll get another shot at it someday.
The first part of the hike has been a nice, easy stroll on the beach, and now we need to enter the woods to start climbing up. And according to All Trails, this is where we're supposed to go, but like we said, it's not marked, so I think it's right.
Oh boy.
We see footprints, so that's a good sign.
I think what ended up happening is that when I was in Annie's car, we were driving the trail. We didn't even know we were doing it. J-Man says, I chose the better adventure. Stay back at the Airbnb. You may have been the smartest out of all of us there, J-Man.
So far, this has not been too bad. We downloaded the All Trails map, which we highly recommend because we've been basically staying on that path the whole time and it hasn't been too hard to find the trail. It's definitely muddy, but there are also a lot of roots and rocks you can step on, so I have yet to get my foot totally engulfed in mud like I did yesterday. Oh yeah, this is not gonna be fun coming down.
Be safe, King. King's got to power down for a little bit with the severe weather in the area. Hang in there, King. Hope you're safe. Hope your computer's safe too.
This is one of the most incredible views I've seen in my entire life. We are just loving it here in Tofino. It is one of the most beautiful places we've been. Just all of the mountains. There's snowy, jagged mountains behind us. The ocean's right here, the beach, all the green. It's just stunning. I don't know how to put it into words. It's just taking my breath away.
This is one of those pinch me places. Like, is this real? This is so incredible. And the cherry on top for me is just these little islands out here. That looks so beautiful, so cool.
It's got to look so much better in person too. Like the color and the vastness of it. Like so I mean, even in this even on camera, it looks so panoramic. But like being there, it had to be like triple that amount.
And now it's time to go surf. So I'm gonna surf at Cox Bay. We were just up above the beach on that hill over there. We're camping just right there. And this is said to be the #1 surf beach in all of Canada. So that's pretty cool. It's only my second time ever surfing. I took surf lessons a couple months ago on video, so you should go check that out. So we'll see how I do my first time on my own. Let's do this. I'm gonna try to stick to the smaller waves, stuff that's more in my comfort level. It should be fun.
Good luck, Adam. Take it slow, take it easy. Oh no! But you didn't get that deep into the water. He has a GoPro? Oh yeah, there I see it, yeah.
Not going so hot here today. They make it look so easy. The other surfers. I think one of my problems, many problems, but one of them was the water was already like breaking, so it's just like whitewash on me instead of a nice wave, you know, to catch. So maybe I'll move into a different spot and that'll be better.
Let's see. How's he doing so far, folks? No, he hasn't fallen off. Well, no, now he did. Never mind. I mean, he literally took his very first surfing lesson, like, just like a month ago, earlier in the trip. Like, there we go. There we go. I think he did all right. Ooh, well. But look, folks, it's really hard to do. It just looks easy, you know? Keeping your balance, if nothing's moving, is hard. Now imagine doing that with a wave.
Surfing is hard. Today didn't go as well as my lesson did. Maybe I need a few more lessons so I can really get the hang of it.
Aww.
I don't know if it was the conditions or Maybe probably my skills are not there, but I'm proud of myself for giving it a try. Getting to surf in this amazing, beautiful scenery here. How can you beat this? This is a perfect day for it. Had a lot of fun, but it's hard.
Yeah. He's beating himself. He's being too hard on himself. Like, Adam barely learned how to surf just weeks before doing that. That was only his second attempt at surfing ever. Like, that's not easy to do. You know, like, so considering that, I thought he did all right. Half Pint Carrie says, okay, friend, gotta go. Good to see you. Let's connect soon. For sure. For sure. We'll be in touch. Have a good one, Carrie. Great to see you again. Thanks so much for stopping by. Always good to hear from my good pal, Half Pint Carrie. Rothgar says, Vancouver Island is so nice. I was trying to talk Jev into going there. I do hope they get there eventually, because it is a really cool spot. Rothgar says, I have gone body surfing at Long Beach there when I was a kid. Good times. That is cool. Rothgar says he is not going out far enough. Aha. J-Man says, hey, if you can stand up for more than a couple of seconds, that is a win. Absolutely. And I think he did that. I think he did. I feel like with more experience, Adam's going to do just fine. I think he's already on his way. I really do. I really do. Let's get back to the video. How much more of this do we have? About 3 minutes? Okay.
Nice surfboard. You did me good, but I didn't do you very good.
Toki Doki. Menu. Wait, hang on. Wait, hang on. Damn it, I couldn't do it. Okay. Menu shot. Right now you're looking at a menu shot. Okay, next.
For lunch, we came to Toki Doki, which serves Japanese diner food out of this Airstream. It's located at Tofino Brewing Company, and we're trying some new items for us today.
And we're starting with a raspberry matcha lemonade, which is super refreshing and delicious, and something called a stickle, which is a pickle on a stick with a seasoning on it called togarashi. I love pickles, so I'm excited to try this. Super juicy. Making a pickle mess all over the place.
Usually pickle. So on the pickle is togarashi, and it's a spicy seasoning that they toss on here. There's 7 ingredients in there apparently. It's spicy, a little tangy, maybe the pickle's tangy, but it's like a really good combination of flavors in there. We both got okonomiyaki, which is a savory cabbage and carrot pancake, and okonomi actually translates to as you like, so it's a super customizable Japanese comfort food. Mine is the prawn one, and it comes topped with a couple different types of mayo, cheese, green onions, aonori, which is a type of powdered seaweed, bonito flakes, and mixed greens. So excited for this. Never had much Japanese food, maybe only sushi and ramen, and that's really about it. Got a big old piece of prawn there, you can see the carrots in there too.
That was great.
This is good.
Beast says, how do you eat
like
that?
Nothing I've ever tasted before. The pancake actually is nice and fluffy and creamy, and you can taste the carrots, and that gives it a little bit of texture too. The prawns.
Man, no love for the pickles. All right, then more for me. Look, let's more for Catherine and me then, y'all, and I'll leave it at that. But any more complaints about pickles, I'm gonna time y'all out. I am Team Pickle, and so is, by the way, so is Crickster. So, but listen, to each their own.
They're nice and meaty, the creaminess of the sauces, and then this brown sauce here, it tastes a little smoky and sweet. I read that it's kind of compared to Worcestershire sauce. However you say that, but all these flavors work so well.
Oh, Mitty says, I love pickles, just not with anything lemon. Oh, okay, that's fair. That's fair. But I did see. Mitty says, can I give her my pickle? And J-Man says, keep it classy. That's actually a fair that's a fair request from J-Man. That is a conversation that can go off the rails very quickly. Rothgar says, pickled herring is amazing. Pickled herring? I think I had it one time. I actually did enjoy.
A little bit sweet, a little bit savory.
And I got the pork one, and fun fact, they can actually make this gluten-free. I totally forgot to ask for that. So it's not gluten-free, but just so you know, they can make a gluten-free one, but it's basically the same thing as Adam's, but with pork belly instead of prawns. I instantly could taste the pork belly. It had such a good kind of grilled flavor to it. Yeah, this pancake is so unique in its texture. Yeah, it's more very moist and kind of creamy on the inside. It just has so much flavor. It's a very unique flavor than what I'm used to, but delicious.
We are going to devour this food because we have about a 3.5 hour drive to the other side of the island to our next stop, Campbell River. We are going to devour this food because we It's a juicy pickle, huh?
This pickle's so juicy. It's squirting everywhere.
Trying to film this ending and she's getting pickle juice everywhere.
Porter, if you're watching this, I did beat you at that all-you-can-eat meat contest, and now the whole world knows.
Yay, yay!
Okay, stop. Now you're embarrassing me.
It's like, keep it classy. It's like when you're a teacher in the school and they're just kind of pushing the envelope. That was getting very close to they were flying very close to the sun, I must say. Mitty says, I yum what other people yuck. There you go. Take that. Campbell River, they are bouncing around. Gotta love it. Gotta love it. So that's the latest chapter. We are actually making some pretty good time. I think we did Tofino, we did Vancouver Island, and now they talked about it. We're gonna go be heading to Campbell River. Rothgar says so much, but if they are going there, they are probably going to go to Port Hardy for the ferry. How many videos in the series from A plus K? I thought there were quite a bunch. I think there were like 30 something videos in the whole entire series, but we started into it on stream like halfway through. We were already at the halfway point of it when we started like watching these on the Sandwich Show. And the amount of remaining episodes I had scheduled tonight, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. There are 12 episodes. There were still 12 episodes scheduled for tonight. And we've gone through a few of them. But then there's an additional series of them in Alaska. So that's not even the ending. That's just like, that's them getting to Alaska. And then there's like another like dozen videos when they are in Alaska. So this is an epic series that they have brewing here. And it comprised their entire year back in 2022. So this has been a very impressive production so far. So let's go to part 3 or the next part. I don't know what part we're in, but next we head to Campbell River. Away we go. And here we go. But I guess if you put it all together, probably like, I think there are probably about 3 dozen videos in total, Mitty, from that series. And it's been an incredible series so far. Mitty says, I have been watching some of their Washington video from this year. Oh, nice. That's really cool. Like that. I know they're still going pretty strong with those videos. They have made some lifestyle changes, and maybe we can get into that after we complete this series. But essentially, the long and short of it is they moved back to Washington State at some point last year. And so basically they went back to their homeland, and but they get to continue their adventures, which they have certainly done. Rocker says hopefully they get to see the goats on the roof on the way there. Here we go.
After spending a couple days in the beautiful town of Tofino, we've driven about 3 hours northeast all the way across the island to Campbell River. Campbell River is the 3rd largest city on the island and is home to gorgeous parks, waterfalls, mountain backdrops, waterfront views, and has been referred to as the salmon capital of the world.
We're going to be spending the next 2 days in this area, and first we're heading...
BC, do you subscribe to that as well? Would you also agree that that's the salmon capital of the world? I'm very curious to see what the salmon looks like up there once I get to it.
The Elk Falls Provincial Park.
Oh, did they skip the goats on the roof, Rothgar? They may well have.
Elk Falls Provincial Park is a free park located just minutes from downtown Campbell River and features a waterfall, a canyon, and a suspension bridge, and it's just a quick walk from the parking area to see all three.
Oh my gosh.
These waterfalls look fantastic. Okay, so I gotta get some more water. I'll be right back. Keep on enjoying the video.
Elk Falls is 25 meters tall and it is awesome, but we're maybe even more excited to check out the suspension bridge, which takes you over the canyon. Oh, it's a little wobbly and creaky.
We are standing 60 meters over the canyon and the river below.
There are other trails in the park, but we're just gonna go to this other overlook that should give us a view of the waterfall and the suspension bridge together.
These waterfalls look amazing.
The park opens at 7 and we got here right when it opened, and even though we're here on a Saturday, on a holiday weekend, which is not ideal for us, we have had every single spot to ourselves. So we highly recommend getting here as soon as they open so you can have some solitude. But with that said, we had to get up pretty early this morning, so we are desperately in need of some coffee.
And you know coffee's their thing. You gotta love it.
For coffee, we came to Fog Ducker's Coffee, which is actually in an old beach shop. It's got a rustic coastal vibe, and it's located right on the water. Check out these views.
It is probably the best coffee shop view we've ever had, and when we were paying, she said, keep an eye out for whales, so that is what we'll be doing.
Let's see if we get. What do you think? Do you think they'll see some whales? One's in chat if you do. J-Man says the backside of water. O2H. O2H. All right, let's go see if. Find out right here. Any whales? Not yet. Beautiful views, though. What are those? Trout?
We unfortunately did not see a whale, but we did see a sea lion.
Very nice.
Our wildlife luck is continuing because we just saw 2 seals.
Oh, those are salmon, Rothgar says. Ooh.
One of the most most popular spots to check out in
Cool.
Campbell River is the Discovery Pier, which has amazing views of the water and the mountains on the mainland. It's also a very popular spot to fish, and it was actually Canada's first saltwater fishing pier. You can even buy your fishing license and rent all the gear you need from a vendor here on the pier. I just bought a fly fishing rod. I don't think it's quite the right setup for this situation, but I am excited to fish in Alaska.
That's cool. This must be prime salmon fishing territory right here. BC says Campbell River, big salmon fishing. Oh, I love it. That's cool. I like how he's like, what is he? He's acting out the
For
fishing.
lunch, we're doing something a bit different today. We're both craving different foods. So I want to get some salmon because we are in the salmon capital after all.
And I do not really like salmon that much, and I want pizza. So we're gonna go grab food from different places and then meet back here and eat it together. 1, 2, 3, break.
Bye.
See you in a bit.
So, but what if you had salmon pizza? Hmm? What? Salmon pizza would get the job done, wouldn't it? Alex. Curious what the pizza's gonna be like here too. There's the pizza.
So I
BC
went
says
to Dockside Fish and Chips, and I got the 2-piece combo with salmon and
now BC says I've had salmon on a pizza. Ooh, what did you think of it? That's exciting.
the red snapper, and then I upgraded to the garlic and Parmesan fries. Oh, buddy. And a cool story about it, as I was ordering, the lady was telling me that there's a one-eyed seal that hangs around the dock there, and if you look at their logo, they have a seal with an eye patch on there.
Oh.
And she's the star of the dock there, and her name is Richard.
That looks great.
That is fried to perfection. The fish tastes so dang fresh, and then this breading here is just very light, as you can see, perfectly crispy. Oh, and then you can see it just glistening in the fried oily goodness. Heck yeah, that is so good. So I believe that one was the snapper. This one looks like it's the salmon because it's more pink. I've never really had fried salmon.
I literally was gonna
so
say the same thing.
I've never even really heard of it either.
Yeah.
That's so good too. So the snapper was a little more
Definitely
flaky,
first time I've ever seen
and
that.
The salmon here, it's kind of tastes more meatier and more firmer, but still tender and tastes super fresh.
And I went to Session Tap Room and Kitchen, which is a really cool spot. It's a restaurant, but they also have a fitness studio too, which is such an interesting concept. And I got, try not to dump it over.
I think you're doing the wrong
I was
stuff.
gonna
Oh
say,
no, okay, rewind. I got the Tropic Like It's Hot pizza, which the name alone is
I love the
awesome.
name.
But it is a marinara base. It has jerk marinated pork shoulder, banana peppers, pineapple, cilantro, probably some other things as well. And I got this garlic sauce to dip it in.
Big old bite there.
Don't look. Oh my gosh, the pineapple. I've actually never had pineapple on pizza. I know that's kind of a controversial topping. I love it. This is honestly my favorite non-traditional pizza flavor profile I've ever had. It works so well together.
J-Man says I would give that pizza a shot. I would too. That does not look bad, folks. That doesn't...
That's really good.
There's a seal hanging out there. Richard, is that you? Richard!
Rothgar says I prefer pink, but coho and chinook are also good. Any Pacific salmon is way, way better than Atlantic salmon. BC says from our rescue center, we are permitted to release seals with one eye. I got you. And BC adds, I don't usually do Atlantic salmon as it is usually farmed. Yeah, Alaskan salmon I think is the one I like the most of what I've had so far. But I imagine salmon from BC has got to be amazing. And I think I've seen some salmon from BC. Yeah. Yeah. I'm not keen enough to know to have really remembered when I've had the Atlantic salmon and when I've had the Pacific salmon, but as I go forward, I'm definitely going to be on the lookout for that Pacific salmon, and I'll favor it when I can. BC says they farm it because it is the fastest growing, but it is so bad for the environment and open nets. Yeah, another unfortunate casualty of that situation. Indeed. Oh, this is Loveland Bay Provincial Park. The park is full. Will they be able to get in there?
We somehow lucked out and got a campsite on a holiday weekend here in Canada, just days before booking it. I'm pretty sure we got the last campsite in the entire area. We're camping at Loveland Bay Provincial Park, which is 30 minutes from Campbell River and located on Campbell Lake. And this campground is amazing. It is super remote, and just check out how huge this campsite is. It's also very private. We have trees surrounding us. We can barely see our neighbors, and we can kind of see the lake through the trees just across the way. We normally don't like to pay to camp. We try to camp for free, but lately it's just been way easier to have a set place to sleep every night and not have to worry about it. And this spot was only 22 Canadian a night, which is not too bad.
That's not too bad. Do you think they've had to cut into their $30 of Canadian cash yet? Remember that? They withdrew so little amount. We were so surprised how little they asked for.
This is the lake at our campground. It is ridiculously gorgeous.
Wow, they're right next to it too. That's so cool.
We had one heck of a time finding firewood today. In the US, in our experience, you can just buy it at any old, or most grocery stores at least, and here that is not the case. I don't know if it's a Campbell River thing or what, but we called a bunch of grocery stores, hardware stores, all kinds of places, and they just do not sell firewood. So thankfully, our campground sold firewood, but we just didn't want to drive all the way out here. It's like a 40-minute drive from town, and they didn't have any, or they weren't available to sell it to us or something, but luckily we got some, because that would have been a bummer.
I think that could be a protection against wildfires, though, because we know that BC's very known for that too.
We couldn't find firewood, and then we finally get some, and it's just so wet. I'm running out of options on how to get this lit. I get a little flame going, and then it just dies out.
So it's after 8 p.m. and we're getting really, really hungry, so we're officially calling this a campfire fail, and we're cooking indoors.
Not the worst thing. That looks great. Yeah. Good try.
Campfire or not, we're still making s'mores.
Nice.
If you're not putting Reese's on your s'mores, you're doing it all wrong.
That's interesting. Would you do that? I've never tried that. Rothgar says, wild Atlantic salmon is a species. There is no one Pacific salmon. There are 5 in BC. Pink coho, chum, chinook, and sockeye. I believe I've had the sockeye, but I think the sockeye was previously frozen. But it was still good, you know. I might have to go to some pretty bougie seafood stands in order to find like fresh sockeye. But I do remember it being very good. Rothgar says, every time I see them cooking with a propane barbecue inside, I cringe. But I think in this specific scenario, they made the attempt to do it the other way, so I can forgive them this time because this is literally this is their last resort. J-Man says gas s'mores just don't quite hit the same. True. Though I certainly found some enjoyment from him, but you know, it works in a pinch, I think. Propane inside is also dangerous. Yeah, that's true.
That's the winner right there.
I was worried.
Campfire may not have worked out, but we had an amazing first day here in Campbell River, and we can't wait to explore s'more tomorrow.
Ah, look at that. Look at that. Look at that blatant attempt at a ding. Look at that. Yeah, you know what? Yeah. You want a ding? There you go. There you go, Catherine.
Today we're venturing southwest of Campbell River to Strathcona Provincial Park. This park was established in 1911 and is the oldest provincial park in all of British Columbia. It is a massive park and most of it is undeveloped wilderness with two main developed areas, Buttle Lake and the Forbidden Plateau. And unfortunately, most of the park is still under snow, so we're going to try to see as much as we can around the Buttle Lake area, and we're starting with Lower Myra Falls.
This waterfall is only a 1.6 kilometer hike, and we got a sneak peek of it on our drive over here from across the lake, and it looks like it's beautiful. Wow.
That waterfall looks so majestic. It looks like it was built. It looks like the kind of waterfall that they would make for a hotel
This waterfall
lobby.
is crazy beautiful,
like the
and
front of a
I read on the
hotel.
sign that it's 70 meters tall and it cascades down 3 different levels.
It looks like a theme
two
park.
Right behind me, then there's one in front of us
And it's
that cascades down
natural.
and goes into the lake that we drove by earlier. It's also such a unique waterfall because there's all these different streams coming down from it, just kind of going around all these humongous rocks.
Yeah, this is like it's certainly much better than the fake waterfall they made at Angel Stadium. They're trying to create this at Angel Stadium, and it was just not hitting. You know, it's so lame that like the Angel Stadium waterfall is so lame that like you don't even. I've completely forgotten about it. Like I know that they still have it, but I just don't even remember it being there anymore. But this is cool. Rothgar says sockeye has the strongest taste and generally the most expensive. Pink is usually what gets canned, and while it is my favorite, it is on the cheapest side. Pink salmon. I actually thought that was just the color, but that's actually a species. Pretty cool. I'm sure it's both.
We had an almost 2-hour drive to get out here, and on the way I was kind of nervous it wasn't going to be worth it just because I didn't really know what it was going to be like, but being out here, it is totally worth it.
Here comes the inflatable kayak.
Woo!
It must be cold.
Goodbye.
This is Buttle Lake. It's 23 kilometers long. It's just surrounded by all of these mountains. The water is so calm today, so we thought the perfect way to experience the lake is to go kayaking.
Last time we kayaked was on Whiskeytown Lake near Redding, California, and there was so much wind. The water had whitecaps on it. We were rocking and rolling. It was pretty brutal at times. But today, I don't even have to paddle, and we can just sit here and we just stay in one spot. We're the only kayak out here. There's a boat behind me that you can barely see, but it is just ridiculously peaceful.
We have wanted to come to this park for years and have especially wanted to go hike up in the mountains, but we're obviously here at the wrong time of year for that. But this is definitely the next best thing.
I love that BC says this is why the phrase beautiful British Columbia is on our license plate. It lives up to the billing. It's beautiful BC. This is great. I'm really grateful to both Rothgar and BC for sticking it out tonight. I'm so sorry we started so late, but I appreciate you hanging with us all the way through to this hour.
We were going to check out 2 more waterfalls in the area today, Lupin Falls and Lady Falls, which are both really quick and easy to access, but we need to run to the grocery store and we need to get some work done because we have not had cell service at night for the last few nights, and we have a feeling over the next 2.5 weeks as we make our way to Alaska, that's going to be a very common theme, so we need to find any ounce of time we can to get some work done. So instead, we're gonna head into town, run to the store, work for a little bit, and then head back to the campground.
Notice how there's snow on the mountains up there.
Let's start a fire.
Oh, they went to Canadian Tire. Let's go. I wonder this will go better for them.
I called in some reinforcements. Failure was not an option. I think we finally have a success.
I just loved his use of the phrase, failure is not an option. So good. Oh, there we go. There you go. There you go.
Our fire might not be the raging, comfortable, nice sit around and enjoy fire. There's no flames anymore. Dang it. It died out again. But it got hot enough to where we can cook some food because that was our #1 goal. Everything just tastes better over the campfire.
We loved this area of the island, and we'll definitely be back in the summer months, warmer months someday in the future. That way we can go on some backpacking trips and hike more up in the mountains. But tomorrow morning, we're leaving this area and we're driving basically to the other end of the island, 4 hours to Jordan River.
Woo! Soak this in then. Wow. 4 hours. My goodness.
The pimp's in the crib. Oh, drop it like it's hot. Drop it like it's hot. Drop it like it's hot. That's a tongue twister.
That is so good. So it says right on that screen, the journey to Alaska is 38 videos. So that is an incredible, and that's just getting there. And as I mentioned, they have another dozen videos from Alaska itself. So like the total amount of videos for the series then would be probably about 50. And they range in, different lengths. Like some of them are only like 10 minutes, some of them are 15, others are 20. But we're going to be coming up on a couple that are like 30 and 40 minutes long each. So we probably will keep this going for the long haul. I feel a little bit of an urge to like break this up into another stream, but if I do that, then it means we're going to be spending like 3 hours next week doing the rest of this, but I kind of want to move into other channels by then. So we'll see where we'll play this out, but we'll see how things go. But we've been making good time tonight for sure, because we've done the beaches, we've done 2 days in Campbell River, and next we're going to see the unique beaches. Then we're going to explore Victoria. We're going to go to Victoria pretty soon. This is significant. The Victoria video is actually a repeat showing because the Victoria video was the first video I think the Victoria video was the first video we saw here on the Sandwich Show. That was our introduction to the Adventures of A plus K. And that really got us going. Like, we were really excited about that. So it will be great to revisit that video once again. But first, let us go to the unique beaches on Vancouver Island. An area where several people on Twitch are familiar with now, including a couple of our friends in the chat. Minnie says, let's go. I use that phrase all the time. I love it. Rothgar says, I feel like they could have optimized their trip on the island better. They could have started on the south end and gone up the Sunshine Coast or Powell River and then across and then go down. They have really been crisscrossing over themselves. Yeah, I think it's because they wanted to see some very specific sites as they were going up through some of these places. So that probably informed their decision making as you went along. So let's pick it up here with the visiting unique beaches on Vancouver Island. And if we get to Victoria right about the time that some of our friends check out, Seems like that's a serendipitous timing overall. But thank you again for hanging out with us tonight. We've covered about 2 hours of stream so far this evening, and I am actually kind of curious to see if we can cover the rest of this in about 3 hours. That's actually be pretty cool if we can. So, yeah. I know they put a lot of time planning that out, and it does seem like they have kind of... It didn't seem like they're going in a particularly straight line. Perhaps if they were to do that again, they might change that situation. Yeah, BC says they are traveling willy-nilly. At the forefront of it, it seems that way because they were going up the, they started. They were going along the west. They're going up along the east side of the island. And they cut all the way in, and then went back up, and then going back down. And are they going to go back down again? Because isn't Victoria kind of like towards the bottom of the island? I don't remember, but it might be. Let's go see about these beaches on Vancouver Island first. Victoria is the southernmost point, so I feel like that would further add to our collective consternation. Yeah, let's just recap. Let's recap this. All right. So take a look at where they started, right? This is my arrow. They came in here. This is the border. They came in here. They went here. They went here. They went like this, and they went up to here, then went down here, and then around here, then they went around and like they just did like a squiggly, it just went like a bunch of loops. It just seems like I feel like that could have been more efficient. Yeah, you can see it on that map, right? Like Rothgar is like, BC says they started middle-ish and went west, and to catch the ferry to Prince Rupert, they need to go north. Yeah. Yeah, there was definitely a choice the way that they planned that. But let's see if they can come out of the other side anyway. Yeah, they're going south all of a sudden. It was just interesting. This is like you could have started at Victoria and then moved your way along this way, come back around that way, and then come out. Maybe. I don't know if there's a ferry on this side of the island or not. I don't exactly know how that works. Because I thought the highways were all over here. But either way, it seemed like they could have done this more efficiently.
Our next adventure on Vancouver Island is all about beaches. We're currently in Jordan River, which is on the west coast of Vancouver Island. And over the next couple days, we're gonna be checking out 3 beaches from here to Port Renfrew, all of which have unique things to see and explore.
Yeah, so Rothgar was saying they could have taken the ferry from Washington to Victoria, then worked up the island, or if they wanted to do the Vancouver bit, take the ferry from Tsawwassen to Victoria and then go up. BC says, how the heck did they get to Jordan River? Yeah, it's interesting. It just seems like, I guess their priorities were in different places right? Like they really wanted to see that market near Vancouver around where Richmond was. And because that's what they wanted to start with, it was like, it kind of made the rest of that a very unusual zigzag.
First, we had to stop by Cold Shoulder Cafe, which is a super cool beachy shack right across from the water that serves food and coffee to get ourselves a little caffeine so we can conquer our first beach of the day, Sombrio Beach.
Sombrio Beach is located 30 minutes from Jordan River, and here it's just a 10-minute walk to the beach.
We we have made it down to Sombrio Beach, and it's a gorgeous beach, but it's not the beach itself that makes it unique. It's something you can get to from the beach, a hidden waterfall in a gorge. It's one of those spots that if you did not know it was here, you would never find it. So we read some blog posts on how to get to it, as well as talked to our friends who live on the island and got some directions from them. So we're hoping it shouldn't be too hard to find.
Our first step was get down to the beach, turn left. We'll keep walking until we get to this rock formation, and then we'll go around that.
So we think that rock behind us is the formation we were looking for, and we read that it's easiest and safest to access this waterfall at low tide or at a falling tide, because during high tide the water hits the rocks and it can be really unsafe to pass it. So we couldn't get here at low tide because we need to be at our next spot for low tide, but we're here at a falling tide and it was super easy to get around. The next step was to find this little creek running out from the trees into the ocean, and we're supposed to follow this into the gorge to get to the waterfall.
Wow, this is so unique and cool.
This is unreal. It reminds me of the spot we went to in the Columbia River Gorge many years ago called the Oneonta Gorge, I believe is the name. This is one of the most unique waterfalls we've ever been to, and it's so fun to get to.
I can't get enough waterfalls. Like, these are great. Beezy says, well, they don't really need a campsite since they're sleeping in the van. I suppose the shower facilities play a part in that, though, right?
I can't get over this island. Everywhere we go just makes me happy. I just can't wipe the smile off my face. This beach and the other two beaches we're visiting are all located along the Juan de Fuca Trail, which is a popular 47-kilometer wilderness trail that goes along this part of the island's coastline. It can be backpacked, or you can do it in smaller day hikes. You can also actually camp on this beach for $10 Canadian per person, which we definitely want to do next time.
For our next beach, we're headed to Botanical Beach, which is located in Port Renfrew. And similar to the last beach, this one does require a walk to get to, but it's only about 1 kilometer down to the beach. What makes Botanical Beach unique is that it's known for having amazing tide pools. They have all these kind of circular outcroppings in the rock where a lot of sea life congregates during low tide, so we made sure to get here close to low tide so we have a good chance of seeing some. My #1 goal is to see a starfish, because I've maybe seen a starfish once in my life, but so far we haven't had any luck, so we're gonna keep looking.
That's funny. I think I've seen a bunch of starfish in my life, but I was very well situated for it. Is that a snail? Interesting. Rothgar says so many purple starfish. Mitty says hermit crab, I think. Ah, gotcha. Thanks for sharing that. Hermit crab.
So far we've seen tons of blue mussels, little crabs, anemones, and then also a bald eagle was just flying over, and then he just landed up in the tree right up there.
Yeah, that might be, yep. I think that looks like what it is. You know, it's funny. I mean, I I don't actually know what that round thing was. It looks like a concha though, like a pan dulce from a Mexican bakery. I'll show you that again. Right about here. I mean, and it's got purple and gold. Like, that looks so tasty, but I know it's not. But it looks tasty. BC says we have more eagles in the U.S. Oh, there are good people who don't want to hear that. But I have to say, you must be right about that, because like you can see how many great birds there are up your way. It only makes sense. Oh, I love that. I believe that's an urchin.
Well, we never found a starfish, and I'm a little sad about it, but we saw tons of other cool things, including a mink out in the water, which kind of looks like a little ferret. And apparently that bald eagle we saw was trying to lift him up and take him with him, but he failed at that mission. And then we eventually saw the mink running across all the rocks with a fish in its mouth. It was insane. I think my favorite part about this entire beach was just seeing all of the colors. All the tide pools have this beautiful green and pink colors. It was just very beautiful to look at, and it was just like a scavenger hunt. We just kept looking at every single one, trying to find stuff, and it's really hard to leave because we just want to keep looking.
Yeah. BC says we do an eagle count in the Squamish Brackendale area on the way to Whistler each year. Kagame says it kind of does and kind of doesn't look like king cake. Yeah, especially with the colors, right? Mitty says Canada has higher total population of bald eagles, hosting an estimated 55% of the global population, which totals 110,000 individuals. Wow. It's pretty cool. Rothgar says, I remember doing an eagle count once up at past Squamish. We hit about 60 in 40 minutes. They flock there to eat salmon after they spawn. How cool is that? So they're getting there, they're working their way to the Jordan River. Oh, there you go. They're using their cash. There you go. So that's some...
Tonight we're staying at Jordan River Regional Park, which is located right on the beach. It's a first come, first served campground that costs 15 Canadian per night. We're here midweek before the summer rush, and the 2 nights we've stayed here, there's been plenty of spots available. It's not the most nature-y campground, and it's not very private. All the sites are right next to each other, but you cannot beat this view out your back window. You can see the Olympic Peninsula in Washington across the way. And we're also picking up Verizon signal on our cell phones, which has been really nice after this last week of struggling with the international data.
I mean, when you're out seeing stuff like this, to what extent or degree are you gonna need the data other than just to message your family back home or what have you? But you know, I imagine the great majority of your day is spent here. But perhaps as creators, they need that data. They probably need that data for their laptops and for their actual, their IRL work. But look at these flowers. Isn't this beautiful? Oh, King, welcome back. Yeah, I hope you're doing okay. Hope everything. Glad that you came back in one piece. Has the storm passed? Hopefully you're doing all right, King. Kona looks hungry. There's Kona over here on the right. Kona appears to be very, 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 very hungry. Good deal. King says it blew over. Good deal. BC says it sounded like you were doing some quote-unquote work. Yeah. That's probably what it was then. Wait. That place is surely delicious. You gotta love it. Menu shot. Just kidding. All right. I promise I'm not doing that for every single menu shot in this video. even Mitty's like, menu shot. Right now you're looking at a menu shot.
Before we head to our...
Mitty says, nope, King came back in half a piece. Davy won't, but we freaking will. I love it. After the dinner video, it is after the diner video, it is ingrained. It really is. It really is. Rothgar. I had that song stuck in my head for weeks, Smitty. Oh my goodness. That video was so good. I want to do it again. Like, I just want to like pick a middle, you know, like go on a Saturday, like just on a Saturday, just like run the whole thing over again, and then just so we can all enjoy, you know, including the musical intermissions.
Our final beach, we're having breakfast.
Yeah. The menu shot song, the menu shot song is fun. BT's $10 sandwich on focaccia. Depending on how big it is, that could be good value. King says it's still in there. And Rothgar adds, only a week. Mitty says, every time I see a menu, I sing the song in my head. Hard same, Mitty. Hard same. But what about the bathroom review jingle? It hasn't quite stuck in my head as much. But definitely you think about it, you're like, and now it's time for a bathroom review. I would love to see them like slow jam it, like now it's time for a bathroom review. You know, King says menu shot bathroom review, diner chord, and you know you're just set for the rest of your day.
In an A-frame, tucked in the woods, it is just the quaintest little place.
Oh man. So I got the brekkie bun, which is a cheese bun, a house-made cheese bun. There's bacon on there.
Holy
lettuce,
smokes.
Onion mayo, tons of cheddar cheese.
Oh my god.
That is only $10?
Yeah, and then there's
Are you kidding?
a big tomato under there. Oh yeah.
Wow.
Heck yeah. Oh
Wow.
my goodness, yeah. All right.
Woo. BC says I will take one of those, please. Yes, me too.
Whoa. And I forgot to mention, the thing that makes it brekkie, there's an egg buried under all this cheese. The veggies are so fresh tasting.
Yeah.
The bacon is nice and crispy. And then check out this cheddar bun here.
Yes.
Look at that. That is the definition
Oh.
of pillowy.
And I got their corn.
Now that looks great, Catherine. Don't get me wrong. That looks very, very good. But that sandwich was unbelievable. That sandwich was unbelievable. BC, you had me at bacon. Mitty says that sandwich looks delicious. Yeah. And King says if you watch that Philly video, you should put up 2 counters on screen. One for bathroom review and the other for menu shots. We could take bets on to see which one they'll have more of. But I think menu shot probably would end up winning because like you're guaranteed the menu shot every time you go, but you are not guaranteed a bathroom. So it would be interesting to count them and see, you know, how closely they match up. Can we just see that sandwich longer and not what Catherine? It's just like, hey, camera, go back to the sandwich.
Corn fritters, which are kind of like a corn pancake. You can see the kernels.
It does
of
look
corn
good,
in
though,
here.
to be fair.
Oh baby, this looks so good. It's also gluten-free, and it comes with feta on top, some avocado, and then normally it comes with pico, but I got their tomatillo salsa instead. That is delicious. It's kind of like a pancake and cornbread had a baby, and I'm all about it. The feta gives it a nice kind of like tangy flavor. You get a little bit like the sweetness from the corn. Oh, this is so incredibly fresh tasting. It's so hearty too. Like, I'm gonna be really full after this. They're dense. Also, this salted caramel latte is one of the best ones I've ever had. This place surely is delicious. Ba-dum-dum-tsh.
It is delicious. And don't call me Shirley.
We had to wait a few hours for the tide to go
Salud
down so we could
verde.
get to our next beach, Mystic Beach. To access this
Tomatillo.
beach, we parked at the China Beach day use area, and we're going to be walking
Davy
4
Pun
kilometers
1,
round
yay,
trip on the
yay me.
Wanakuka Trail to get to it.
Beautiful. Beautiful.
First fun feature of this beach, you get to go on a suspension bridge to get to it. Woo!
Very Indiana
This one's
Jones
super
like, isn't it?
bouncy.
Ba-ba-da-ba, ba-ba-da, ba-ba-da-ba. She was bouncing around in it. Come on.
Kona, you did such a good job on the bridge. I'm so proud of you.
Oh, look at all that muddy, those muddy Muddy mud. Muddy mud mud. Look how beautiful that is. Look how blue it is.
Wow, this beach is gorgeous. Look at this water, it is so blue. So we've got a fun feature going that way and 2 fun features over here to my left. Which way should we go first?
We decided to go towards the right when looking at the beach first to check out the swing. And there's some caves you can explore back here, and that's why we had to get here at low tide, because this isn't accessible during high tide, and same with the other spot we'll check out next.
Ooh, that looks like fun. It would be great if they had 2 of those. And then you could do like jousts with it. What a fun spot. When is mud not muddy? No, that's true.
That swing was so much fun. We could not stop giggling and laughing and smiling as we swung on it. And we hear that for a while there was not a swing here, so we're really glad the swing is back. And now we're headed down the beach to the other side to see one of the most iconic features of this beach, a waterfall that crashes down onto the beach.
That's cool. King says, is this still Canada or they landed in Alaska? And then BC says, they are on Vancouver Island still. Mitty says, oh, if they had 2 of them, that would become
awesome. It's kind of like the Canadian.
Mitty said, that would become a hazard and they would get sued so quick. Yeah, you're right. But it would be fun for like a day until until someone got seriously hurt.
McWay Falls.
Ooh. Instant rainbow whenever you're there.
That's gonna do it for our time on this part of the island, but we have one final stop here on Vancouver Island, the city of Victoria, which is the largest city on the island and the capital of all of British Columbia. We've been once before and loved it, and we cannot wait to show you guys. Kona hates the swing. Kona hates the swing very much.
I'm not gonna lie, the first time I was talking about those flowery looking things under the water, I called them anemones. We've seen lots of anemones, little anemones, yeah. And then later I was informed that it's called anemones.
I guess he's never seen Finding Nemo, because that's how I know how to pronounce that word.
You live in what kind of home?
There you go. Monkey D! Good to see you. How you doing? Welcome in. Victoria, that's where I am today. I love it. Super duper. Well, I'm so glad to see you. How you been? My good pal Monkey D. Well, let's do it. It's time for a little bit of a callback, everybody. We're gonna come full circle. The first video we saw here on the Sandwich Show from Adventures in A+K was their trip to Victoria, British Columbia, and I think it's an area that Monkey D knows pretty well too. So I'm excited to have you here so you can see this too. So let's run it back. Here it is. This is really good stuff. Monkey D says, and I have been to the beach they were at in the video. Oh, did you get to do the swing as well? I hope you did. You got to do the swing because that looked really cool. Tara B. Fan says, hi, Davey. What are you watching? We are watching a YouTube channel called Adventures of A+K. And they are going on a journey all the way up to Alaska. They did this journey in 2022. And they... Now... British Columbia is a very big province. And they spent like 10 videos just hanging around in Vancouver Island. So at some point, they're going to get out of the Vancouver Island to get back on the ferry, cross back into the mainland, and then roll up the highway towards Alaska. But they certainly have had their fun on the way down there. So now we're going to take you to Victoria, British Columbia, which is a truly beautiful town. And let's get a quick look at this and all the cool things that they have to offer. Oh, there was no swing back then? Oh, dang, that's too bad, Monkey D. Um, but let's see. Mitty says I'm LOLing so hard right now. Gotta love it. Oh, BC has redeemed Bean Boozled. It's a pretty good spot to do this. So let me see. So let's do some Bean Boozled for you. Bean Boozled for BC loves otters. I can see BC also loves beans. So there's the spinner. It lands on... Oh no, not again. Peach or barf. So... I need to get some reinforcements. Hold on. I'm very grateful to MIDI for also sending some backups. Like, these are great. So give me a second here. I'll put those in. Monkey D says, I want to do that highway so bad, but I definitely don't have the properly equipped vehicle for a drive like that. Yeah. Their Mercedes, like, their Mercedes camper van really came in clutch for them. Without question. So I'm glad. I like that. I love that for them. Okay. We have a new batch of beans in play. So let's go select from this batch. Peach or barf? Which one will it be? Ugh. Barf wins again. And so do you, chat. Congratulations. Do you need more beans? No, I think I still got enough for the next month or so. Should be okay. You owe me nothing, Mitty. You're so kind to furnish all these beans. This is barf bork, barf bork, barf bork. So thank you very much, BC. Appreciate that. Appreciate you for redeeming that. I think I got a hydrate from King, so let me go put that in. And you know what I didn't do? I'm so sorry, Steggy. This is like a million years ago, but this is your bun for the 20 stream streak. Thank you so much. Boom! Take that, sandwich boy. Oh man, I owe you a clip for that. Mitty, thank you for your $5 for being a fellow sandwich. Well, you're very kind. You're very kind. I would like to return the favor to you someday. Hopefully, we'll meet sometime. If you wind up in Vegas again. Perhaps our paths will path? No, our paths will cross. I think I almost said our croths will path, which makes no sense. But it's thank you so much for your $5 dono. I appreciate you. Rothgar says, my eyes are telling me it is time for bed. Have a great rest of the stream. Well, thank you so much, Rothgar. Have a good rest of your night too. Rest well. And thank you for hanging out with us all this time. I appreciate you very much. And I do appreciate you bearing with us as we started late due to things out of my circumstances, out of my control. But let us now head over to Victoria. Mitty says, I think they can for sure. I will hopefully be in San Diego in November. Or are you going to TwitchCon? Sadly, I can't make it this year to TwitchCon. It's not the schedule is going to be too busy at that point. But if you do go, please send my regards. Sure. Send my regards to Mr. Clancy if you do run into him. I'll let him know that I do appreciate that he loves Philly cheesesteak because that was his favorite sandwich. That's a true story. I actually asked him. I literally, first time I ever ran into Dan Clancy was at the late night buzz after party in the Vegas TwitchCon Sunday night. And that was my first question to the CEO of Twitch. What was your favorite sandwich? And he said it was cheesesteak. I'm like, oh, okay, cool. That's pretty cool. Oh, you're going to go to see family for Thanksgiving, perhaps. That's cool. It might not be Thanksgiving, but that's still pretty cool that you're seeing family. Super cool. They're going to be so delighted by your sandwiches, Mitty. That's so cool. So, once... Yeah, cool. Thanksgiving, Mitty. I love it. I love that for you. That is pretty cool. Good place to spend Thanksgiving, right? Like, you're getting the nice, cool ocean breeze and no snow. Granted, you don't get snow where you are right now either, but but no humidity either. So, like, you're kind of winning that one. I love that. Yeah. Yeah, there it is, the legislature, Victoria, British Columbia. Let's take a look. Yeah, so you're going to be some of these foods and these other things. We saw these a few weeks ago. This is great. I'll be right back. I'm going to take a bathroom break, and I'll see you in a moment.
For the last week and a half, we've been exploring Vancouver Island from Nanaimo to Tofino, up to Campbell River, and down to Jordan River in Port Renfrew. And for our final stop on the island, we're in Victoria, which is the largest city on the island, the second oldest city in Western Canada, and the capital of the entire province of British Columbia.
If you haven't noticed yet, Victoria is super beautiful. We first visited Victoria from Seattle back in 2017 for our anniversary, and we loved it. The city has had a lot of British influence over the years, with the Hudson's Bay Company establishing a fort and trading post in 1843, and with the island becoming a British Crown colony in 1849. And you can still see a lot of this influence today. The city has a much more British vibe than anywhere else we've been in British Columbia.
There are so many beautiful buildings here, including the Parliament building right behind us and the Fairmont Empress, which is a really nice hotel that's famous for its swanky afternoon tea. But we're too cheap for that and not fancy enough, so we're gonna go somewhere else for more affordable morning tea and pretend we're having fancy afternoon tea. Afternoon tea isn't just popular at the Empress, you can find it all around the city. Due to the British history here in Victoria, tea has been steeped in its culture since the 1840s.
Typically with afternoon tea, you get cute little sandwiches and treats, so we're not sure if our setup totally counts, but if you're looking for a more affordable afternoon tea-like experience, Murchie's is your spot. We got 2 teas and a blackcurrant scone, all for $11.
I remember the scone when we showed this video last time.
Murchie's afternoon tea. We're not 100%
But I
sure
really
what kind
remember
tea it
that
is.
fish and chips. That looked really
That
good.
smells very, very nice. Pinkies up, sir.
So we were
This is
asking about
definitely
the
a black
fort.
tea,
Is the
and I
fort
don't
still
really know
there?
how to
Monkey D
describe it. It just
says.
tastes like a nice black tea.
Monkey D says no fort as far as I know, but there is a castle just outside the city.
Over the last holidays, I got really into the Great British Baking Show, so I want to give my best Mary Berry impression. We'll see what I can do. It's quite delicious. You can see it's very soft and, you know it, pillowy in there. The black currants, they taste fresh. This just tastes really fresh baked. Not overly sweet either. It's perfect with the tea.
Scones wind up being very stale and dry in most places I go here in California, so I definitely would be eager to try a good one like that. Maybe stale, dry, and like dense, like just kind of.
We've headed to the Chinatown area of Victoria, which was actually
I would say
Canada's
stiff, not
first
dense.
Chinatown. And we're about to walk down Bantan Alley, which is the narrowest street in Canada at 3 to 6 feet wide.
Yeah, watch how narrow this is. Oh, Monkey, you got to see Craig de Roche Castle last year. That's so cool.
Can we walk side by side? Barely.
BC says Buckhart Gardens is also a must-see.
Not only is the alley fun to walk down, but there are also a bunch of really cool shops down in it, and I just heard someone describe it as feeling like Harry Potter, and I totally agree.
Yeah, this is... We made that exact point the first time we saw this video. And then I was like, this looks like Diagon Alley. And everybody was clowning on me. It was like, that's the pun. Get it? And it was like, oh. Mitty's like, I just want all the music from their videos.
We needed a little
yes.
bit more caffeine, so we stopped by a coffee shop called Hey Happy, and it's very appropriately named because coffee makes us very happy, and that place was so colorful and fun on the inside. It also made me super happy.
It really is gorgeous here. I would definitely love to live here. Mitty says they need to make a playlist ASAP. I wonder if it's up there. I wonder if it's out there.
For lunch, we came to
Right here.
Bluefish, which is
You
this
gotta
fish
check out
stand
these
in the
fish and
shipping
chips, you
container
all.
Right on this dock. It's a very
I saw
popular
this in
place, so
the
make sure you get here early, and we're gonna have ourselves a fish feast.
We're starting out with their chowder, which is a chipotle coconut chowder with white fish, and it smells incredible. It smells very coconutty, and I love coconut.
Mitty says must be expensive to live there. I hear it is, yeah.
Oh yeah.
I can
Holy
imagine.
cow, that is incredible. It's unlike any chowder I've ever tried before. The chipotle and the coconut, oh my goodness, it kind of gives it more of like a Thai flair to it. It's not overly fishy at all. It's loaded with veggies.
So this is a taco. It's basically a taco rolled into a cone. There's coleslaw in there, pea shoots, pickled onions, and some sauce. I got albacore tuna and tempura cod. That is a giant piece of tuna in there. Heck
Oh my goodness. I don't mind watching this again. This is so good.
yeah. That thing is awesome. It's hefty. You get your money's worth on this thing. Huge piece of fish in there, like I said.
Oh, thank you, Red Bean.
Coleslaw, the
Thank you so much.
crispiness of it,
Red Bean
and
says
then
happy
the
birthday, Davy. Thank you so much,
tenderness
Red Bean.
of it. There's an airplane coming in. The tenderness of the meat in there, and then it's got a little bit of some seasoning on there. The grilled tortilla. Oh man, this is awesome.
Yeah, that's good stuff. BC's is more expensive in Vancouver. So it is not as expensive as Vancouver, but it's still very expensive, says Monkey D. And also BC corroborates that point. But I hope you're doing well. Red Bean, what you been up to? How you been? It's good to see you. Tara B says happy birthday. Thank you so much. Happy birthday, Davey, says Monkey D. Thank you so much, Monkey D. My birthday is officially on Saturday, but I'm decided to just space out the birthday celebrating into 3 streams. I'm not necessarily doing anything specific for those 3 streams, just our usual thing. But definitely I'm adding some birthday twists to it, and so we'll sprinkle in some solo karaoke in the next couple streams. I'm skipping that tonight just because we started so late, but. And then we're gonna do like a big old like Price is Right special on Friday where I'm gonna play my favorite Price is Right pricing games on the stream, and then we'll see how much money I can win in those games. Hopefully, including possible showcases, which we hope will equal $250,000. We'll see. BC says plane is Harbor Air. They fly Vancouver to Victoria in 25 minutes. That's super cool. And thank you again, Tara B. I appreciate you very much. Harbor to Harbor. And Red Bean says I've been good. Nice. How about a birthday bean? Well, a birthday bean in my eyes would be a good bean. I don't have any good beans other than the maple bean. Now, if I had that cherry bean, the red cherry, what is it? A hot cherry? No. There's a cherry bean. There's the maple bean. I'll take the maple bean. Thank you, BC. Your birthday's the 22nd, so is mine. No, almost. It's the 23rd. But I'll tell you what, it's a big week for birthdays. I know a lot of our friends have birthdays on this week. So you have your birthday on the 22nd. Very nice, Kagame. Maple bean, I say. Let's do maple bean. You should celebrate the whole birthday month. I love that, Taraby. That's very kind. I appreciate you. BC says May is a great birthday month. Absolutely. Weather's good, you know. And it's particularly good over here. Like we're having great weather right now. Even though we just had a heat spike, but the heat spike's only up to 80, so it's not too bad. Not too bad at all for this time of year. Cog, my 1 day difference. It is indeed. Red Bean says, do you remember all the answers to the wheel and Jeopardy games by now? You'd be surprised. No. But we're getting kind of close to that on the Wheel of Fortune game from the Wheel of Fortune deluxe game from 2007. We're getting close because like we've seen a lot of repeats in that game recently. I'm like, I think we may eventually get to a point where we'll remember every single puzzle, but we're still finding some unique ones. I know we played those games a lot. I think we are gonna eventually memorize the whole thing. But yeah, thanks everybody. We're off to a decent start in our streams, and I'm glad for that. I am. And I think the theme of this week is just doing things I really enjoy. And I really enjoy watching these Adventures of A plus K videos. So I'm like, let's just go all in tonight and just dive into this whole is whole hog an appropriate phrase? Let's just dive into this wholeheartedly. And we're definitely doing that so far.
Whoa. See all that steam coming out of there? It's so fresh. And this one's hefty too. Big piece of fish. And this outer batter here, so light, so crunchy, flaky, crispy. And this is perfect with the sauce in there.
And I got the jerk taco tostada style, and the jerk is a mix of halibut, cod, salmon, and tuna simmered in a Caribbean jerk sauce. I know I always say this, but as someone who's still warming up the fish, this is the perfect thing to get here because you get a little bit of that fishiness, but this jerk sauce is just loaded with flavor. It's a little bit of a spice to it. That's good. It is super meaty too. They give you so much fish on here. The best is putting a little bit of the fish on the chip because you get that kind of softer, tender texture of the fish with that nice crunch of the tortilla.
Peacocks, they look great. They sound horrible.
We've now headed to Beacon Hill Park, which runs from town down to the Strait of Juan de Fuca. It has nice walking paths and coastal views, so we're gonna take Kona on a little walk.
Green Guy says, and are mean as fuck, and that's fair. That's fair. Green Guy says that looked delicious. It really did. Wasn't that so tasty, Green Guy? Good to see you, Green Guy. Shout out to you, Green Guy. Mitty says it's hard to celebrate your birthday when it is in December. You know, it's funny. My dad's birthday is in December. And yeah, it's kind of interesting. You basically have a birthday, and then like 2 weeks later, it's Christmas. And so people wind up buying like double gifts for you during that month. And my dad has that situation, so it's kind of interesting. Monkey D says, I should make note for tomorrow for supper after work. Yeah, Monkey D. There you go. You got some good spots right by you then. Yes, indeed. But shout out to Green Guy. Good to see you, my friend.
We mentioned earlier in the video about some of the British history of Victoria, but well before white settlers came to the area, this was the native land of the Lekwungen people, and the area now known as Beacon Hill Park was an important area for them. They harvested camas root here, which was a staple in their diet, as well as traded with other First Nations.
You're welcome for that shout out, Green Guy. It's beautiful. Here we go. There we go.
This park is gorgeous. It is so green. There are tons of beautiful flowers. There are peacocks just running around, and
I mean, you hear that, and you're like, for all we know, the peacock is happy. It always sounds the same, you know.
there's this really cool moss lady. She is made out of a stainless steel frame, cement, boulders, metal pipe, vinyl-coated chicken wire, and a
It's like
clay-based
love
soil
peacock
suitable for
noise.
moss. She
Kappa,
also
kappa,
apparently has a
kappa.
cousin in Australia, so if any of y'all live in Australia, keep an eye out for her.
Oh, this ice cream looks so good.
We came to Parachute Ice Cream, which came highly recommended from our friends who live here in Victoria. They said it's their favorite place in town. We both got 2 scoops, and one of our scoops is lemon cream, and this is insanely fresh tasting. The lemon has that perfect tartness, but it's also sweet. It's also insanely creamy, but also really light at the same time. It's incredible. The texture.
You know the rewatch of this video? has me invested in this situation over here with the truck. Look what these two are trying to lift out of the van. And I'm like, don't drop it. Don't drop it. Don't drop it. Are they going to be able to hang on to that thing the whole way? I don't know. How big is it? You know, how wide is it?
It is super different, but in a good way.
The look of this, it almost looks like it's whipped. Looks so light. It's like they just had a cream base and just threw in a bunch of lemon juice. You can even see if you look really close, there's some little flecks of lemon in there. My second flavor is oatmeal chocolate chip cookie. That is exactly what it tastes like. Little chocolate chips in there, and then also there is a bunch of little, flecks of cookie in there.
So I think their flavors change daily, so we can't promise all these flavors will be here. But for my second flavor, I got pistachio, and you can see just little flecks of pistachio in there.
Yeah.
That tastes like being back in Italy.
I see the lemon comments. I vibe with those comments. That lemon looks so good, you all. BC says, in Vancouver, Ernest ice cream. I like
Here in
that.
Victoria, we're camping at Goldstream Provincial Park, which is about 20 to 30 minutes away from Victoria, and has a super nice wooded campground plus some hiking trails to enjoy. It's getting kind of late in the day, and it's starting to rain on us, so we're just going to check out one quick spot, Niagara Falls.
Not to be confused with the one in New York, of course, and Ontario. But still pretty nice. Take a look.
Niagara Falls is 47.5 meters tall, and as you can tell, it looks a little different than the one in Ontario and New York, but it is still impressive, and it was just a short walk from the parking area.
Far less hassle getting into this one.
Unfortunately, this marks the end of our time here on Vancouver Island. We have wanted to come back here for years to explore more of the island, and it did.
You know, when we first saw this video, I really thought when they said, unfortunately, this marks the end of our time in Vancouver, I thought they were only there for a day. Turns out they were in Vancouver Island for like a month. I had no idea that they had previously spent the previous like 50 days like zigzagging all over the island. And now that I know that, this actually kind of gives this comment a lot more weight.
Did not disappoint. We loved it here so much, and it kind of felt like all the best parts of Washington, which is our favorite state, just in a more condensed area. Everywhere we went was just magical.
We've got a couple more days here on the island. We're gonna get some work done, do some more planning, because when we get back to the mainland, we're gonna be starting our final trek up to Alaska.
It's almost here. Yeah. I cannot believe it.
And this is ultimately that these comments.
Very hard to pour without spilling. If you go too fast, it comes pouring out. If you don't go fast enough, it'll just drip all down the sides. Whatever. Maybe it's supposed to be that way.
Oh no.
Uh-oh.
Oh.
I thought that too.
Oh, their lips move.
I love tea.
I love tea too.
I love
Quite delicious.
I love tea even more.
No, I love it the
Staring at-
most.
Staring into my soul.
I love tea the most. No, I too.
And that's the video that started it all here on the Sandwich Show. I love it. That's amazing. PC says that was 2 weeks. Yeah, 2 weeks. They spent 2 weeks in Vancouver Island. Incredible. Incredible. King says, so I guess it's going to take them 2 years to get to Alaska. Yeah, they might be just barely getting there now, everybody. Monkey D says 2 weeks, and they only saw the lower 1/3 of the island. It's true, though. Like, if you look at the map, they really didn't get that far. They only just kind of went to, like, this little spot. And they went this way and that way and this way. They went back down to get to Victoria. Yeah, Vancouver is an island. Well, there's Vancouver the city, and then there's Vancouver Island, which is a separate situation. So, and they spent quite a bit of time on Vancouver Island. Yeah. How do they have the money to travel for a whole month? Wow. And Monkey D says YouTube monetization can go far. Yeah, I think think by the time they made this trip, and this was like 4 years ago now, I feel like they were pretty well established creators by then. Yeah, and they probably had some pretty solid Patreon support too. Mitty says, I remember this from the first time we watched this. Yeah, doesn't that bring back some good memories, Mitty? Pretty cool. BC says Vancouver is on the mainland. There is an island to the west called Vancouver Island. Bit King says, I think I would hire somebody else to be a tour guide. Well, they had a good time. That looked like fun. But if you needed to manage your time, that may not be the most effective usage. So they're not in Canada. No, they are very much in Canada, Red Bean. So all of what they've done so far has been in Canada. Yeah. So they're going to go, the next are going to go into the mainland of British Columbia, and then they're going to travel up the highway and obviously make a lot of stops along the way and head up towards Alaska at the top of the province. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 more videos remaining, but some of these are going to be pretty long. So next up we have driving the Sea to Sky Highway in BC, and this should be interesting. We'll see how they do with this. Let me see. A+K is my favorite videos we watch here. Me too, Mitty. I'm glad you're enjoying them, and I'm glad all of you have been enjoying this too. It's been a really fun adventure, and I think this is the first night we've really done A+K wall to wall from beginning to end of stream tonight, and I think if it's 9 o'clock now, I think we're pretty nicely on track to complete these videos by 2 a.m. East. Maybe 3 a.m. East at the most. I feel like we're doing pretty well with time. So, Monkey D says, I should have gotten a tour guide at one point. Spent 2 weeks here in 2018, 2 more weeks in 2019, and then moved to Vancouver City in 2021. Been back and forth between the city and Vancouver Island a lot since then. That is cool. And I guess the amount of time it takes to get from Vancouver proper to the island, I think I was hearing an hour or 2 hours. I'm trying to remember, but we have our friends up there. Like they tend to visit each other from time to time too. And Victoria was particularly interesting because it makes me think of Colleen Dauncey Music, who is there. That's where Colleen lives at the moment. So Colleen's in a really beautiful spot. So, and then some of our other BC pals like Katie and Ellie Fear and Ashley Lawless are all up there too. And I think there's still others that are up there too, in addition. So it's quite a dazzling area that's attracted a lot of Twitch music. And I wish them continued enjoyment of that area. BC says 30 minutes to ferry, 1.5 hour ferry, 30 minutes into town. So the cumulative amount of that would be 2.5 hours. Interesting. But that seems like a scenic route to go. It's not bad. All right, so let's see about the Sky Highway. Let's see what we have in store for us here in our next chapter of this tour to Alaska. Sea to Sky Highway. Sounds exciting.
After spending 2 amazing weeks on Vancouver Island, we're back on the mainland and we're officially starting our final drive up to Alaska. Over the next 12 days, we'll be driving over 3,000 kilometers from here in Vancouver up to the Alaska and Canada border, taking the Alaska Highway the majority of the way and making as many stops as we can. And for the first stretch of the drive, we're going to be road tripping up the Sea to Sky Highway, which is an over 150 kilometer stretch of highway.
Just in case King was worried about them making many stops along the way, rest assured, Catherine has your back. Catherine's got you. many stops promised on this journey to Alaska.
Highway 99 that connects Vancouver to Pemberton, just north of Whistler. And tonight we're heading back to our favorite campground in the area, Porto Cove.
I do like that the journey is going to take him through Whistler, though. That's pretty cool. Indeed, King. Taraby says, wow, it must be so nice to go at your own pace. I'm so used to vacationing only with a certain amount of days.
This is now actually the third time we've shared this campground on the vlog. The second time was just a couple weeks ago, and the first time was one of our first vlogs, and let's just say it was an experience.
There's so much wind right now, the tent's shaking. I thought that the tent was gonna collapse on us and we were going to suffocate and die. There was also this train, so our campsite was right by a train track. When the tent was shaking and the train was loud, I was like, oh my gosh, is the train coming for us?
But minus the train noise, which we hardly noticed last time, this is such an amazing campground, and this time we have site number 43, and we have this amazing view at our site.
Sounds like they leveled up. Very nice. So, I think Taraby had asked, wow, it must be nice to go at your own pace. I'm so used to vacationing only with a certain amount of days. I think what they're doing is they're doing their job like each day as they do this.
Not only is it
seems like
from
it.
the ground level, but it's also an underwater park. There's a man-made reef and 3 sunken
So they
ships,
take their
and it's a
laptops and they
popular
do their
spot for
job.
scuba
They work
divers.
remotely. And that's how they're able to do all this.
We really wanted to make coffee out here. Despite the rain, we're still doing it.
I do wonder about some of the nuances of this. Like, for example, how do they charge their phones, right?
As you can tell, the view we had from our campsite is no longer here. It's definitely not the weather we hoped for today, but we're gonna do the best with what we've got.
Oh, wow. Yeah. Adam and Catherine work full-time as travel
There are
content
tons
creators.
of great hikes in the area that overlook the Howe Sound and mountains.
So in other words, this is their job. Which I'm glad they've been so successful in that regard. Being able to like put out videos and things like that in order to what was that noise? That was weird. In order to get the things that they need to do.
But one of our favorite short yet steep hikes is the trail up to the Quercus viewpoint at Murren Provincial Park.
Yeah, it's no small feat, Monkey D. They have the dream, make content of their life and monetize it. This is Britannia Beach. They filmed X-Files at that building. Nice. BC says I have a solar-powered power bank. That's nice, BC.
We made it to the top and we have a much better view than we thought we would. You can see the mountains, you can see the water. We fully expected to get up here and it just be an entire wall of clouds. So we are so happy. We've driven the Sea to Sky Highway many, many times in the past, and no matter how many times we come out here, it's just one of those places that just takes your breath away every single time.
BC says gotta hike the chief. Yeah.
Just down the road from Murren Provincial Park is Shannon Falls. It's 335 meters high, making it the 3rd highest falls in all of British Columbia. You can catch a quick glimpse of it from the road, but it's just a super short walk from the parking area to see it up close.
You know, Mitty, I haven't figured out what that sound is. It was
Right
this
next to
squeaky
Shannon
sound.
Falls is the Sea to Sky Gondola,
He
which
was
is
an
one of our
apartment next to
favorite
me.
stops on the Sea to Sky Highway. The gondola takes you up 885 meters and has amazing views of the area and a fun suspension bridge. You can also hike to the top, which is mega steep, and then take the gondola down. The gondola costs 62 Canadian round trip, and since we've already done it 2 times before, we're skipping it this time, but we highly recommend it.
One of the most popular towns on the Sea to Sky Highway is Squamish, which is named after the Squamish Nation. It's one of the adventure capitals of Canada. There's tons of climbing, mountain biking, hiking, and windsurfing, and something we didn't expect to find here, New Zealand real fruit ice cream.
Monkey D's squeaky sound for the neighbors. No more questions needed. That's probably right. I think you got that right in the nose.
What is happening? This is so cool! We're at Alison Brom, which, as we mentioned, is New Zealand style real fruit ice cream, and the coolest part is they actually make it right in front of you. They take the ice cream and the fruit, put it in this really unique machine, then it mixes it all up, swirls it up onto a cone. It was just one of the most unique ice cream experiences we've ever had. They have 4 different fruit flavors you can choose from, and I got raspberry and it's dripping, so I'm gonna try it before it just melts.
Mitty says they always find ice cream.
Oh yeah.
That's always my favorite.
That
Can we
takes me
quote
back to
that,
my
King?
childhood.
It's so.
Having those
It's such a
raspberry
perfect comment.
creamsicles. You can taste
The
like
ice
little
cream's dripping
chunks of
all over
fruit in there, so
Catherine's
you know
hands
it's
too, by
super
the way.
fresh. This is heavenly.
It does look really good,
Oh,
Terry
yeah.
fan.
And that is super fresh.
Terry
little
says I
tart,
love soft ice cream.
creamy.
Yay.
Oh heck yeah, that's so good.
These look good.
As if we needed another reason to go to New Zealand. This just add it to the list.
The one where Mitty says they always find ice cream. And make sure to attribute it to Mitty. You're very welcome, Spitty. That was great. Mitty says I'm honored to get a
didn't
quote.
forget about Kona. We got her the scoop dog.
Aww.
What we gotta do?
Aww.
I want to ask you. She's saying, okay, you're gonna get a brain freeze.
Good girl. Good girl.
Half of the proceeds from the scoop dog go to the local SPCA. So Kona, you're helping out a doggy that needs a home. Oh, punchy.
Man, Kona didn't hesitate.
What's pretty crazy is that our drive from Vancouver to Alaska is only a little bit shorter than our drive from Austin, Texas to Vancouver. So we keep thinking being here in Canada, we're almost to Alaska. And I guess if you look at the timeline, we are, because we'll be there in about 12 days or so. But if you look at the map, we're only a little over halfway there.
For our final stop today, we're at Brandywine Falls, which is a 70-meter waterfall, and it's just a quick walk from the parking area.
Yeah, Austin. That's right. You know,
What's pretty crazy about this waterfall is that it looks huge, but it's about a fifth of the size of Shannon Falls, which really puts into perspective just how massive Shannon Falls is.
Right. To really put that ice cream comment in perspective, it's... They find ice cream more consistently than ice cream bloggers find it. I'm not even joking. Like, it feels like every single video I've ever seen of theirs, they have ice cream in it somewhere. I'm rather mesmerized.
These out here are just ridiculous. We've had a hard time finding free camping in Canada. We've been paying for...
Yeah. Everybody's just like, Mitty's like, truth. And the King's like, they do not F around with their desserts. And Terry is like, I guess they love ice cream. Monkey D says they managed to find the esoteric ice cream too, which is great. It's really cool to see, like, they go the extra mile for it. BC says they need to stop at Cow's Ice Cream in Whistler. They may well do so. We'll see in a few minutes. Kagama says desserts are important.
campsites every night since we've been here, but tonight we found a free camping area near Whistler. It's nothing glamorous. It's basically just a gravel parking lot, but it's free and it's convenient to Whistler, so we can explore more of the area tomorrow.
You may have caught that. Whistler's home of the 2010 Paralympic Games.
We're starting our morning in Whistler Village, which is a charming pedestrian-only ski village with cafes, shops, and restaurants. It is home to Whistler Blackcomb, which is the largest ski resort in all of North America, and in the summertime becomes a mountain biking paradise.
Also, Whistler was home to part of the 2010 Vancouver Olympic and Paralympic Winter Games. You can see the iconic 5 interlocking Olympic rings and the original cauldron that was lit to signify the opening of the games.
Kona, congrats on your gold.
How silly! I totally theft that. Like, it was also the host of the 2010 regular Olympics too, or the 2010 Winter Games. I shouldn't call it regular Olympics, which featured an incredible hockey tournament. Remember that? Like, just an unbelievable hockey tournament. Between and then like that Canada-US match was unbelievable. Mitty says, when I start filming my sandwich show across the USA, now do not call it the sandwich show. I'm gonna have to sue you for that. But something like that would be fine. But if you use the exact phrase, the sandwich show, you might be hearing from my lawyers. But anyway, like Mitty says, it will probably be harder for me to find the best sandwiches, unlike other people. Ooh, me? Monkey D says, not just the standard scooping stand, but really the unique places with homemade special cones, etc. Absolutely. Mitty says, I want to go to Whistler to ski. That Whistler ski, that's like the Disney World of ski resorts. That looked impressive. Tara B says, I've always wanted to ski around there, but never gone. No, yeah, the Olympics and the Winter Olympics and the Winter Paralympic Games is really what I should say there. That is the phrasing that officially gets designated. King says, that reminds me, I'm still looking for a 2010 Canadian quarter for my international collection. Ooh, that'd be a good get. Opposite of a regular Olympics. That was not good. I need to retract that. Mitty says it is going to be called the bread and board or the portable lunchbox. I love that. It costs mega dollars to ski there now that Vail Resorts took over. Oh, you hate that. You hate to see that. You hate to see that, BC. I do love to see Kona. You do love to see Kona here.
Metal, what did you get it in?
Catching tweets, what's this?
Ooh. Put Kona in the Olympics. Holy smokes.
Besides skiing and mountain biking, Whistler is home to some incredible hikes, and we've been lucky enough to do a few of them over the years, but unfortunately we're here the last day of May, and it's too early in the season to do any of the high altitude hikes.
No, there's absolutely nothing wrong with the Paralympics. The Paralympics are an amazing event. What I'm saying is, calling the other Olympics the regular Olympics was bad. Like, on my end, I think the Paralympics are a tremendous event. Like, they've got really great stuff, great team sports and such too, and the other Olympics are of course also terrific. So yeah.
Due to snow. Since we couldn't hike up into the mountains, our plan B was to take the gondola, but it's pretty pricey, and we found out that most things to do up there are still closed due to snow, so we're skipping it this time, which we're pretty bummed about. So if you plan to visit Whistler, we definitely recommend coming mid-June or later. That way more things are open for you. Thankfully, there's a pretty unique hike close to town that's accessible right now, the Whistler train wreck.
Yeah. King says, oh, I thought I messed out something. Yeah. Got you.
There's a sign at the trailhead that says bear in area, and we actually saw a bear while driving into town this morning, just off the side of the road. This always seems to happen when we don't have the camera ready, but it was very cool.
Be careful.
We saw evidence
of
a bear right by the trailhead here, if you know what I mean.
I think the proof is in the pudding.
So we're making lots of noise. We have bear spray, singing songs, telling the bear that we are here. We're not gonna hurt you. You're not gonna hurt us. We're all gonna have fun.
And here's the evidence, poop. Bear poop. Taraby says, you guys need a bear bell or something that makes noise. Yeah. Hug the bear to assert dominance. That'll end well. B says, yes, they should have bear bells. That would be kind of cool. Be very helpful to the tourists. But Mitty says they need bear spray. Unfortunately, I think it got confiscated. Taraby says perfect timing during my lunch break. Thanks, A plus K.
We found a bear, watch out. This is what you do when you see a bear. You poke them in the eyes.
No.
I really don't do that.
This is what you do if you see a bear.
Never approach a bear.
So many ways that could go wrong. That do not poke eyes. Public service announcement. Do not actually poke the eyes of a bear.
This water is gorgeous, and this suspension bridge is really bouncy. Wow, these are super colorful.
Oh, wow, Mitty. Mitty says, I saw a guy try to punch a bear in the nose once. It did not end well. Wow. King says,
The history behind this train crash was in 1956. It was loaded with lumber and it came into an area under construction at over twice the speed limit and it crashed off the rails. As far as we know, no one died in this train crash. And then a little later, a local logging company was hired to use their big logging machines to move the train cars off the track to where they sit today.
Some of the cars were salvageable, so they brought the ones that weren't out here, and they're now just scattered through the forest and covered.
That's a strange decision. Like, okay, guys, this train tracks are covered. Can you clean this up? Sure. Let's just put them in the trees in the middle. Like, what? They're just gonna dump them over here off to the side where the trees are. It's like, guys, like, like, man, yeah. King says, yeah, a bear is not a shark. No. King says, it is bouncy. Imagine it being bouncy when you are bouncing on it. Boomer of the base. Welcome in, Boomer of the base. Good to see you. Mitty says, what the heck? I know. Monkey D says, if it didn't bounce then, it would buckle and collapse. Feels like they're tempting fate with that. I don't think I would have the ball. I mean, I don't think I would have the courage or the balls to jump around like that on a bridge. Because how do I know I'm not gonna break it loose by doing so? I just feel like I have that kind of luck. The bouncing is a feature, not a bug. Okay, well, hopefully that's safe enough to do, because it does look like fun in that case.
Covered in graffiti, and you can walk around and check them out.
Choo-choo! Oh my gosh, it's on your arm. These are the biggest mosquitoes I've ever seen. It's getting us prepared for Alaska.
Yeah.
Similar to the plane crash that we hiked to in Tofino on Vancouver Island, it always feels a little weird to visit a crash site for fun, but just like that one, we don't believe anyone died during this train wreck, which makes it feel a little less weird. It's still a bit eerie though, but man, very, very unique.
Pig pies. Have you been, BC?
Yesterday we had New Zealand real fruit ice cream. Today we're having an Australian food item.
BC says
Meat
love
pies
that
from
place.
Peak
Ooh, let's
Pies.
go.
A meat pie is a handheld pie made of pastry dough and some goodies inside. I got the chunky steak and mushroom, and I got this one peaked with mashed potatoes, green mushy peas, and then you can see some gravy drizzled down over the top. That is super delicious. That just tastes like you take everything from a Sunday roast dinner and just combine it all into one bite. The flaky crust is so flaky and crispy. The meat is so savory and chunky. The gravy just kind of brings it all together. It's hearty, savory, delicious.
Oh yeah, that steak is so tender. I'm gonna try the mushy peas by themselves.
That was good.
Tastes like peas mushed up.
The filling on the inside of this meat pie is like the perfect ratio of, gravy to meatiness in there. It's
That looks
not
so
too
good.
dry, not too wet. It's perfect. Good night, mate. This one's for Glenn.
We also got a flat white because our fun for the day is over and we now have many hours of work ahead of us. There's obviously a lot more to do along the Sea to Sky Highway as well as in Whistler. So for more ideas, check out our website. We have a Sea to Sky Highway guide that has many more tips based on all of our mini trips up to this area. But for the rest of the day, we're headed to the library because they have super fast Wi-Fi, back to the same campsite as last night. And then tomorrow, we're continuing our drive towards the Alaska Highway.
Nice. There you go. BC says I was gonna go to.
I might eat hers. I want to eat Kona's ice cream because it looks really good, minus the dog treat.
Gosh.
No, Kona! I know, you hate when I dance.
You could make hundreds and hundreds of gifs of them dancing. Oh my gosh, that was some great stuff. Tarabi says looking forward to seeing more ice cream. Me too. It's a good thing that Kona loves ice cream because Kona's gonna be seeing a whole lot more of it. BC says I was gonna go to Peak Pine, Vancouver tomorrow. Put it up for you, BC. Have a great time. That sounds awesome. It looks really tasty. So do enjoy. Okay, so now we've done Sea to Sky Highway. We've visited Victoria. They went to Vancouver Island. They went to Campbell River. They went to Tofino. Now we are driving the Alaska Highway from... I'm sorry, we're doing a 3-day road trip from Whistler to Dawson Creek, BC. Let me do a quick poll. Here we go. Tara B says, do I have any pets, Davey? You'd be surprised to hear this. I do not. I do not have pets. Remarkably, for as much work as I've done for pets at Twitch, I don't have any pets myself. And there's no specific reason. But I think this is really just gives me that much more appreciation for the contest, so I can appreciate the awesomeness of pets, despite not having one of my own. I was gonna, this is great. So here comes the poll. Will we see ice cream in this next video? Yes, no. I'm gonna give you now a minute to vote. There we go. There's a poll. We'll see what you think. Tara B fan says, I thought maybe you did because your door is open, so I thought it was for a cat or a dog. Oh, I got you. That's a good observation. The door is open for the breeze to come in. There's a sliding door in the living room is open. The screen is closed, but the door itself is open. So the wind goes through there, the air goes through, and then the window over here is open, so the circulation keeps the room cool. And so that's a very good observation. Let's see how this poll is doing. We actually had a vote for no. Interesting. But definitely it's possible because they're about to hit the road. So they may not have any ice cream stops on the way. So it's actually possible for that to happen. But I think we have an overwhelming yes vote coming in right now. Now it's 5 votes to 1. 83% of the vote. And that's going to be the way it goes. Yeah, I'm going to lean towards yes as well. So let's get to it. Here we go. Okay, here at 3-day road trip to, and let's see how this goes, everybody. If I can move this back. I think my cursor wants some ice cream. It will not move. Okay, there we go. There we go.
Smile. You can't, it won't come off my face.
Oh yeah, totally. Teraby says, I have to say, these people are very good at making videos. Yeah, A+K do a fantastic job with these videos. Music too, like Mitty and I were talking about. So that's what they're doing. That's what they're doing in this chapter.
Over the next 3 days, we're going to be driving over 1,000 kilometers from Whistler to Dawson Creek, British Columbia, which is where the Alaska Highway officially starts. The furthest north we've ever been in North America is right here in Whistler. So from here on out, it's going to be new territory for us, and we can't wait to see tons of new scenery.
And we can't think of a more Canadian way to start this leg of our road trip than with some Tim Hortons. Timmy H!
Timmy!
Not ice cream, but you gotta love Timmy's. Teraby says Dawson's Creek, just kidding. First thing I thought of too, actually.
For those of you unfamiliar with Tim Hortons, or as it's nicknamed Timmy's, or as we like to call it, Timmy H, it's Canada's largest quick-serve restaurant chain, and it's named after its founder, Canadian hockey player Tim Horton. If we had to compare it to something in the US, we'd say it's most like Dunkin' Donuts because they're mostly known for coffee and donuts.
And that's exactly what we got. A couple coffees and some Timbits. Timbits are basically donut holes, and they have 4 flavors right now, and we got a variety of all of them. Birthday cake, strawberry, chocolate, and honey dip. Which one should I go with first? Choices. Let's go chocolate. Easy choice. Yep, all from donut hole.
So just to make it clear, Tim Hortons isn't the world's best coffee shop or donut shop, but it's reliable, you can find it almost anywhere in Canada, and it's pretty dang good for what it is. I'm eyeing the strawberry one because I think it has stuff inside of it. Yeah, baby, that is good.
There you
This
go.
birthday cake one is definitely the best in my opinion, but we're pretty sad because we missed the Tim Biebs by 5 days. It's a special they're doing with Justin Bieber starting June 6th. We're here on June 1st. Special Timbits, special drink. It all looks so delicious, so I have a feeling we'll be back in 5 days to try it. It's 1 week later, and look what's happening. We're trying the Tim Biebs. Those are so unbelievably yummy, yummy. I've had that joke planned for like 7 days now.
And now on to Nairn Falls.
That does not get a ding. I protest the ding.
Let's go.
Mitty's giving him a ding. I don't even get that joke. Well, that's their song. That's a song that Justin Bieber does, the Yummy song. Timmy Horton and Justin Bieber. Monkey D says, I went to college with a guy named Justin Bieber 20 years ago. Oh, man, that's fun. Justin Bieber? That's funny. That's so funny. He must have gotten it. He must have got it from everybody. Your friend, Justin. What's a ding? Oh, that's right. Red Bean may not be familiar with the ding. So, whenever someone makes a pun on this channel, whether it's myself or a guest or somebody in one of these videos or someone in chat, we award them with a ding. So, to denote the pun. So, for example, when we spotted the bear, and then I said at the end of that, like, the proof is in the pudding, then this would happen. That's a ding. So some of our friends are pretty notorious for fishing for the dings, and our pal Efi is particularly notorious at it. And our friends, we've had other friends go for the dings. Roxy, the Roxy Paradox, Free Dane from Free Dane and Friends, and many others have definitely fished and gone for the dings, or even done them unintentionally. They've been quite incredible. Proof was in the pooping. I think that deserves a ding too. Taraby, I have a joke. What did the Japanese caveman eat? Oh my god. What did the Japanese caveman eat, Taraby fan? Official Ding Fisher, established 2022. Oh goodness. Ramen. All right. We'll give you an initiation ding. Initiation ding for Taraby fan. There you go. I love it. Okay, Taraby says, I went to a guy with school with a guy named Jupiter. He was cool. Jupiter's a cool name. Thank you for the initiation ding, of course. All right. It is midnight 30 in the east. It may indeed be time for Sandwich After Dark King.
Narren Falls is located at Narren Falls Provincial Park, and it's only about a 3-kilometer round-trip hike to get to the falls. And one thing we haven't really explained in our Canada video so far is what a provincial park is. And basically, it's just what a state park is in the United States. But one big difference that we've noticed, at least compared to many state parks in the United States, is that all of the provincial parks are totally free.
That's good stuff. Okay, folks. It's time for my next BRB, but please enjoy this video while I'm on break. I'll be back when I return. Let me know if they did any ice cream. And I'll see you in a minute.
Whoa, yeah.
That's way cooler than I thought it would be.
Me too.
This waterfall is a perfect example of just how powerful water can be, especially when eroding rock. There's all these little particles in the water, and when the water swirls in a circular motion, together they create these things called potholes, which over time just get deeper and deeper and then eventually form underground passages.
This drive is mind-blowing, ridiculous. So many big mountains. It's crazy.
We got another bear! And we caught him on camera this time! Woo! We were able to pull over safely, no one was coming, and see him just hanging out. Man!
Just on the hillside.
That is, we saw 3 on Vancouver Island. We've seen 2 here.
Yeah.
We're at 5 bears here in Canada, with more to come. We saw a sign on this drive that said, "You're now in grizzly bear country." So we have a variety of bears. I can't even talk, I'm so excited. I don't think the excitement of seeing a bear is ever going to wear off.
It's not gonna wear off. We haven't even scratched the surface of this road yet. This journey up through Canada to Alaska. I've already seen so many bears.
Man, we've seen more bears in the last 2 weeks than we've ever seen in our entire life.
Yeah. Add another bear to the list. Just saw another little guy.
We promise we won't freak out about every bear we see for the next few months on our way up to Alaska and in Alaska. But right now, it's just so new and exciting.
Catherine's so good at spotting them too. I always notice them until it's too late, and if she wouldn't have said anything, I might not have even seen it, but yeah, you're good at it. making a quick pit stop to check out Seton Lake, which is a freshwater fjord that has a gorgeous color from glacial silt. And to see the lake and the surrounding area, we're hiking up the Seton Lake Lookout, which is a quick 1.3 kilometer hike that overlooks the turquoise colored lake and a hairpin turn in the road below. The first time I saw this view was I was thumbing through the milepost book back in Austin before we left this year. And man, I was like, oh man, I can't wait to stop at that. And here we are.
4-ish months later.
Yeah, so cool.
We have an hour-and-a-half drive to the final spot that we want to check out today, and one road trip tip that we try to do always, but we're especially doing on this drive, is downloading offline Google Maps. We're able to download different sections of the rest of our route to Alaska offline. That way we can use Google Maps no matter if we have service or not. This is so helpful. We do this all the time, but especially on a drive like this where we're going to be going through some more remote stretches, it's a great way to make sure that we don't miss any of the stops we want to make.
This entire drive has been so incredible. It's hard to not stop about every 10 minutes. You just want to get out and take tons of photos. I saw this one coming up, had to make this stop. The scenery's really been changing since this morning. You know, it was white, snowy, giant mountains. Still have giant mountains, but we're getting lower in elevation, so the snow's mostly gone. And this area is really reminding us a lot of the San Juan Mountains in southwest Colorado. It's a little drier, but giant mountains, these giant gorges you drive through. And again, smile. You can't, it won't come off my face.
For our final stop of the day, we're at Chasm Provincial Park to check out a super quick overlook of this canyon. And just like many canyons we go to, as you're driving up to it, you start to think you're going crazy and wonder, is there actually a canyon here? Because all you see is just really flat land and farmland, but we caught a little peek of it, and there's definitely a canyon.
Many years ago, there were successive lava flows in the area that formed the Fraser Plateau. Then about 10,000 years ago, flowing water carved this canyon, revealing the layers of hardened lava. And now you can see these individual layers of lava flows on the wall here in tones of reds, browns, yellows, and purples.
As we mentioned in our last video, we have paid to camp basically every single night since we've gotten to Canada. But Canada has something called recreation sites, and at many of these recreation sites, they have free campgrounds. So tonight, we're trying to stay at one 20 minutes away from Chasm Canyon called Beaver Dam Lake. It has 7 sites, so we're hoping we can snag one.
This campsite is so amazing and peaceful. The sites are really spread out, so you kind of feel like you have the whole place to yourself. Got the lake and the mountain views just outside our window. Got some green chili pork in the Instant Pot, and then here in a bit we're gonna watch an episode of one of our favorite shows on Netflix, Somebody Feed Phil. And then tomorrow we're gonna keep on trucking.
That's a snapshot in time. I wonder I don't remember that show at all, but it
Today's
must.
plan is to drive to Prince George, which is 4.5 hours from where we camped last night. We're mostly gonna book it there because we have a couple things we want to check out when we get there, but we do have one stop we want to make along the way.
Is it ice cream?
We've made it to 100
Plenty of bears,
Mile
no
House,
ice
which is
cream.
one of many
So no ice
towns
cream
in
yet?
this
Oh,
area
okay,
with
okay.
Similar
So
names like 100 Mile
they've got
House,
they've gotten
14 Mile House.
they got a little
along this stretch of the drive in the South Caribou
they
region
have
of
big
BC.
on. That's
These towns were
108
along the Caribou
kilometers
Wagon
without
Road,
ice
which is
cream,
a
huh?
road that prospectors traveled back in the 1800s during the Caribou
Thanks for
Gold
the
Rush.
updates,
We're gonna
Bam.
grab some
Appreciate
coffee
you.
from Rusty Iron Coffee and then check out some of these old buildings from the Gold Rush.
Taraby says they were freaking out to see so many bears. Oh man, I'll have to go back and see that later. Oh, look at this, it's coffee. Mark that off their checklist.
This coffee shop is amazing. It's located in a log cabin, so it has that log cabin vibe, but kind of a modern twist to it. And look at this view. There's this beautiful lake right outside the back that you can
Wait, Monkey D says the bear content was becoming unbearable. There you go, Monkey D.
just sit here, enjoy your coffee with a gorgeous view. And speaking of the coffee,
Yes, King says they just pinned themselves to be from Texas. That's where they were in 2022. That was their home base at the time. They mentioned Austin earlier. Yes, indeed.
we got large Americanos because we are so insanely tired today. And these Americanos are delicious.
We also got to chat with the owner Ryan and then another local inside named Dane. They were both super nice and super friendly, and anytime we get to chat with locals, it just makes the experience even better. And any place that serves coffee in basically like a German Stein is a win in my book.
That's cool. King says that explains the mural. Mm-hmm.
Just down the road from the coffee shop is the 108 Mile Ranch Heritage Site, which has a bunch of old buildings from the Gold Rush era. Unfortunately, it doesn't open till 10 a.m., so we can't go inside any of the buildings, but you are able to just freely walk around and check them out from the outside.
There's a handful of buildings you can walk around and check out here, and they're all super well maintained. There's a schoolhouse, there's a chapel, and then over here there's a big Clydesdale barn that is apparently one of the largest remaining of its kind in
Look
Canada.
how long it is.
Even though it's currently closed, there are a few areas where there's this open fencing or there's windows you can peek into, so we're still able to kind of check out the inside of some of the spots. It's free to visit here, but it's donation based, so if you do visit, make sure to leave a donation so they can help maintain it.
Taraby fan says, can you imagine? Oh, my neighbors are the 108 Mile House, so I guess I'm the 109 Mile House.
Now 3.5 hours to Prince George.
Pretty nice looking drive though. Looks like a nice cozy drive. Here comes the gas. Oh, they do diesel. This does diesel. Look at that.
A little road trip update. We're about an hour in and the drive's been really beautiful so far today. It's very different than yesterday, but it's super lush and green. There's tons of ponds and lakes and just tons of green trees. I've been getting a little bit of work done while we've been driving. I got our monthly newsletter sent out, so if you're not signed up for that, you can sign up at the bottom of our website homepage, and I'm about to start sorting clips for our next video that I'm editing.
And I'm listening to podcasts as I enjoy this nature we're driving through. I'm listening to some fly fishing podcasts because I'm trying to soak up all those tips so I can be screaming fish on every other cast when I'm fishing in Alaska.
Mandy says, I found the website they use for music. Cool. Super cool. It has to be DMCA friendly, right? So
We have finally
They did a
made
great
it to
job.
Prince George, which is actually the largest city in northern British Columbia. Back in 1807, the Northwest Company opened a fur trading post nearby, and a settlement named Fort George emerged. And in the early 1900s, the Grand Trunk Pacific Railway entered the region, and the city became known as Prince George in 1915. And to see some of the railway history in the area, plus forestry history, we're gonna check out the Central BC Railway and Forestry Museum.
But yeah, the two of them do such a great job programming that music and lining it up with this footage, you know. Anytime is train time.
The museum costs $8 Canadian per adult, and it's home to a bunch of old restored train cars that we are super pumped to check out.
Can I get a ticket to Anchorage, please? Anyone? The train's about to leave. I'm coming. Don't leave without me.
Yes, sir. Yeah, we're on our way. We just had this person show up really late. Yeah, but we're on our way, okay? We're coming.
Maybe travelogues is their specialty then.
Ooh.
Being here is bringing back so many memories of going on the Durango and Silverton narrow gauge railroad in Durango, Colorado last year. If you missed that video, go check it out because it's still
Okay.
one of my
We'll
favorite
update you on that too,
experiences that
Tarabi.
we've had.
Tarabi had said before that, I love seeing old buildings like that. They have a place in Hokkaido with old houses from different eras. PG is good. Nice.
Walking through these old train cars is like stepping back in time. It seems like all the fixtures and all the
PG is
furniture and
good.
things are original. These are definitely our favorite kind of museums.
How would they have rated? Wait, we go back to this. Right here.
Walking through these old train cars is like stepping back in time. It seems like all the fixtures and all the furniture and things are original. These are definitely our favorite kind of museums.
And watch this. Look at the diner car. Look at the diner car right there. Built-in kitchen, right? Kitchen, right in the same car. Seats. What rating would Jackson and Miles have given this car? Notice the original ceilings, original lighting, original fixtures, original stools, original windows. Could have been a 9. I mean, the proximity to public transit, maybe not the greatest, but 5 out of 10. You might be right, King.
Not only do they have old trains that you can walk through, but they also have a mini train that you can take a ride on for $3 per person. And I'm way too excited as an adult to go on this mini train.
They're probably the only ones on it. No, we have some other passengers.
That was awesome.
That was too much fun.
Oh, Prince George PG. Yeah, it does look really cool. BC's on point here. Oh,
Did you get a whole suitcase of this stuff? Or...
Oh, what do you think it is? Is it ice cream time? Yeah, I think. Yeah, he says that would be too fat for that to work. I wouldn't sell yourself short there. Could this be ice cream? What do you think, everybody? It's gotta be ice cream. It's gotta be ice cream.
What? Dang, this is... We couldn't drive through Canada without getting some poutine. We just grabbed some poutine from Nancy O's here in town, and they are said to have some pretty tasty poutine. Poutine is a Canadian delicacy that originated in Quebec and consists of French fries with cheese curds and gravy on top. The hot gravy melts the curds a bit and makes a delicious cheesy fried snack. They told us they made it extra big, and we're not upset about it. All right, I think with poutine, you gotta start with the fries. And these are perfectly fried. They got a little crisp to them. And then the gravy on top, it's nice and savory, a little salty. And then the cheese curds, oh yeah, they're just melty and cheesy. Oh yeah, this is like super comfort food right here, right?
My favorite part, hands down, are the gooey curds. The hot, gooey, cheesy cheese curds. Want cheese curd?
Jason, good to see you. Welcome, Jason. Do we know these people? Not personally.
Nice to stay at another free recreation site. There's a handful to choose from in the Prince George area, but we're hoping for Doherty Creek, which is only about 20 minutes from town.
Monkey D says heart attack in a box. Delicious, delicious heart attack. I can attest. I finally got to try some up in Ontario.
To ourselves.
Nice.
Oh yeah.
So, Jason, we are watching some YouTubers, Adventures of A+K. They are travel bloggers, and
You ready for another fun?
they're in the middle of a epic journey all the way from where they were living at the time, Texas, to Alaska, and they're taking it the whole trip with this camper van that they've been driving. And we've watched a lot of these shows, a lot of these episodes here on the Sandwich Show, and they are getting very close to Alaska now. They're only about a couple stops away at this point, so it's very exciting. Where's the F and ice cream? Yeah, I think they're kind of stringing us along, but I think we're still gonna get it.
Yeah! Woo! Today is going to be our longest drive so far, 5 hours up to Dawson Creek. We plan to make a few stops along the way, and our first stop is Teapot Mountain Recreation Site, which is about an hour drive away.
Jason says, hope they make it safe. Me too. Tara B says, did I miss the ice cream? Not yet. They did get some poutine though, as Monkey D said. Dawson's Creek sounds
There are quite a
dramatic.
few lakes in this area, so we're hiking up the Teapot Mountain Trail,
Let me give that to one of our OG friends, Jason. Dawson's Creek sounds dramatic.
which is about 2.8 kilometers round trip. There's bugs. So many bugs.
This trail, I think I just swallowed a bug. This trail is very appropriately named Teapot Mountain because it is steep. Get it? Because you steep tea?
If we ever got them on the Sandwich, there would be so many dings. Dozens of them.
The hardest trail we've done in a long time. Oh, it's kicking my butt.
No ding for Steve. All right. I'll give a ding for Steve T. That was pretty good. Ding for Steve T. Well done, Catherine. It turned into a machine gun bell. Be like a pinball machine up in here.
Not even at the final viewpoint, the main one you come for, and look at this.
This part of Canada is really reminding us of Minnesota, and y'all know how much we loved Minnesota's North Shore and the Northwoods. There's just trees as far as the eye can see. It's so green. There's all these rivers and lakes and ponds. It's so different than the first part of our drive, but it's so beautiful.
Heck yeah.
This is gorgeous.
PSA, pick up after yourself. There's lots of little trash around here. It's a bummer. Don't want to just share the pretty views up here. Look at all this trash. Somebody had full-on instant noodles and just thought this tree was a good trash can, I guess.
Friendly or maybe unfriendly reminder, your mom doesn't work here. Pick up after yourself. I guess Adam's your mom now because he's picking up after you.
Here. No place for that. Monkey says, leave no trace ethics. Clean up after yourselves out there. Absolutely. Tara says, my auntie used to climb mountains and always pick up trash. Terrible. Like, where are people... You have to wonder what
We have been
people's
driving
heads
for about an
sometimes.
hour and a half, and the scenery is getting better and better. We're starting to approach the Rocky Mountains. And we're
Absolutely fabulous that your aunt was willing to clean up, though. That is very, very cool. That's very cool. Very noble. Very noble. Tara, we got your water. You can see here's the route that's remaining for them to get to Dawson Creek. That'll be their latest stop in this video. And somewhere we hope between this spot and here is some ice cream.
making a very quick pit stop at Bijou Falls, which is literally just off the side of the road.
Ah?
That water is so cold, the wind is just blowing off of it. Ooh, and it's misty.
I love that terribly.
It is so misty and cold. I cannot see out of my glasses right now. I am soaking wet, but that was so fun.
These mountains just popped out of nowhere. They are massive, snowy, and rocky. Just wow.
Yeah. Eddie's right. They need to get used to the cold for Alaska.
We found this dirt lot just off the side of the road with the most epic mountain backdrop. We had to just stop here and soak it in for a bit. This is too beautiful.
Oh, look at the baby cub over there. You see that?
Add it to the...
We're adding bear number 7 to the list. We're actually gonna keep track of this because we're very curious how much we will see of each animal along this journey.
Just down the road from the overlook we just stopped at is Pine Lake Murray Park, and they have this beautiful lake here called Heart Lake. Thought it'd be a great spot for a picnic. We just have some leftovers, nothing exciting.
But the view's great.
But the view's great.
We just met a local and his adorable daughter at the lake and chatted with him for a while, and we just have to say that everyone in Canada, especially the last few days, have just been so incredibly friendly and welcoming and nice. They'll talk to you for a while and give you a bunch of tips, and as we mentioned at the coffee shop, it just makes the experience even better, so shout out to all the Canadians out there. But we're back on the road and we have 2 hours till our final destination of the day, Dawson Creek.
We're giving Kona a little potty break, and we stopped in the town of Chetwynd, which is known for their chainsaw carvings like this, and we're just missing the Chetwynd International Chainsaw Carving Competition by about a week. I think it's next weekend. But they do have all these previous winners, like first place, second place on this stretch here, so we're gonna check some of them out.
Gorgeous looking sculptures. Tara says, oh, I think some of the nicest people I've ever met are Canadian. I'm with that. I'm with that for sure. You look great. Wow. Spider-Man too? Cool.
These are all crazy impressive. I have no idea how they pick who gets first place because they are all so detailed and beautiful. And what's really cool is that there are carvers from all over the world. We saw one from Japan, one from Lithuania, and one from our hometown of Austin, Texas.
There they are.
After 3 amazing days of driving up through part of British Columbia, we have made it to Dawson Creek, the start of the Alaska Highway, which is the road we'll be taking for the next almost 1,900 kilometers all the way to the Alaska border. Tonight we're staying at the Mile Zero campground, and tomorrow the Alaska Highway journey will finally begin.
So no ice cream in this video, but I think it's just...
We got up here and we saw smoke as we're walking up, and we're like, that's not good. And then we notice here is a little old campfire, I guess, that somebody didn't put all the way out. Yeah, they call me the fireman. Making my rounds all over town, putting out old flames.
And one from our hometown of Austin, Texas. Shout out Gordon Ramsay. No, that wasn't his name. Was it? What was his name?
Timmy's, here we come. I feel like that thing from South Park. Timmy.
Wiggle, wiggle, wiggle.
We're giving Coney a little Coney.
It's our plateau, but they spelled it wrong.
Gotta love it. Coney's Kona. So they I think Coney was a mistake. They mistakenly said Coney. Kona's their dog though. So someone could have started the forest with, yeah, boy, when we were just talking about how nice people are in Canada, and yet we had the litter bugs, and then we have the people irresponsible with the fires. But I still think on the whole, Canadian folks are really, really cool folks. Yeah. How dare there not be ice cream in this video? Maybe they'll make up for it in the next one. But I think the reason they didn't do it is because there probably just wasn't one. They were really going through the wilderness in this one. So we'll see if they can make up the difference in the next chapter. So they did their 3-day road trip from Whistler to Dawson Creek. They are in Dawson Creek now. And now they're going to go drive from Dawson Creek to the Yukon. Ooh. Driving the Alaska Highway. This is a pretty chunky video too. 33 minutes in length. So buckle up, folks. We have about 3 videos to go, but each one's going to be pretty long. So let's do it. Monkey D says we'll just blame it on tourists, which might be fair. Maybe it's accurate. What is blinking next to you? Oh, it's my Pac-Man light. Yeah. This is the Pac-Man light. Like that's the Pac-Man and the ghosts. Yeah. It used to be closer in the old stream room. I had it like about here where my hand is, but now I don't really have a spot for it, so it just goes back there by the bookshelf. Yeah. I love that Pac-Man light. It adds a lot of character to the room. BC says, but the litter and fires might have been done by visitors, not Canadians. Probably could very well have been tourists that did all that. Oh, the little white light? Oh, you're talking about this one. Oh, this is the super knob on my synthesizer. So when I do different, it changes colors as we do different things. Like this one, if I do an electric piano, it turns purple. Oh, this isn't even turned up, but you know. And then if you want to do like a DX thing, it turns into like greenish white. If you want to do this, one of these is orange. I'm trying to remember which one. No. Okay, so this other one is this other electric piano is blue. I'm not sure if you can see that. Oh, it's the same one. Never mind. And then this one's green. It's hard to see it on the. Nope. Yeah. So yeah, it just turns different colors based on what kind of instrument I have selected. And then within that, you can change the knob and move it so that it can be stronger or different. So like here, the super knob starts like this. You know, give me like an F. And then it can go, the F can be drier. See how dry that is? Or you can make it much more saucier. See how it becomes orange? But compare that again. Dry. And then sauce. So much sauce, right? Like so much sauce. So yeah, that's what the super knob does. It just kind of tweaks the amount of effect you have on your patch, whatever patch you're on. Dry sauce, dry sandwich versus saucy sandwich. Yeah, and sometimes you're in the mood for the sauce. You want some real sauce in that sandwich, you know. So you know, your mood's always going to be different from day to day. So there you have it. So that's what you're asking about, the super knob. Yeah, the super knob is a pretty nifty component of this synthesizer that I don't use enough. I really don't, but it's pretty cool. BRB, okay, Red Bean, we'll see you in a minute. Taraby says, I like my sandwiches dry. Dig that. Let's do our next chapter in this video. Let's see if we get some ice cream this time. As we drive the Alaska Highway. We're getting close, like we're almost there. Just like there are about 2 more chapters to go. I don't know what's going on with my mouse tonight. Like it seems my mouse appears to be drunk because like I'm trying to just get this thing focused. There we go.
On the Alaska Highway, finally.
There we go. Where's that ice cream? Bear, cinnamon roll, bison. Pretty good. No poll. Nah, because it's a little less certain, I think, this time. Bear number 8. Yeah. Ooh, they're getting there.
Today we are officially starting our drive on the Alaska Highway. This highway runs 2,232 kilometers from Dawson Creek in British Columbia through the Yukon and ending in Delta Junction in Alaska. We're currently standing at mile 0 in Dawson Creek, which is where the highway begins, and over the next 7 days we're going to be driving it all the way to the Alaska-Canada border.
I'll tell you a bit of history about the Alaska Highway in a bit, but first we're going to grab coffee and breakfast at a local spot called Beans and Barley.
Beans and Barley is a coffee shop, cafe, and they have 3 golf bays in the back. This might be my favorite coffee shop ever. It's so cool. I'm gonna have to steal that concept one day. But I got this breakfast burrito and it is super delicious. It has tons of egg in there, loads of cheese, which, you know, makes everything better. There's peppers, the bacon is nice and crispy, and then also to top it off, the tortilla out here is like perfectly like grilled.
Looks like a pretty bougie
like
burrito
press or something. Oh yeah.
And I got a butterscotch latte, which is perfection, and a Cobb bowl, which is basically a Cobb salad, which is kind of a weird thing to have for breakfast, but it sounded so good. It has ham, bacon, veggies, and the most delicious homemade dressing. So we're gonna sit here for a bit and devour this and take advantage of probably our last Wi-Fi in at least 5 days, maybe longer.
Yeah. Cobb salad. If you add like a fried egg to that though, that's a totally good breakfast.
So a little bit of history for you about the Alaska Highway. After the attack on Pearl Harbor, there was increasing concern about how the U.S. could defend Alaska, which finalized the decision to create a land route between the lower 48 and Alaska. An agreement was made between the U.S. and Canada where the U.S. would fund and maintain the road through World War II plus an additional 6 months, and then Canada would take over its portion of the road.
The construction began in March 1942 with the scouting of the route and mobilizing thousands of pieces of equipment, and by June, over 10,000 American soldiers had poured into Canada. The life of a soldier working to build the road was a grueling gig. They would work 7 days a week with sometimes 16-hour days and battle below zero temperatures in the winter and mosquitoes and black flies in the summer, all while being fueled by subpar food and harsh living conditions. Along with the help of 16,000 Canadian and American civilians, they completed the Alaska Highway, also known as the Alcan Highway, in just 8 months after construction started. While the road technically opened in November 1942, it wasn't open to the public until 1948, and over time it has gone through many improvements to make it what it is today. We're about to start our trek on the Alaska Highway, but before we get started, we have a couple quick chores to take care of. First chore we've got to do, we got to fill up our water tank so that we can shower, have water to drink, have water to cook with. Hopefully it'll last us the next few days till we can get to the next water source.
I think my question is, where is their shower? Because I guess they have one, right? I'm thinking, like, where did they put the shower? It must be this area here. Not sure. I don't know if they have a shower in there, but if they do, that's pretty rad. Monkey D says adding an egg makes anything breakfast. That's true.
We're filling up the van, and we're also filling up our jerry cans here. Like we said, we don't think we'll need them, but we'd rather have them full, ready to go and not need them than have them empty and need them.
I never figured out how many gallons or liters that actually fills up, but that is scary.
Also, our windshield looks like a crime scene. I don't know if we've ever had so many dead bugs on our window before. You can't even get any footage out of it right now without just having dead bugs all over it. So we're gonna clean it up real quick, but I have a feeling it'll look this bad again in about an hour.
The shower might just be a hose that they can run outside the van with a shower head on it.
Let's get on the Alaska
That works. Taraby says, isn't it a Mercedes van? It must have lots of bells and whistles. I imagine there's some solid bells and whistles on there.
Doing it! We're on the Alaska Highway! Finally! Our plan today is to drive almost 6 hours to northwest of Fort Nelson to a rest area to sleep for the night. We had heard and we had read in the mileposts and on a bunch of blogs that this stretch of the drive is the least exciting, so we decided to kind of book it through this part. That way we have more time to enjoy the rest of it, which is all stuff that we are just so excited about.
Yeah, save your battery. Don't put video of this then. King says, crime scene from bugs? Pfft, and they say they're from Texas. Well, they were from Texas back then, yeah. I think they were actually originally from the Pacific Northwest, but Texas was their home base for a good number of years.
As predicted, our windshield is covered in dead bugs again, and I couldn't get it to focus on him.
They grew up in Texas, you say, maybe? Interesting. Interesting.
Today's drive hasn't been super eventful, but we're still just so jazzed to be on the Alaska Highway and be going to Alaska right now. A couple years ago, we would have never thought we would be driving up all of British Columbia. And minus yesterday, when we kind of started to meet up with the Alaska Highway crowd, we hadn't seen any license plates from the United States for days. And it just really puts into perspective just how far we are from home. Yeah, I just can't believe we're doing this. I'm so excited.
Yeah, it's tough to fight off all the boredom in these long drives. They've done remarkably. Okay, Taraby, have a great rest. Thanks so much for hanging out with us tonight. Taraby says I gotta get some work done, so I'll be lurking.
Cool.
Have a good
Yeah,
work.
buddy. Enjoy your meal.
Bear number 9. Thanks for spotting that too. Mitty's
What
like,
a day of driving. We are staying at kilometer 536 rest stop, just on the side of the road. Nothing glamorous, as you can see behind me. Actually, I lied. There is a view of all these mountains over here. We're gonna check it out, and then we're gonna make some dinner, get some rest, keep going tomorrow.
that was quick. I guess the dinner wasn't much to talk about.
We were just leaving the parking area, and we were just completely blanketed in, and now we drove about 100 meters, and it opened up a little bit. We came out of the cloud a little bit.
Whew,
Oh, we can see things.
Yeah, we were a little worried when we woke up and we couldn't see anything outside of the van, because today is one of the days we've been most excited about. We're driving up to Muncho Lake, and we hear this is one of the most gorgeous stretches of the Alaska Highway, at least in British Columbia. So it's not looking that great. It's still looking pretty foggy, but we might, hopefully we'll get to see some views today. But first, we're on a mission to get some cinnamon buns.
There you go. Mitty says, now let's get that ice cream. Hopefully. Cute little kitty.
We read that cinnamon buns are a very popular food item along the Alaska Highway. We aren't 100% sure why. We tried to do a little bit of research to figure out why. Couldn't really find a clear answer, but we're not mad about it. We heard that Tetsa River Lodge had some of the best along the road, so we had to stop and try one for ourselves. And look at that bad boy. Oh yeah.
Looks so gooey.
Oh my goodness.
This cinnamon bun looks absolutely insane. This box doesn't look that big, and then you open it, and then the cinnamon bun is massive. Oh, it's all melted, and there is so much cinnamon in there, and it is thick, but also moist and gooey. I haven't had many cinnamon buns in my life, but this is hands down one of the best, if not the best one.
Like Catherine said, that is just super gooey. The bun just tastes
That does
fresh
look
baked.
really-
It's got a little chew to it, but man, it's no nice
so
and
used to,
warm and
like-
gooey. Oh my goodness, look at all that
I'm just,
in between all the layers there.
yeah,
Whoa.
that looks really good.
Yeah, buddy. And the middle roll there just soaks up all the goo, but then if you look here, oh yeah, it's pillowy.
What an amazing thing to just be able to stop and eat on this really long, remote stretch of road. We've been driving over 6 hours since yesterday, and being able to just stop and have a delicious, like, high-quality cinnamon roll is such an amazing surprise. They also have a very sweet doggy here, which just makes the experience even better. And a cat inside. That was super fluffy. How many cinnamon buns do you have every day? 10? What?
We're back on the road. We have about 20 minutes to our next stop, Stone Mountain Provincial Park. We're hoping to go on a hike, but there's some really dense, patches of fog, and so it's not the greatest, hiking weather, but we're gonna go out there and see what we can see.
King says, I wonder if there's an all ice cream YouTube channel out there. Mitty says, what did that say about Food Network? I think it was ranked a top place from Food Network, that cinnamon bun place. I imagine there's at least a couple of ice cream YouTube channels, yeah.
Just saw 2 caribou.
Our first ever, I
Yeah,
think.
first
Ooh,
ones
2
we've ever
caribou.
seen.
If you shoot it, I will
This
edit
park
it.
is located in
I
the
love that
Northern
video.
Rocky Mountains, and it is insanely beautiful out here. As you may be
King says, if I knew how to edit video, I'd probably have a dozen YouTube channels. Mitty says, if you shoot it, I will edit it. Porcupine. Oh, you saw that? Monkey D. Cool. Red Bean says, ooh, I didn't have my glasses on to see the gooey treat, but it sure looked good. Yeah, it did. It did.
Able to tell the sun's coming out a bit, the fog's starting to lift. I can see a super snowy mountain right in front of me, and we're hiking the Flower Springs Lake Trail, which is 10 kilometers round trip. We haven't seen any recent trail reports on it, so we're not 100% sure of the conditions, but we think it should be accessible and we should be able to make it all the way to the lake.
First part of this trail was on a service road, and now we're on the actual trail. And at the beginning of the trail, there's a logbook to sign in on, and if it's accurate, it looks like we're only the second group out here this year, and the first one was just yesterday, and they wrote that they couldn't make it all the way to the lake because it was too snowy, so we'll see how far we can get.
They got some tough sledding ahead of them. Look at how much fog there is. Like, you know, normally there are shots you can see all the way to the sky, but not here. It's just like, it's just this blanket over the top.
Post holing all the way down to my knee, jeez. See if I can get out of this.
I shouldn't laugh because I still have to go through this stretch too. Oh,
Oh man,
I thought I had it.
that is some fall. That's tricky. Monkey D says springtime in the mountains. All that snow melt makes some great fog. Oh yeah, that's
There's
some
a
epic
caribou
fog.
just across the trail from us right now.
Man, I feel like I'm in a National Geographic documentary. He just kind of was up on the hill over there, came across this little valley,
He like ran a little bit.
just in the mist.
He's running again.
Yeah, wow.
I wonder. Silly
What I
question.
love about this drive so far and this hike is just how remote and wild it feels.
Do you think
It's definitely a
snowshoes would
touristy
help
thing
them
to
stay
drive the Alaska Highway.
balanced
Thousands of
more,
people do it,
or is that
maybe
just gonna
millions, I
is
don't
the
even
fall
know,
gonna be
every
just
single
inevitable?
year. But compared to places like Banff National Park and all the national parks in the US, there's like really nothing out here. There are no amenities. It's just pure nature and the road. And it's just amazing to just be immersed in nature like this, but also have that solitude that is just so hard to find in so many places these days.
We see two, what we think are bighorn sheep off on this mountainside over here.
Red Bean says, oh no, so BC says snowshoes would help as it spreads out your weight. Aha, I figured as much. Monkey D
Just when you
says,
think this
in
hike
that
can't
slush,
get
you're just
any
going to
better,
fall at some point. But
look
snowshoes
behind me.
would help them
This
there.
was all engulfed in a cloud about a minute and a half ago. You can see the entire mountain now. Oh my gosh, this is incredible. Oh, I'm so happy to be here. I just can't stop smiling.
They got to be really high up in elevation too, so you can imagine them losing their
More
breath.
mountains are popping out. This is amazing.
Yes, yes, yes. Thank goodness. Woo!
We have made it to the lake, and as we kind of assumed on the hike out here, it's completely frozen over, but in the summertime, this lake is a gorgeous turquoise color. We're definitely not mad about it though, because as we've kind of said a million times, we're a bit of a broken record. These mountain views are insane. We fully expected to get out here and it's just to be completely clouded in, and these are the views that we came out here for. We wanted to see these rocky mountains, and we just feel so lucky and just so glad that we ended up doing the hike, even though it didn't look very promising at first, because you just truly never know. There could be something this epic behind all the clouds.
As hard as it is to leave this lake area, we're gonna book it back to the van because we have some rain coming later on in the day and we wanna beat that rain to our next spot.
My shoes, which are waterproof, are completely soaked. I have pools of water, but it was worth it because that hike was so much fun.
I had to think that would have been inevitable, right? With all that snow. And then falling into it like several times, right? Skimming rocks. That looks nice. Like a lake full of slush.
So I don't think we beat the rain, but even with the rain and the clouds, the views are just getting better and better. We have about an hour and a half drive to our final stop today and where we hope to camp, Muncho Lake.
For those of you interested in driving the Alaska Highway, just a quick note on cell service so far. Yesterday we basically had cell service the entire drive, and the rest area we stayed at had amazing cell service, but we had read that once we left the rest area we would basically have no service, and that has proven to be the case. We have not had a bar at all today, but we downloaded offline Google Maps, we have the milepost, we downloaded offline AllTrails maps, so we're able to navigate just fine without it, and we have our Garmin so we can text my mom and let her know that we're doing okay.
Making steady progress. Beautiful views. It is starting to look pretty cold though.
I don't know what I was expecting on the Alaska Highway. We had heard it was less scenic than the Cassiar Highway, which is how we might drive down afterwards, but I have been completely blown away. I mean, just look, this is just on the side of the road, and right behind me, there are these huge waterfalls that are like multi-level. It's just mind-blowing.
Yeah, Red Beach is what's in Alaska for them, and Monkey Beach is Alaska. That's all you really need.
Cannot get over how
You're here.
blue this water is. It is strikingly blue. It's one of those Gatorade ones. I can see why this is one of the top things to see on this road, and yeah, it is. Wow.
That is beautiful. Hi, Ray from King Dam Breaker. Thank you, friend.
We pulled into the McDonald campground on Muncho Lake. It's one of two. There's this one in Strawberry Flats, I believe.
A McDonald campground on Muncho Lake. That is too much. Don't get things. Adam's all getting my home to say we pulled into McDonald, and I'm like, McDonald's? Like, oh, McDonald's campground. Okay. So red bean. I'll get this maple bean for you first. I see that bean boodle from Mitty. Let me pop that in for Mitty. Mitty out there. It's all good. It's all good. The good news for me is it's very, very likely it's going to be the last one of the night. So That makes me a little relieved. A little relieved. All right, let's see what it is. Oh my god, I can smell all the way from here. Banana or wet dog. Here it is. It's wet dog. It's okay. I've had worse. I've had worse. Thank you, Mitty. Thank you, Red Bean. Thank you, King. Let's finish this off. They're getting very close to the border here. Of course, now the thing about it is, they first have to cross into the Yukon. So they're going to still be driving like a solid 3 or 4 hours in the Yukon before they get to the Alaskan border. But they're getting close to that too. So we're making things happen here, folks.
And I think there's 15 sites at this one, and we just drove by 5 of them. They were all open. We're just kind of doing the loop to see which one looks the best, because it seems like we have the pick of the litter.
Carabby says, what does your tea mean they have to be fresh? That was in regard to Circus Peanuts. Oh, shit. Sorry.
On Muncho Lake, it's one
I'll
of
go back
two.
over here.
This one in Strawberry Flats, I believe. And I think there's 15 sites at this one, and we just drove by 5 of them. They were all open. We're just kind of doing the loop to see which one looks the best, because it seems like we have the pick of the litter.
We ended up snagging campsite number 9, and I think it's one of the best campsites here. We have this beachfront access to the lake. It costs $20 per night to stay here, and I think it's gonna be the best $20 we've ever spent.
Look at this chunk of ice. Kona is just going straight in there after her stick. She is not fazed by this water at all. When we woke up this
Monkey
morning and looked out the
says,
window
I wonder if
and
they're
saw
gonna
the
do
weather
much in Whitehorse.
forecast, we did not have very high hopes for it today, but thankfully everything worked out perfectly and it ended up being an incredible day, and we are excited for one more awesome day here in BC tomorrow.
That's, dig it. That water does look really refreshing, huh? Monkey D. Yeah, that right there. Oh, that must feel so good. Birdie, yeah.
Today is our last day here in British Columbia. We're headed to the Yukon. We have 157 miles to go until the Yukon border. We have a couple stops we're gonna make along the way.
Couple stops, Mitty. Maybe this is it. Maybe this is the ice cream. Tarabi says bye-bye, BC. They spent less time going through that massive BC mainland than they did exploring Vancouver Island. But, that's not a terrible ratio, though, because Vancouver Island is really gorgeous.
On our way out, we stopped at this incredible overlook of Muncho Lake, and they have some signage here, and we learned that Muncho means big lake in the Kaska language, and it's 7.5 miles long, making it one of the largest natural lakes in all the Canadian Rockies.
Oh gosh, you couldn't pass that car. Look how slow that car was going, though. What do you do? Bison.
We had read that on this stretch of the road that we would see some wood bison.
Oh yeah, maybe the
Just got our
slow-mo
first
made it
taste of some.
seem
4
slower
or
than
5
it was.
of them out here. Beastly.
BC says not bye-bye to me. No, BC gets to hang out in BC for the long haul. Terry says we have bison in San Francisco. Do you? The babies are cute. Aww.
Our first stop of the day is Liard River Hot Springs Provincial Park, which we hear is a must-do along the Alaska Highway. It costs $5 per person during peak season, and it's home to Canada's second largest hot spring.
Wow. Only $5 for that.
We're about to get into the Alpha Pool, which is the public hot springs pool, and it ranges in temperature. So on one end, we read that it gets as hot as 52 degrees Celsius, and then it gets progressively cooler the further you get away from it.
And we're gonna start out with the cooler pool, that way the hotter one feels even better later. Ooh, that feels nice. Nice and warm, not hot.
The bottom is cold. It's like a la mode.
It's kind of a smart strategy. You start cool and work your way to the hotter one. This is great. Look at this.
Feels so good.
I can't wait to get in the hot one though, because this one's, it gets warmer, but it's not super hot. And I want to be burnt.
Let's get toasty.
Let's get toasty.
And no one's on this end and they're eyeballing me saying, it's pretty hot. Yeah, it's pretty warm.
Oh yeah, it's toasty. Ooh, yeah, I don't like it. I don't like it. It's too hot.
Oh yeah, that's nice.
Oh,
right
yeah,
there.
it feels so good. It's really nice.
I think if they found their happies, if they have found a...
Yeah, it's not too bad. The other end was way too hot. I thought I was going to get cooked.
Yeah. Their instincts serve them well here. Interesting. Last video she mentioned the parks are essentially free. I guess this one is the exception. Yeah.
This hot spring is super amazing. We're just gonna sit here, float here, and relax for a bit.
I mean, $5 for a hot spring like this seems like a pretty decent price. Maybe it's to start hot and go cooler. Mitty says if the water is too hot, it will cause burns.
A sign of a good hot spring time.
That's right. So we hung out in the hot springs for almost 2 hours. And
Damn.
It felt so nice. This thing is located on perfect spot on the Alaska Highway. Almost halfway there after a few days of driving. Feel rested and recharged, ready to go.
Yay. Nice. Yeah, and it's $5 Canadian too. Caribbean says $5 is pretty close to free.
We're making a quick pit stop at Smith River Falls, which should be just a pretty short walk from the parking lot.
Followed the path, brought us to the Smith River, I guess, but do you skirt along the way? I don't know. I don't want to get too close to this. This water's moving quick. One slip, you're into it.
We read on the sign at the trailhead that back in 2012 there was a fire that came through the area, and there used to be a boardwalk that I believe would take you to like the base of the falls, but it has not been rebuilt since then. So I'm guessing that's what should have been right here to take us the rest of the way. I thought we had read more recent reports of people getting to this waterfall, so I don't know, maybe they just skirt along, but there is a viewpoint up in the parking area that seems much safer, so I think we're just gonna go view it from up there.
Doesn't seem like there's much in them for much in it for them to chance it anyway. Look at that. I think they did all right with this decision.
Couldn't get down to the base of the falls, but it's still super impressive from up here. They are 35 meters high and 10 meters wide.
Wow. That is impressive.
We met some folks at the hot springs that live about 5 hours from here, and they told us we should check out Whirlpool Canyon. We plugged it into Google Maps and nothing showed up, so we weren't sure if we could find it. We saw a sign on the side of the road with an arrow, so we turned down that road and we made it down here, and it definitely looks like a whirlpool.
Look how that big ass tree.
There are giant logs and tree trunks that are just swirling through the water
That's
here, and the guy at the hot
great.
spring told us there's multiple different channels that the water runs through at this area, and that the central channel is the only channel that's safe enough for a riverboat to go through. He said that one time in the past, I'm not totally sure all the details, other boats tried to go through the side channels and they either crashed or people flew overboard.
This is not only mesmerizing, you can just watch all the big logs swirling around, but it's also another example of just how crazy, destructive, and how powerful nature can be.
Yeah. Do not fool around with stuff like this, folks.
I think that's going to be our final stop here in British Columbia. Now we have a little over an hour and a half drive to the Yukon.
We just passed a sign that said, "Welcome to the Yukon," and then 30 seconds later, we were back in British Columbia, and then about 5 minutes after that, we're back in the Yukon. We're basically going in and out of British Columbia in the Yukon for the next stretch of this drive, so we're not going to officially say we're in the Yukon until we cross the border right by Watson.
Oh, okay. Fascinating. Hey, Steggy. It's just a little flooding. I can take it. Hold my beer. There you go.
The Alaska Highway continues for another 575 miles in the Yukon, and that's all that separates us from Alaska. We're making noise along the trail, and one of the things we do is we sing a song. Can you name this theme song? Hey, 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 hey!
Hey. Oh, damn, there's a mosquito on the lens. Look at this, there's a mosquito on the lens. The way the reflection is, it makes it look like Adam's wearing a Speedo.
Ooh, maybe I am.
It's remarkable how well they can keep themselves entertained. We're getting there. We're getting there. So they've made it to the Yukon. And now we have a 40-minute video of them exploring the Yukon. And after that, Alaska. They are so close. And we'll be spending the remainder of the stream getting to that place. It is going to take us past... By my calculation, I think we're going to be going past We're going to be going past 3 a.m. Eastern tonight. But we're so close. Why not finish it off? Let me catch up on chat before we get to our next episode. Mitty says wait, no, let me go back further. I think this is in regard to the Whirlpool King. Says this looks like where they photograph black metal album covers when it's not winter. Yeah. Let's see. Mitty says my grandparents did an RV trip from Las Vegas to Alaska. Dude, they did that in an RV? They went through all that? That's incredible. That's got to be some challenge, I tell you. Oh, this is kind of the moment where I wish I had started the stream an hour earlier, but as I mentioned at the beginning of the stream, I could not do it because of work. That was so frustrating. I'd love to be here an hour earlier, but we can still make it, and I think we're still going to be all right. So here we go. We're going to get to this video. Not much delay. To the Yukon. No ice cream. There may not be much ice cream in the Yukon either. The Yukon's pretty remote. So we'll see how it goes. Monkey D says keeping entertained on a long drive like that can be difficult. Absolutely. I salute them for being able to keep things interesting for themselves. Because, yeah, it can get tedious at times, I'm sure. So here we go. Next up, we're going to go see our pals in the Yukon. And just to remind everybody where we are, our guests tonight are the Adventures of A plus K. You can see the link in your chat. If you want to see more videos like this, You can catch their YouTube channel there and follow all their other adventures and find the links to their other platforms, to them on other platforms like their website and so on. A lot of incredible information there. So let's continue with their drive through the Yukon.
After spending the last 8 days driving up through British Columbia, starting from Vancouver, we have made it to the Yukon!
Hey!
Canada is made up of 10 provinces and 3 territories, and the Yukon is one of the territories. It is known for the Klondike Gold Rush and its immense wilderness and wildlife. In fact, the territory is about 80% wilderness, and there are more moose than humans.
Over the next few days, we're going to be driving over 575 miles through the Yukon, mostly on the Alaska Highway, to finally get to Alaska. We have many stops we plan to make, and the first is just 10 minutes up the road, the Signpost Forest.
Cool. I love it. Monkey D says, it was a challenge for me going from coast to coast in Canada. Going to a place that remote can be mind-numbing at times. Yeah. Tara B says, did I miss any ice cream? My boss was asking me a question. No, they did not get any ice cream during all this time.
Lake and was created during the construction of the Alaska Highway in
BC says, no white
1942.
horse either.
A U.S. soldier named Carl Lindley spent time in Watson Lake recovering from an injury and was
Be right back
tasked with
and get some more
repairing
water?
directional signposts.
I shall
Completing
return.
the job, he added a sign that showed the direction and mileage to his hometown of Danville, Illinois. Eventually, others followed suit, and there are now over 91,000 signs here from all over the world.
The town encourages visitors to add a sign to the forest, and they actually put up signposts all the time. That way there's always somewhere to attach your sign to. So we couldn't come here and not put up an Adventures of A+K sign. So we made our own. Check it out. Look at little Kona in the passenger seat. You may be wondering, well, what is the sign? Like, what material did you use? A lot of people use wood, but we used a Beware of Dog sign. And what's really cool is the visitor center will actually let you borrow a hammer, and then obviously they don't let you borrow nails. They give you nails to use so that way you can put it up. The visitor center also has a really awesome display on the history of the Alaska Highway, so definitely go check that out too. And now we have to find the perfect post to hang up our sign.
This is such a fun and quirky stop. We're just walking up and down all these aisles, just looking for places we've been, places we have some kind of connection to. Oh, we've been there. Oh, we've been there. Oh, remember that place? It's a lot of fun to bring back a lot of memories.
It's so hard to find a good spot to put our sign. All of the good spots have been taken. I guess we're like 91,000 signs too late.
I think we found the spot. That fits right there, huh?
Adventures of A+K will now forever live on in Canada. If you come to the Signpost Forest, try to come find our sign and send us a photo with it.
We probably saw about 50,000 of the signs. We wish we could have seen them all, but time to get back on the road.
Our plan for the rest of the day is to drive 155 miles to Teslin. It doesn't look like there's that much to see and do along this stretch of the drive. It looks pretty remote, so we're just gonna book it there because it's already 4:30 and it's about a 3-hour drive and we are getting very, very tired.
Welcome to the Yukon. They said you'd get chips in your window on the Alaska Highway. Just got one. First one. just saw our first moose. Yes.
I was just thinking how we haven't seen any wildlife since getting here to the Yukon, and I'm assuming it's because it's raining and maybe they're all hiding in the trees, but that was so exciting. We've been keeping track of all of the wildlife we're seeing, minus the bison, because that's just too many to count, on my phone. That way, at the end of our time up in Alaska, we can count it up and just see all the different animals we saw.
And actually, we realized
Hey, good. Hey, everybody. Nice to see you again. Got my water. Panda, good to see you. I still no ice cream, everybody. Oh, that's too bad. Thanks so much for hanging out with us, Panda. Shout out to our friend Fat Panda. Panda says, mine and my hubby's names are Ape and Kay. Maybe this is a sign we need to go on an adventure. How stupid is so cool.
Go. We're staying at a rest area just on Teslin Lake. And yeah, we are pooped. We're gonna make some dinner and go straight to bed.
Can't wait for your adventures too. Other A and other K.
It's almost 10 p.m. right now, and it is still so bright outside. We looked up what time the sun sets, and it's
Okay,
like
that's crazy.
11:15 or something like that. And then the sun rises at 4:30. That is crazy.
How do you even sleep in that scenario? That's impossible. Panda says, man, I've actually thought about van life. Yeah.
It is a gorgeous morning here in
Mitty
the
says
Yukon,
blackout
quite a bit
curtains.
different than yesterday's drive-in. And today we're taking a slight detour off the Alaska Highway to check out a couple spots on the Klondike Highway. This highway actually takes you all the way to Skagway, Alaska, which we would love to visit, but we're gonna save the inland passage for a future trip.
They have taken a lot of detours on this adventure. I'm not complaining. Caribby says I can sleep with all the lights on. Monkey D says springtime that far north is the land of midnight sun.
Center yesterday told us that the Yukon is paradise and to be careful. Some people don't leave. And based off the scenery we've seen so far, I totally get it.
Caribby says the roads look better maintained than the U.S. Yeah. There might be fewer people on it too, but yeah. Monkey D says detours are the adventure as far as I'm
We're at
concerned.
something you may not have expected
Respect.
to see here in the Yukon, a desert. We're at the Carcross Desert, which is said to
That
be
is
the
actually
smallest
wild.
desert in the entire world at 1.6 square kilometers. However, it's not technically a desert because the area receives too much precipitation, and it's actually a collection of dunes, and it's one of the few dune collections in northwest North America.
If you're curious how these sand dunes got here, you have to go back about 10,000 years ago when much of North America was covered in sheets of ice. These sheets of ice started to melt and it created ice dams, which then created these glacial lakes, and tons of sand and silt collected at the bottom of these lakes. These lakes started to disappear, and now today the Watson River flows into Bennett Lake, bringing lots of sand into the lake, and in the spring the water levels of Bennett Lake starts to go down, exposing some of the sand, and then the winds pick up the sand and it collects here on these sand dunes.
Crazy. If you ever wanted to go to the desert, but you didn't want to deal with the desert heat, like this is the way to do it. You don't see too many deserts with trees like that right next to them, you know? Alaska is truly one of a kind, I tell you.
We climbed up one of the dunes, which was a bit of a workout, but look at this view. The combination of the sand, the green, the snowy peaks, the lake, it's one of the most interesting mixes of scenery we've ever seen.
And this is just the words you say. Doesn't that sound like that song?
Next up, we're heading less than 10 minutes up the road to Emerald Lake.
Right? Middy's like, yes! You know the truth may carry this.
Man, look
Wow,
at
those colors are popping.
It's like a mini Muncho lake.
Oh man, the color in that lake is unbelievable.
This lake is one of the most striking blue and turquoise lakes we've ever seen, and what's really cool is there's a mix of colors in there, so you get to see like the contrast between the different shades of blue. And according to the sign, this color is created by the sun reflecting off of a white layer of marl on the lake bed. And marl is a white calcium carbonate clay that forms in the water and then settles, often unevenly, onto the lake bottom. And it forms when enough carbonate from dissolving limestone reacts with calcium in the water. So that's your science lesson for the day. Actually, that's your second science lesson because Adam already dropped some science knowledge earlier.
We thought this would be the perfect spot to have some lunch. We made some green chili pork in the Instant Pot. We actually had it cooking while we were hanging out at the desert just down the road. Pulled up here, made some veggies, and bada bing, bada boom.
We are heading back towards the Alaska Highway to get to our final destination of the day, the city of Whitehorse. But first, there's a neat looking spot along the way called Miles Canyon that we're gonna check out.
Wait, I think they did get to. Wait, hold on. So did they make it to Whitehorse after all? That is interesting. Therapy says they messed up a filter feature in there. Yes.
Miles Canyon is located
pretty
on the
sure of that.
Yukon River, which is the second longest river in all of Canada at 3,190 kilometers long. First Nations use this nearby area as a fishing camp, and they refer to it as Quanlan, which means running water through a canyon. Later on, gold rush prospectors called it the Grand Canyon and used it as the main thoroughfare when traveling north during the gold rush. Today it has a suspension bridge to walk across and some other trails to check out the canyon.
The walls of the canyon are made up of basaltic lava, which originated from a low volcanic vent about 8 kilometers south of here, and the lava flowed 8.5 million years ago. They drilled near the canyon and determined that the lava is 110 meters thick, but you can only see about 10 meters of it right now. And before they put a dam in along the river, the water was about 10 meters lower, exposing more of the lava.
For the rest of the day, we're gonna head into Whitehorse and we'll explore more of it tomorrow. But for today, we're gonna get some chores done, go to the library, take advantage of the Wi-Fi so we can get some work done.
Could it be? It might be. Possibly.
Whitehorse is the largest city in the Yukon and is named after rapids on the Yukon River, which resembled flowing manes of charging white horses. While the area was home to First Nations for many years, it experienced a rush of prospectors during the Klondike Gold Rush, and the area grew as a staging and distribution center. The area boomed again during the construction of the Alaska Highway as one of the largest camps on the road. Today it is the capital of the Yukon, taking the title from Dawson City in 1953 into
So this is a gag going back to our chase for the candy cup contest last year. They have to be fresh. So when circus peanuts were going up against other candies in the chase for the candy cup tournament, a lot of people were outraged at that because like circus peanuts do not have a good reputation. But some people in chat were all about it. They like circus peanuts. And what a lot of people said in the chat was they have to be fresh and they taste better when they're fresh. And so that was the rallying cry for a lot of people. So I made a shirt out of that and then just started wearing it around. Romo in particular got a kick out of the shirt when the first time I wore it. Panda says, I love that. I love that. It was funny.
See more of the area, we're going to walk the Millennium Trail, which is 4.5 kilometers, takes you around town along the Yukon River.
This is an amazing trail. So far it's been paved the entire way, so it's doable for anyone. It has incredible views of the river and the surrounding mountains. We saw on a sign in town that Whitehorse is nicknamed the Wilderness City, and I can't think of a better description of the city because not only do you have tons of gorgeous nature surrounding you, but there's nature right in town too.
Taraby says you could use that tee for anything, tacos, etc. That is the best thing about this shirt.
It seems the other half of the trail is closed for whatever reason, so it looks like we'll be heading back the same way we came.
Aw. But yeah, you could use this shirt for pizza, bread, bake, vegetables. Klondike. You know what? This seems like a good opportunity for something. I'll show you what it is in a minute. I'm going to keep this rolling. I'll be right back.
This beauty behind me is the SS Klondike, which is a stern-wheeler boat that ran freight between Whitehorse and Dawson City along the Yukon River. There were 2 Klondikes that ran over time, with the first hitting the water in 1929. It was the first stern-wheeler on the Yukon River large enough to handle a cargo in excess of 300 tons without having to push a barge. It originally hauled ore, but over time began to haul passengers and cargo as well. However, the first SS Klondike hit a rock wall and sank in 1936, and a second SS Klondike was built in 1937 to resume the tasks of the first. The second SS Klondike is the one that you see here today, and it was moved here from Dawson City in 1967. We had hoped to tour the inside, but unfortunately the inside is closed currently for restorations, but you can still walk around and check it out on the outside.
If they don't have ice cream, I'm gonna bring the ice cream to you. It's a Klondike bar. What would you do for a Klondike bar, right?
For lunch we came to Klondike Ribbon Salmon, which is a very popular spot here in town, and it's housed in the 2 oldest working buildings still in use here in Whitehorse. They specialize in northern foods like fresh northern ocean fish, wild game meats, and smoked meats. And I got the Kick A Klondike burger, Kick A because there's kids out there, and it comes with a patty on here with a blend of elk, bison, and wild boar, cheese, bacon, crispy onion ring, and then all your usual burger fixins.
That sounds great.
Kick A, but it's like big A. It's huge. Let me stretch my jaw. All right, let's go all in on this.
Are they not allowed to say ass on their channel? I don't know. Or is that just how it's written on the menu?
That tastes so delicious.
That mix
and
of
so
meat
fresh.
sounds
This
amazing, by
burger
the way.
is nice and lean, but a good amount of fat in there. Great, like grilled smoked flavor on there. The bun is nice and pillowy. Got good flavor to it. Tastes really fresh. Fresh veggies, bacon and cheese.
I think you can't swear on YouTube depending on audience. It depends on the channel, I guess. Some channels, yeah, some channels no. But this is a Heath bar flavored Klondike bar. And what would you do for a Klondike bar? I would definitely travel from Texas to the Yukon for one.
And then also this barbecue mayonnaise on there just wraps it all, ties it all together.
And because it's called Klondike rib and salmon, I had to get ribs. And they asked me if I wanted half a rack or a full rack. And I didn't know, and I panicked, and I figured Adam was gonna have some of it. So I got a full rack, and look how massive this is. It has this molasses sauce on top. It just smells so barbecue.
As much as that burger looked good, Catherine might have won the meal battle here. That looks unbelievable. Here's the ice cream. You can see it's kind of like a kind of an orangey flavor for the Heath bar. Kind of hard to see that, but there you go. Yeah, that's a lot of ribs.
Kiwi and smoky. I think I'm gonna have to prepare myself for this experience.
The Heath's bar is actually in the chocolate coating. Like, I'm sorry I keep interrupting it, but it's kind of here. You see the little Heath pieces? You can see them like little chunks of Heath bar there.
There you go.
It's already messy and I haven't even tried it yet.
Uh-oh.
Oh well.
Yeah, buddy.
All over my face.
That's funny. The whole crowd started watching her eat the ribs. Hey, listen, you gotta go in. If you're gonna get ribs, you gotta go in there. No shame, no shame. Just go in, own it.
That's really good. It's super messy. It's all over me.
As it should be.
As it should be. If it ain't messy, it ain't eaten. I don't know. No, it's really good. The sauce is nice and thick and sweet. The meat comes off the bone super well. It's definitely worthy of naming a place after, I'd say. They're all.
Mitty says it's like eating wings. Totally. Terry says love yummy. I love the little chunks of the Heath bar. Definitely makes it for me.
So a bunch of government officials from Canada eating here, and they all just watch me completely make a mess out of myself, so I'm making a really good impression. We are in major food comas from that lunch. That was so much food, so we just grabbed some cold brews at Midnight Sun Coffee Roasters to hopefully wake us up a bit, because for the rest of the day, we're gonna take advantage of this midnight sun and go for an afternoon hike at Kluane National Park. This park is located 2 hours west of Whitehorse and is home to tons of wildlife, the largest non-polar ice fields in the world, and the highest peak in Canada, which is the second highest peak in North America, Mount Logan at 5,959 meters.
This stretch is just nuts. There are so many mountains all the way behind over my left shoulder here, just all the way stretching to directly in front of us. This would be a destination on its own, and we haven't even gotten started yet. It is, wow, it's crazy.
This park is mostly wilderness, but there are some day hikes to enjoy, and for the rest of the day, we're hiking the King's Throne Trail. There are a couple different ways you can hike this trail. You can either hike to the seat, which is 10 kilometers round trip, or you can continue to the summit, which is 16 kilometers round trip, but isn't a maintained trail. Our plan is to just hike to the seat, but we may continue on a little bit depending on how the conditions are, how we're doing on time, and how the weather is, because it looks sunny, but it's actually raining on us right now.
Yeah. 19,000 feet, that's no joke. And thanks for breaking that down, Monkey D. Taraby says, what a view. Oh yeah, what a great view. That's correct. So if you you might have noticed it, they convert any of the metric measurements to to the imperial measurements here at the bottom in the middle of the screen. So, so when they were talking about the waterfall, they calculated that and feed it down here at the bottom as well. So that's usually where they will make those conversions.
This trail has been mega steep so far. We're finally starting to get above the tree line, and it's only getting steeper. It looks up behind us, but we have got us a view right here. So many mountains, this giant beautiful lake. Wow.
Giant mosquitoes.
And giant mosquitoes. Are you having fun?
Good morning to you.
This trail's pretty tough. We haven't done very many hard hikes this year, so we're not in our best hiking shape. It's not even just the elevation that we're gaining. It's also just the kind of...
Oh, Monkey D, thank you so much. I have Monkey D says, anyway, as much as I want to see them get to Alaska, I'm dozing off. Have a great night, everyone. Oh, I know we were all so close. No worries, Monkey D. Thank you so much for hanging out with us. By the way, if you want to catch the rest of that adventure, you can go to Adventures in A+K, and you can catch how they did the rest of that trip, and their adventures in Alaska, which I think we will get to as well at some point in future episodes of the Sandwich Show. So Mocker's funny. In about an hour, it's gonna be a good morning to me too. So it's great to see you. Thanks for waking up with the Sandwich Show, and we're picking up the rest of this adventure. We've only got this video left, and then they'll be in Alaska, and then we'll do one video of them, making it to Alaska, I think, and then
trail it is. It's a lot of really loose rock and dirt.
That will be a satisfying end to our long adventure tonight. But thank you all for hanging out with us during all this journey. This has been really fun to watch.
Which is kind of my least favorite kind of trail. It just makes it harder to really book it because you kind of slide around a little bit. But these views are fantastic. So we have made the difficult decision to turn around. It felt like we were making a lot of progress towards where we think the seat is, but looking at the map, it doesn't really look like we're getting anywhere very fast. And there are some dark clouds coming behind the mountain, and we know it's supposed to rain. Oh, these mosquitoes are awful. We know it's supposed to rain in a few hours or so, and we just don't want to risk being above the tree line if it comes sooner. So we're a little bummed. We kind of feel a little lame for turning around, but we are so happy with the views we got to see, and we weren't planning to make it all the way to the tippy top anyway, so we'll just have to come back.
Even with turning around on the way up, I think I was thinking to myself, this might just be one of the most beautiful places I've ever been. I mean, come on, this is beautiful. All these dang mosquitoes.
Oh, you got to be so careful going down a mountain like that.
It seems like every single time we turn around on a hike because we think the weather might turn bad, it ends up being insanely beautiful, but it's better to be safe than sorry. And thankfully our views are not over for the day, because tonight we're hoping to camp at a free campsite that should have some really gorgeous views.
This is our backyard for tonight. We have this glacial runoff river just rushing through here. The amazing mountains on either end. We are happy campers.
It has been a bit rainy this morning, so we've just enjoyed a slow morning working in the van, and our original plan was to spend the day hiking at Kluane National Park, but it's still a bit cloudy out, so we're gonna push off hiking for a few more hours, and we've come up with a possible plan B. Last night we were reading this magazine, this Yukon magazine, and learned about a place called Long Ago People's Place, which is a recreation of a First Nations village and gives tours sharing the history and culture of the Southern Shoshone people.
It's a bit of backtracking to get to, and we're not even sure if they're offering tours today, but we've really been wanting to learn more about the First Nations here in the Yukon, so we're hopeful that it works out.
We made it, and we were told that we can get a tour, so we're just waiting on Harold to show us around.
This is Harold, who runs Long Ago People's Place. We learned so much from him, and it's impossible to share it all, but a good place to start is with an understanding of the different First Nations and languages in the Yukon.
This is all Athabascan, and these are dialects of the mother language. And we are right here, about a kilometer or 2 kilometers away from the village of Champaign. So we're right in the central southern Shoshone. And to the north of us is the northern Shoshone, and that's up around Carmacks, Mayo, Elsa, Keno area. And then for a little bit further to the north and to the west is the Han people, and that's around Dawson, Eagle, Alaska. And then further up north is the Gwich'in, and they run up around Old Crow and that. And then the Inuit are right up along the top. The southeast is the Kaska, Teltan, the inland Tlingits, and then the Tagish people are right in the middle of it.
Harold also took us to a cabin that his grandfather had built and lived in, which was moved onto this property. He explained to us how families would have multiple cabins in different areas depending on the season. This cabin was lived in during the fall through the early winter to hunt and harvest fur, but they'd migrate to a different cabin in the summer for salmon runs. He also explained to us a bit about the two clans in the Yukon.
The Wolf people, and then there's the Crow people. And in ancient times around this area, everybody would be born into a clan, and you'd follow your mother's lineage. So like for myself, I'm a Crow, and that's because my mother was a Crow, and my grandmother was a Crow, and my great-grandmother. It goes back forever.
Look at that, so much lore, huh?
And the main law of the clan is that a Crow has to marry a wolf. And therefore all my children are wolves. And my daughter, she's a wolf, so her children will be wolves. But my son is a wolf, and he has to marry a crow, and therefore all his children will be crows.
One thing that really impressed us is the resourcefulness of the First Nations, their relationship with the environment, and how they utilize the land and animals to provide for themselves. We got to see some living structures which were made out of natural elements, as well as learn a bit about the different tools for hunting and processing their harvest, including both large contraptions and smaller tools.
This here is a moose's shoulder blade, and this is a hunting instrument.
It's very resourceful.
And what they would
So
do
impressive.
with this is you'd rub this on the spruce trees.
Mercy
in the
Ash says it
fall,
never rains, but it
and
pours.
on
Hi,
the
Davy. Hi,
willows.
Mercy Ash. Good
And
day
this
to you.
will,
Or good evening to you.
replica a bull moose.
Mercy Ash says I
scratching
can't
the
sleep because my
velvet off
nose
its
isn't working.
horns.
Oh no,
And
I'm
a-
sorry
a
about that, my
moose
friend.
will hear this
But glad to have you
sound
here
and
and
come
chat with
to
us.
that noise. So if you start doing this, you have to have your gun ready or your bow and arrow ready.
Wow.
Is part of a leg bone of the moose, and it's for a fleshing tool for tanning hide, and in our language we call it tugwat. What we're looking at here is technology that could be 10,000 years old, and it's as humane as anything going on today as far as harvesting fur-bearing animals. Comes in through here, he smells the bait in the very back, goes in down in here, and gives it a pull, and that all drops on his spine. This is a model of a double cone fish trap, and the creek would be flowing this way.
I mean, you have to get it one way or another. But wow, just see, just seeing that, I'm like, holy crap!
This creates a natural eddy in the river, and salmon swimming upstream from the ocean look for these places to rest, and they just swim in through the opening in the center and are caught in the maze of the outer cone.
And for the end of the tour, we got to try a First Nations food staple, bannock.
Flour, baking powder, a little bit of salt, a little bit of sugar, and water. Okay, so you just break it open and put your stuff on it.
Okay. First try of bannock. Oh yeah, that's good. So the outside has a nice little crisp to it. You can see some little burn marks there on the inside. You know my favorite word, and you know what I'm gonna say. It is so pillowy. Look at this. Yeah. Man, that is good.
Here's a guy that likes pillows.
Would have to post my menu.
It's so dense, but light at the same time. Kind of has a little bit of a stretchiness to it. Oh, this is amazing.
Yeah.
I love it. Thank you.
That was such a great experience. The hosts, Harold and Mita, were so nice and welcoming and obviously knowledgeable. I love learning about First Nations and Indigenous culture, so it was just even better that I'm not just reading it from a book, I'm actually learning it from the people who have lived it. Just such an insightful and great learning opportunity. And at the end, we got to end with tea and bannock. Man, that was a great way to end it.
What I loved about it is just how authentic it felt. It did not feel touristy at all. We were just on their land. We got to see a home that Harold's elders had built. We got to see the tools that his elders had used. It just doesn't get any more authentic than that. And if you'd like to visit for yourself, you can actually email them in advance, or they'll eventually have like a scheduling tool on their website in the next month or two. So make sure you do that so you don't just show up unannounced like we did. They thankfully were so welcoming, and they still give us a tour even though they had zero warning that we were coming. And it costs $41.50 Canadian per person, which is more than worth it because this is their livelihood. They run camps here, and their whole goal was to educate others, both First Nations people as well as people just like us, on their culture. And I seriously, I don't have the right words. I'm still processing it all to explain just like what a special experience that was. Out of everything we've seen on this entire trip up to Alaska, this is hands down one of the things that's going to stick with me the most forever.
We're now on our way back to Kluane National Park, but to a different area to go on another hike.
So yeah, Mercy Ashes, it's okay. I'm used to life's up and down at this point. Well, we do hope that you find some relief tomorrow. Mercy Ashes, I love natural, weird, low tech like this. That's incredible.
We hoped to attempt a longer hike here in the park today, but we got kind of a late start, so instead we're hiking the Soldiers Summit Trail, which is a short trail that takes you along part of the original Alaska Highway.
I was gonna say, they came over that 10,000 years ago. Like, that's really impressive. Mercy Ashes, do you think Adam sleeps on a giant loaf of bread at home? I'm willing to bet dollars to donuts he does.
Along the trail, there's lots of signage about the building of the highway and how the building of the highway negatively affected the First Nations in the area. And then finally, how the park today is working with those First Nations to manage the park and also restore their relationship with the First Nations. And the trail ends right here, where the actual ribbon cutting ceremony happened in 1942.
I'm speaking to you from an improvised control room in the rear of an American Army truck parked away up here on the Soldiers Summit, a high pass on the Canada-Alaska Highway, and where at this moment, some 100 yards from my vantage point, the official opening of this great road is taking place.
We shared some history about the Alaska Highway in our last video, so go check that out to learn a little bit more. But one thing I did not know is that the first trip from Fort St. John to Whitehorse took 71 hours, which is 5 times as long as it takes today. And I will say, I would gladly be on this road for 71 hours. It has been gorgeous the entire time. And even this hike, which is meant to just be like a informative short hike, has sweeping views of the area. It is so beautiful out here.
So we got back into the van, went to turn the van on, and the instrument cluster isn't lighting up, and we had this issue back in Tucson a few months ago, and it's randomly back again. It hasn't done it since then. So what I think I need to do is pull this out somehow, and then unplug it, plug it back in, just like any other electronic that starts to mess up.
Everything was just going too smoothly.
Yeah, there's a tool that you can buy that's like, there's little holes on here that'll like go in there and it hooks in and it'll pull it out. I don't have it, but one time a few months ago we were driving around and going over a bumpy road and this whole thing just jiggled out. So should be pretty easy to get out.
Also, when this issue happens, you cannot turn off the van without holding down the button for like 10 seconds.
Yeah.
And the whole dash just is blank. Like, you can't see your speed, your fuel, nothing.
Finally got this. Did a little damage up here trying to squeeze this out, but all right, let's
Surprisingly easy to take that out.
take this out. If you ever wanted to see insides of a Sprinter, okay. There we go. Instrument cluster undone.
Imagine that's all you have to do.
Look at that. It worked.
Unbelievable. Sometimes it really is that simple, folks.
Good as new?
Still working.
Wow.
Oh,
Just
yeah,
a little
yeah.
bit of a road trip excitement.
Yeah, nothing like it. Yeah, good stuff. I'm just happy that when I plugged it back in, it worked. And like, oh, whoops. Look at good job here. Huh?
That's all right. I mean, you can fix that.
It worked. We'll figure this.
We're definitely not in the right area to be having
Yeah.
van
So
issues.
if it didn't turn back on or something, we'd be in a bit of trouble right now. All right, we're back on the road.
Everything's going smoothly.
Yeah, thank goodness.
It's only gonna stay smooth.
That's right.
Manifest it.
They got pretty lucky on that. But I'm glad it worked out, bro. Yeah, that'd be very, very hard. Terry was like, don't want to call some kind of auto service in the middle of nowhere. At least they knew what to do. Yeah, apparently they had that experience once
Tonight
before.
we're camping for free right off of Kluane Lake, and just like everywhere else we've been in the Yukon, it is crazy gorgeous. We have loved our time here in the Yukon. It just has a rugged, raw, and just vast beauty to it. We're gonna be really sad to leave, but thankfully we'll be back in a couple months and to explore a different area of the Yukon. But tomorrow, we're doing it. We are going to Alaska.
Wow, this is happening, folks. This is happening.
The Kick A Klondike bar, and it comes with
Burger.
Oh, what did I say?
Klondike bar.
Oh, I wish it was.
He's been talking about Klondike bars all
I've been
day.
singing the jingle.
About the Alaska. Mosquitoes getting my hand as I do this. Okay, watch them suck my blood. Ugh. Can you like come over here and just like swat them away from me? Can you be my swatter, Adam?
Kona, you know why the walls of the canyon are so cool?
Why?
'Cause lava rocks.
We have a new fun game. It's called Is It a Bear? Or is it a rock? Or a tree stump? Or a bush? And usually it's not a bear.
Just kidding.
There you go. Folks, they're going to do it. They're going to do it, and we're going to see it. We're going to see them do it. Oh my goodness. Isn't that exciting? Oh. Terry was like, ice cream. Oh, we were so close. We were so close. Makra, by the way, said earlier, these views are stunning. Absolutely. So we're down to one video tonight. I really wish I could have run this an hour earlier, but we are here. We are making it. We are doing it. And this is the summit. And then actually we have like another dozen videos like of them in Alaska that we'll get to on future episodes of the Sandwich Show. But this is big for us. We've been following this journey for months. And now, in these 13 minutes, you are going to see them enter Alaska for the first time in this miniseries. I'm very excited. This is really great. They said this is the farthest north they've been up to that point. And they did this series in 2022. So this is all good. This is all good stuff right here. Am I staying up another hour? I'm staying up another half an hour, basically till the point where they'll make it to Alaska, and we'll soak in the excitement with them. And then after that, I think it'll be time to read out. But it's been a heck of a ride, and thank you all so much for staying with us. Quite a lot of you are still here, so this is really great to see. And a number of you have joined us later in the evening. That's great to see too. So let's finish this off. They're going to be in Alaska, you all. That's exciting. Another episode. I mean, yes, we have this final chapter. It's about 13 minutes, and I think that'll finish it off for us tonight. More bear counting? Yep, more bear counting.
Drove to Alaska.
We did it. Almost exactly 5 months ago, we left Austin, Texas to embark on an over 6,000-mile journey to Alaska. We have driven through the desert, explored tons of gorgeous places in California, hiked at 6 U.S. national parks, visited amazing smaller cities, experienced some of the Oregon and Washington coast, detoured to Vancouver Island, and driven up all of British Columbia and across a lot of the Yukon. It has been the best adventure getting up here, and today we are finally making it to Alaska.
We're currently near Kluane National Park in the Yukon and have a little under a 3-hour drive to the Alaska border. Let's do this.
The Yukon is blessing us with the one thing we wanted, a final gift.
Grizzly bear.
We see a grizzly bear on the, really far away on a hill. Yes, our first ever grizzly bear. And it's from the car, just how we wanted it.
Safest way to see one of those grizzly bears, right? I think we add that to the counter, right, Taraby?
Drive just keeps getting better and better. That was the cutest thing. A mom and a little baby moose just ran across the road. I'm glad we weren't very close to it, but
bear number 10.
Really cool.
I think that's I think you got that right.
No, that's a wolf.
Whoa. If this drive couldn't get any better with wildlife, we have checked another new animal off of our list. What did we see, Adam?
A wolf.
We saw a wolf.
wolf.
Wow, man. We were kind of thinking the Yukon, we expected to see more wildlife in the Yukon than we did. If we had to say one negative thing, that's probably the only thing that was not what we expected. But I think today, grizzly bear,
made up
moose,
for it,
wolf,
we saw some of the big, the big ones you look for, yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, that wolf was really cool.
We're feeling a bit
Good thing they were in the
sentimental
car.
today as we finally achieve our goal of getting to Alaska. It feels so surreal that today is the day it's happening. We've been working on this goal for 5 months now. If you look at the map and you look at Texas,
It's
and
like
then
they're on a
Alaska,
northern safari.
It's just crazy to think of how much we have driven, and while getting to Alaska was the goal, the entire journey has just been incredible. The most fun we've ever had on the road. We've seen so many incredible places, and it's just hard to wrap our minds around it, and so we're trying to reflect a bit on some of our favorite moments, and we're going to share some of our top spots we checked out, favorite experiences in the last 5 months. Adam, what would you say? What were your favorite things we did on this drive?
Some of my favorite things that really stick out to me, if I go all the way back, I think Silver City, New Mexico was really cool, hiking around there, and then also the little town. It was just so friendly there, and just a really cool, fun experience. Hiking in the Superstition Mountains was a lot of fun, and just super gorgeous desert landscape. Surfing in California, finally getting to surf, so much fun. Checking off something off my bucket list, learning a new skill, kinda, still not good at it. What else? Oh, Redding, California was a blast because we're starting to get closer to the PNW, and you know, it was just so beautiful there, and didn't totally expect it, and it was just a fun opportunity, and just had a blast there, even though we had a little setback with the window, but still, it was great. And then Vancouver Island, man, like, that might be my favorite spot so far on this journey. Just the whole island in general loved every second of it.
What's really cool is that we both have completely different answers, but I think we'd both agree that we agree with each other's answers, because there truly was never a bad moment on this journey or a non-beautiful moment on this journey. But if I have to think back to my favorite experience in the last 5 months, one thing that really stands out to me is backpacking on the Channel Islands. The boat ride out there was incredible. The hike itself, we hiked across most of the island and we had most of it to ourselves. We didn't encounter many people. There were all those super cute foxes. It was just, the views were amazing. It was just a very unique national park experience, and one of my favorite national parks we've been to. And my next one's a bit of a cop-out because it's really hard for me to pick one specific place, but I would just say Canada as a whole. From the second we crossed the border, it has been so much fun. Vancouver Island was so beautiful, and then the whole drive up from Vancouver to where we are right now has been breathtaking. I've been gushing every single second of the drive. I just cannot get over how just vast and beautiful it is up through British Columbia and the Yukon. The mountains have all been super epic. The few hikes that we've done have been so fun. And then yesterday at the Long Ago People's Place was just the cherry on top of the experience. It's hard to put it into words, but yeah, Canada is a very, very special place. Hands down, one of my favorite countries in the whole world. I haven't been to many, but it's definitely up there.
I wonder how close they are now. I think I counted 12 bears. That's number 12 right there. Maybe 13, because I saw another one in the shot. Yep, Terry says 11 and 12.
We are so close. We are 4 minutes from Alaska.
I can't believe it. This has definitely been the roughest stretch of road for those curious. Since we left today, it's been a bumper ride.
I think I saw a 13th one, yeah.
1 minute! I see the sign! Ah!
Entering a different time zone.
Ooh,
Yeah.
I forgot about that
We got
part.
another hour today. Drove to Alaska.
I kind of want to cry. There it is! I always thought I'd get a little emotional, but I didn't actually think I would. I cannot believe we're here. Holy crap, we did it! I'm so jazzed right now.
We did it. We made it to Alaska.
Oh, we did it. We did it. We did it.
That says Alaska.
Oh, I just can't stop hugging it. I'm so excited. I'm like shaking. I'm so excited. Whew.
We're in the Yukon. Let's go back to the U.S. We're in Alaska.
We may be in Alaska, but we're not officially in Alaska yet because we still have to go through the border station. And if you saw our video where we crossed into Canada, you know, we get very nervous for these. And in our experience, they're way more intense going back into the US. And I don't think there's Nexus here. We had it pretty easy going through Canada with Nexus. So I don't know, we have our passports ready, our COVID vaccine cards, and we have our story straight of where we've been and where we're going, and wish us luck.
Peppers?
No.
Tomatoes?
No.
How about chicken meat or eggs?
I have cooked chicken.
Cooked chicken?
Yes, sir.
No eggs?
No eggs.
You gotta have a good day.
Thank
Thank
you.
you. You too.
That was the easiest coming back into the U.S. border crossing we've ever gone through. That was super smooth.
He only cared if we had citrus or tomatoes or peppers on us, which we only had 2 pairs on us. Then he asked about chicken, and we have cooked chicken. We also have cooked beef, and they didn't seem to care about any of that. It's kind of confusing if you read online what foods you can and cannot bring into Canada and the US, and we had tried to enter with like a very bare fridge, but we ended up not eating all of our food, so we thought, let's just see what happens. We'll declare it, and hopefully they'll let us keep it, and we got to keep it. So now we won't go hungry. But I think we now have like an hour and a half.
Yeah, that's the food situation is so crazy. Like they really imagine it's like, well, you have chicken, yes. You get the date for having chicken in your fridge. You can just imagine of all things.
2-hour drive to our first stop here in Alaska.
Yeah, they do lay it out. That's
Since
true.
it's our first time here in Alaska, we wanted to share a little bit of history.
Yeah,
And
but
some
it's
fun
like,
facts
it's not
you may or
hard.
may not know
You just
about
look at Immigration
Alaska.
and Customs
So
webpage.
Alaska was purchased by the U.S. from Russia in 1867 for about $7 million or 2 cents an acre. The U.S. Secretary of State at the time was William H. Seward, and the purchase became known as Seward's Folly because many people didn't understand why this guy wanted to purchase this land so bad. And so eventually gold and oil were discovered here in Alaska, and that changed all these haters' tunes real quick. And in 1959, it became the 49th state and the largest of them all.
It is 665,400 square miles, and there are 3,000 rivers and 3 million lakes, and when including its islands, it has more coastline than the entire rest of the United States, and it is also larger than Texas, California, and Montana combined.
We're almost done with the portion of the Alaska Highway that we're gonna drive, but we have to say this might be the most fun thing we've ever done in the van. It's been a long couple of weeks since we left Vancouver, lots of days with long driving, not enough sleep, but we have loved every mile of it. Even the parts that people told us weren't gonna be as scenic, we loved it all.
We are just extremely grateful that we got to have this experience, and going into it, we thought it was going to be a once-in-a-lifetime experience. When will we ever drive to Alaska again? It's so far away, but we can honestly say, after driving it, we would do it again in a heartbeat, and we will be driving to Alaska again, probably many more times in our lifetime. That's how much we loved it. But in case you're curious at home how much wildlife we saw along the way, here's our current tally from basically Vancouver all the way to where we are now. We have seen 17 black bears, 1 grizzly bear,
17 black bears, Taraby. And everybody else in the chat was keeping score. BC says, there is a blip of U.S. land south of Vancouver called Point Roberts. And my friend who has a place there has the list of what you can and can't bring through the border down pat. About 80% of the land in Point Roberts is owned by Canadians. Interesting. That is interesting. I mean, it's also close, right? Therapy's, oh my gosh, we needed a bear counter. We did need a bear counter. You're right. That would have been huge. BC says correction, 60 to 70% is owned by Canadians. Still a really hardy percentage, though. Pretty good.
3 moose, including a baby, 2 mini bison to count, 3 caribou, 4 porcupines, 5 bighorn sheep, 1 elk, and 1 wolf.
There's the wolf. Moose, meese. I always say meese. It's actually moose, officially.
We are here, we have made it, we don't have any more driving to do, at least for a couple of days, but after 3.5 weeks of go, nonstop travel, we just wanted a place to just relax, get laundry done, get some sleep maybe, get some work done, and just decompress. So we got a site at the Sourdough Campground in Tok, Alaska.
We plan to be here in Alaska for 2 months, and we have
Is anyone surprised that Mr. Pillowy Bread has settled on Sourdough Campground?
so many fun things planned, but we're not going to be doing everything there is to do here in the state. Between how massive this state is, having Kona, well, she's napping, she's tired from all the driving, having Kona with us and not wanting to board her too much, having a limited budget, how difficult a lot of things are to get to, and just wanting to like actually enjoy it and just not be rushing around like crazy. We won't be doing it all, but what we have planned will be a ton of fun.
We're going to be visiting 3 national parks, going on epic hikes, backpacking, driving scenic roads, going on excursions, and so much more. It's going to be epic, and we already know we're going to be back many more times by van and plane to see everything we missed this time.
But with all of that said, this officially marks the end of our journey to Alaska and the start of our adventures in Alaska.
We did it, y'all. We did it. That was awesome. Thank you so much for following along tonight. So there's going to be adventures in Alaska, so the journey isn't completely done yet. We'll come back to this next week, and we'll pick up maybe 1 or 2 chapters of their adventures in Alaska, and then we'll go from there. But that journey was great. It was hella good. P1, good to see you tonight. Welcome in. Let me give you a shout. Thanks for watching, everybody. I'm glad you all were enjoying that. But I saw... What was the other thing I was going to watch? I was going to say... Oh, absolutely, P1. How am I? Hold it up. I'm doing all right. Doing all right. I figured this was a fun way to start off a birthday week. Just kind of go all in with this adventure, and we really did. I thought there was something else I was going to comment on. Well, no ice cream, but that's okay. Maybe they'll get some ice cream in Alaska. But thanks, P1. Happy birthday, and thank you so much, my friend. Yeah, it's a low-key birthday week. I'll make too big a deal out of it. But yeah, that was our stream tonight, y'all. We saw your ice cream, so it was good. Yeah, that was good stuff. Thank you all so much for doing this tonight, everybody, with me. Let's go find someone to raid. I gotta figure out where. Give me just a second. I'll see who's on. Therapy says, thank you for streaming. You're very welcome. You're very, very welcome. Well, it might be a little odd to do this because the place where we could be raiding tonight has been on for like... I mean, if it's 11:48 Pacific, it's gotta be that much later wherever we're going. And that means this person's been streaming for like at least 7 hours. But to be fair, so have we. So I guess maybe it'll be okay. Hopefully they'll forgive us. Tara says, enjoy your birthday. Man, thanks so much. So far so good. Thank you. I appreciate you. I've had some restless days this month, but the whole of this week so far has been good. And even today, which had some rocky moments, it still wound up being a nice enough day, and certainly the night has been great. And I thank you all for making that so. So I think we're gonna raid. Yeah, I'm gonna give this a shot. We're gonna see if this works. I don't know if they're even gonna be accepting raids, so let me just see if this will work first. We'll give it a shot. This is gonna be kind of nuts. Oh, I gotta give you a raid call. Hold on. There we go. They're the raid calls. All right. So I'm going to attempt to raid the incredibly talented Kimmery Sky, who is based in the city where A+K came from, like Austin. So let's say hi to Kimmery. I mean, Kimmery's been on for quite a bit, and hopefully Kimmery's hanging out okay. That's a long stream, but we'll just say hi if we're allowed to raid, and we'll go from there. But good night for now. I'll see you on Thursday for Wheel of Fortune. Should be really fun. More birthday shenanigans coming your way too, and have a good night. Thanks so much, everybody. You all are great to do this. Thank you, Mark. Thank you, P1. Shout out to Modder as well. Thanks to everybody who chat, hang up with him. Some mod love too for King, of course, who was here for a little bit. And Mercy Ash, some MIDI. A lot of cool pals were here tonight. Monkey D was here for a lot of that stream. It's good to see Monkey D hanging out with us tonight as well. So, you all are going to see Kimmery Sky at an extremely unusual time. But I hope you show all the love to our good friend Kimmery. And so until Thursday, I say goodnight. Thank you so much. And if you miss any part of this, catch the VOD on Twitch. I don't know if I'm gonna put this on YouTube, but take care, y'all. Good night. I'll see you on Thursday. Bye, everybody.